I'd like to ask the interpreters currently on the Spanish and Mandarin channels to commence interpretation of the meeting. For those just joining the meeting, live interpretation in Spanish and Mandarin is available, and members of the public or staff wishing to listen in Spanish or Mandarin can join those channels by clicking on the interpretation icon in the Zoom toolbar. It looks like a globe. If you're on your cell phone or tablet, locate the three dots, tap them lightly, and put a check mark on your preferred language. Click Done to activate and begin the interpretation. Once you join the Spanish or Mandarin channels, we recommend you shut off the main audio so you only hear the Spanish or Mandarin interpretation. This message will be restated in Spanish and Mandarin. Isidra, go ahead.
Sí, buenas tardes. La reunión de hoy va a tener interpretación simultánea en español y en mandarín. Para escuchar la interpretación en español, ustedes pueden hacer clic en el icono del globo terráqueo que van a ver en la parte de abajo de su pantalla de Zoom. Después de hacer el clic, pueden escoger el idioma de su preferencia, en este caso Spanish o español, y hacer un clic allí. Si están ustedes en su teléfono celular o en una tableta, localicen los tres puntitos que suelen estar en la parte superior o inferior derecha de su pantalla de Zoom. Pueden hacer un clic allí, se les va a desplegar la opción de interpretación, otro clic y escoger el idioma de su preferencia, en este caso Spanish o español. Les aconsejamos que una vez hayan elegido su idioma, pongan el audio principal en mudo o bajen su volumen para poder escuchar la reunión solamente en español. Muchas gracias. Back to you. Thank you.
给予呢所有的加入我们的会议的人员呢，我们有实时的西班牙语还有呢中文的翻译呢。给予呢我们的公众或者我们的员工呢，如果希望呢听到呢西语或者呢中文翻译的，可以加入到中文或者西语的翻译。我们只需要呢按下我们的翻译的那个按钮，在我们的 Zoom 的工具栏那里，看上去像一个地球。如果呢你是使用手机或者电子仪器的话呢，它会呢处在呢那三个点，只要轻轻的按那三个点的话呢，然后呢上面有一个呢勾，然后你可以选择你需要的语言，然后呢按结束就可以开启呢你的翻译的了。当你一加入到呢我们的西语和中文的频道的话，我们非常的建议你呢关闭呢主要的音频，这样子的话你就仅仅只能听到呢西语还有中文的翻译了。谢谢。
All right, everybody, here we go. Madam City Clerk, whenever you're ready, would you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers?
Present.
Councilmember McDonald?
Here.
Councilmember Fleming? Councilmember Banuelos?
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez? Vice Mayor Okrepke?
Here.
Mayor Stepp?
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present with the exception of Councilmember Alvarez and Councilmember Fleming.
Thank you. All right, we'll move on to item 3, our closed session item. And this item 3.1 pertains to public employment. Janice, did you wish to make public comment on this item?
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mayor. Public employment. I don't know which ones you're looking at today. If they're on the agenda, are they on the agenda? Who you're looking at? I don't see it. Anyway, public comments. The budget coming up. I think that 8% last year was too low to cut the salaries. I'm talking about the top salaries of the city. The city is overwhelming with people who are heading departments, and then there's not enough workers, and everybody's complaining about it. And the potholes still have not been fixed. There's been a promise for a long time. In September, or August, I finally heard at the Recreation and Bicycle Committee meeting that the area from Calistoga Road, which I got an unusual call on Sunday before I ran for city council in the November election. It was from a woman and her teenage son or her older son, and she called and she wanted to know what I thought about the apartment building on the corner of Highway 12 and Calistoga Road. And I said, don't get me started on that. This is when I was running for city council. She wouldn't identify herself. Okay, moving forward, I just want to make a notice about the meetings that are supposed to be boards and commissions. And coming back to the budget, I think there should be a 12 to a 15% cut on the top executives throughout the city. It would be painful for a while, but it may help. And I think that there needs to be more sovereignty for the people to be able to make efforts and have them come to fruition with the city. And infrastructure is what I've been talking about all along, and we've not gotten it. But also, Diana's appointment of Terry to the Planning Commission has now, we have no Rose Parade, and now we have no waterways meeting at all, unless there's an emergency, and the waterways are really important. Terry showed up at the first meeting, and it was the first meeting in 3 months, and they had 3 years of minutes that hadn't been approved. So this is unacceptable government behavior, and I hope you can get it together, put the waterways back together, and not send people like Terry, a new member, to say, well, come to my house, I've got beer. That wasn't very nice. He's supposed to be a professional official.
Thank you, Janice. All right, seeing no other members of the public here, we will close public comment and recess into closed session. Welcome back, everyone. The time is 3 o'clock, and we'll reconvene in open session. Madam City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers. Councilmember McDonald.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming. Councilmember Banuelos.
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Krepke.
Here.
Mayor Stepp.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
Thank you very much. We will move on to item 4.1, our study session on the South Santa Rosa specific planned land use and circulation alternatives. Welcome back to our planning department. This is an oldie but a goodie.
Good afternoon, Mayor Stapp and members of the council. My name is Connor McKay, Senior Planner with the Planning Division. I'm excited to be here to present the Land Use and Circulation Alternatives Study Session for the City Council this afternoon for the South Santa Rosa specific plan. So just a quick outline of what we'll be discussing. I'll get into what a specific plan is, just to kind of refresh everybody's memories. And then we'll go into each of the alternatives, and we'll talk about next steps for the specific plan process. So similar to a general plan, a specific plan is a long-range planning document for a specific geographic area. So the general plan establishes development and vision and policies throughout the entire city, whereas a specific plan looks at a specific geographic area, a defined area, and programs for that area. So things that the specific plan covers are the types of housing, jobs, shops, services, and where do they belong in the specific plan area. And then how do people move around? So circulation, transportation, what modes of transportation do folks use? Walking, biking, scooters, cars, public transit, et cetera. Also infrastructure. So what type of infrastructure is needed for the specific plan build out? And finally, public facilities like parks and pathways and libraries and schools and things of that nature as well. So the South Santa Rosa specific plan area covers approximately 1,900 acres in the broader South Santa Rosa area along Santa Rosa Avenue. As you'll see on the slide, it does include areas of the city, but also the county. Approximately 1,400 of the 1,900 acres of the specific plan area are in the county, with the remaining 500 in the city. The specific plan boundary follows the Metropolitan Transportation Commission's priority development area boundary and the city's sphere of influence. The specific plan is also funded by an MTC grant. I'll also note here that the specific plan does not include a city-initiated annexation, as was the case with the Roseland specific plan. So that is not the case in this process. I'll go over some quick demographic information for the specific plan area. I won't get into every line item here, but kind of the takeaways are that the population of the South Santa Rosa specific plan area are younger and lower income compared to both the city and the county at large. There is a higher percentage of Latino and foreign-born residents, and there are also a higher percentage of residents that are either bilingual or only speak a non-English language. The specific plan area also features household sizes that are larger than the city and the county at large, with the single-family dwelling housing type dominating the share of housing types in the plan area. Worth noting is that the mobile home housing type is the second most prevalent housing type in the area, which is a higher percentage than both the city and the county. Additionally, there's a lot of overcrowding compared to other areas of the city and the county, and that would be if there's more than one person per bedroom. And then also a lot of overburdened populations as well, who are paying more than 50% of their income on housing. So as a part of the kind of visioning phase of this project, I think last time I was at the council, I presented the community engagement strategy. So we are fully enacting that strategy. In October of 2024, we held a series of workshops gathering feedback from folks about their lived experiences in this specific plan and kind of brainstormed some solutions to those problems. We also distributed a visioning survey and attended a variety of events such as the Cinco de Mayo celebration on Sebastopol Road, the Harvest Festival at Bayer Farm. We actually went to that one twice. The Vince Harper South Park Day and Night Festival at the Veterans Building, and some Andy Lopez Unity Park cleanups with the Sonoma County Regional Parks Group. So a lot of us are familiar with the South Santa Rosa area and Moreland area, and we understand some of the issues that folks experience there, but just to kind of summarize them, a lot of the neighborhoods in the plan area are very disparate in terms of the quality and availability of infrastructure, such as sidewalks, bike lanes, public transit, things of that nature. There's also significant east-west connectivity issues. So a lot of folks in Moreland struggle to go east to the retail space on Santa Rosa Avenue. The Todd Road overcrossing is unsafe for both cars, but also kind of unthinkable to even consider biking and walking and feeling completely safe there. Lots of dead ends that butt up to 101 that were historically connected streets that were disconnected as a result of the construction of Highway 101. There's also just a lack of medical facilities and grocery stores, very low park space in the plan area, and particularly a lack of services in the Moreland area. This slide shows the existing land uses. As we're familiar, the commercial corridor of Santa Rosa Avenue is kind of the primary land use in the area. The Costco shopping center, the REI shopping center. And then there's some kind of scattered industrial to the south and southwest of the plan area. And then I'll note here, you can see the prevalence of mobile home parks along Santa Rosa Avenue as well in that kind of pink color. And then also I'll note here the hashing area that's white is vacant. And then I'll get into the vacant sites a little bit in the next couple slides. As we all know, the council did adopt the General Plan 2050 update in June of last year. The general plan land use designations largely match the existing land use map that we just saw, with the Santa Rosa Avenue serving as a retail and business service corridor. There's also, I'll note, the low density and medium density residential kind of in the middle of the plan area and to the east and the west in Moreland. Okay, so I mentioned the vacant sites. We conducted an analysis to conclude what we're calling underutilized sites, which are where there's not much development, but there's a high assessed value. So as a result of the adoption of the specific plan and land use changes, these are sites that are most reasonably, we can most reasonably conclude that they would be developed or redeveloped as a part of the process. Okay, so getting into the alternatives themselves, the alternatives report presents different approaches to solutions to the issues that we heard as a result of our community outreach. And in each alternative is kind of a distinct approach to those issues. And then the feedback that we receive on all these alternatives will eventually inform the creation of a preferred alternative, which will serve as the basis of land use changes associated with the specific plan. Our first alternative is called mixed use corridor. This alternative reimagines the South Santa Rosa Avenue corridor as a mixed use walkable hub with both residential and retail spaces. A lot of there are a few kind of components of each alternative that are largely similar, if not the same, across each alternative. So notably the west side of the specific plan area maintains largely the industrial designation, and the east is maintaining the general plan land use designation included with General Plan 2050 as low and some medium density residential development. So yeah, as I mentioned, this is a mixed use with a commercial center on the southern portion of the two mixed use hubs. The second alternative is city-centered growth. So that's kind of looking at the existing retail space in the Costco and the surrounding area and increasing residential density in those areas. And then also it envisions increased residential development in the Moreland neighborhood as well with a new commercial center supported by that residential development. And finally, we have the centers, which is a little bit of a mix of the 1 and 2. So we have the southern side of the Costco shopping center as increased residential density, and then we have a smaller scale mixed use walkable hub on the southern Santa Rosa Avenue corridor area. And then this notably takes an underutilized site to the west of Andy Lopez Park, not a site, but a kind of a block, a little district, and envisions medium density residential development there to support a new proposed commercial center across the street from Andy Lopez Park. And then notably about the different alternatives, consider how folks on either side of 101 cross over Highway 101. So whether that's a crossing at Bellevue, at Robles, and how we can improve the crossing at Todd Road as well. So in terms of build out, all the alternatives would add between 9,500 and 10,000 new residential units as a result of full build out. And the industrial category, as you'll note on the right side, comes from just us maintaining that existing designation of industrial in the west side of the specific plan area, as I mentioned. Here's a VMT comparison, and I won't really get into this, but I did want to take this opportunity to remind us that the specific plan, once we have a preferred alternative and we move through that process, we'll begin preparing an environmental impact report that would analyze the full build out of this specific plan process. So speaking of next steps, we do have a survey open right now that has over 100 responses, gathering feedback on people's thoughts on the different alternatives. We did hold another series of public workshops at Amherst Academy, Taylor Mountain Elementary, and we had one virtually held on Zoom. And then after, as I mentioned, we'll take the feedback that we've heard from the council and from the planning commission and from the community and draft a preferred alternative, and then after which we will do another series of outreach to make sure that we got it right. We want to make sure that the issues have been addressed, that we've heard from folks, and do lots of outreach to that end. And then also not on the slide, but we are presenting to the Sonoma County Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors this summer as well, with the goal of the Board of Supervisors eventually adopting the plan as their own, so the land use policies and development patterns would be consistent through the city and the county, regardless of where the city limit is. So here's just some helpful links and some contact information. The webpage is the far left QR code. There's an email distribution sign up with hundreds of folks already signed up. So if you're in the crowd or watching on YouTube or something, I recommend signing up to our email distribution list. And then our survey, as I mentioned, is the far right QR code, and I encourage you to fill that out. So that is all I have to present. I'm happy to take questions, or just if you have any thoughts about each of these alternatives, what you like, what you don't like. Looking forward to a conversation.
Thank you both. This is a huge plan and a huge step forward for the city. So thank you for bringing this to us today. Looking to council for questions. Let's start with Ms. Banuelos.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the report. Thank you. It looks very comprehensive. I wonder if you could tell me, between the three alternatives, what are the real differences?
Yeah, so each alternative concentrates higher density residential development in different areas, and also some of the alternatives lean more heavily on the existing retail development, thinking that the retail uses might change over if there's more dense residential development in that area. And then, as I mentioned, the different locations of crossings into the Moreland area from Santa Rosa Avenue corridor, each of them has a different approach to that as well. And the parks locations and the scale of the parks themselves.
And I understand that the county is partnering with the city on this plan, and you're going to the County Planning Commission soon? Okay, so I'm just wondering why annexation is not being addressed at all at this point. I feel like Moreland is a low-income, underinvested community, therefore it's disadvantaged, so in my mind, it definitely qualifies for annexation. It's 53%, if I'm not, according to your figures, Latino. And it's called out everywhere, and I think my concern is that it's great that we're partnering with the county, but when it actually comes to implementing whatever alternative, and I think there should be a combination of alternatives, quite frankly, but whatever we decide, or we collectively decide, I'm worried about, quite frankly, the county not doing their part. You know, just because many of those areas are already in the county and nothing has happened except for Andes Park, thank goodness. But other than that, I don't see any movement and any way for folks to get across to Santa Rosa Avenue easily. I drive home Santa Rosa Avenue almost every day from my work, so I'm really familiar with that area. I'm out there all the time. The new Hearn Hub, you know, is fantastic, but we need more. So I'm just gonna say that for now, and then so anyway, the question of annexation, if you could address that as well, please.
Yeah, so we did have a discussion with the council a few years ago, kind of exploring different options for annexation, whether that be all of this area, just the Moreland area, maybe just the existing county islands. And we ran some numbers, some really kind of back of the napkin math on what that would cost to bring things up to city standards and provide city utilities and services. And at that time, it was determined to be infeasible. And I think with the ever-changing financial landscape, I would assume that has not changed.
And when was that? Approximately, it doesn't have to be. I'm not going to hold you to the date, but I just mean about how many years ago was that?
I believe it was 2022.
Okay.
Jessica Jones, Deputy Director.
Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Council. Jessica Jones, Deputy Director of Planning. Sorry, it's been a long week for me. Thank you for the question, Council member. So yes, the Council, we held a study session in January of 2023. And so yes, as Senior Planner McKay mentioned, we brought forward some rough numbers on what that might look like, just to, one, do the annexation, just the staff work involved in bringing everything forward, all the analysis, and getting it to LAFCO, the Local Agency Formation Commission, and then also some potential ideas on what the ultimate cost would be to provide services and do the infrastructure needed to bring everything up to city standards. It was a large cost, so at that time, Council did not direct staff to move forward, but instead identified wanting to continue conversation, but no specific direction to move forward with the actual annexation at that time.
Thank you for that. I think that's it for now. I'm going to hold out the rest of my comments for a little bit later. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. Along those same lines, my question was, is any part of Plan 1, 2, or 3, does that include annexation at all on these maps? Not at all?
No.
Okay, and the reason I think this is an important question and where I'm going to go along the lines of Councilmember Banuelos, but dive a little bit deeper into that data, because I think it's going to come up as we talk about these specific plans. How much do we get from the county each year on the infrastructure for Roseland that was newly annexed? Do you have that figure?
So I don't have that figure. It's certainly something that we can get for council.
I see Assistant City Manager nodding yes. So somebody has the answer, it feels like.
So,
Sorry.
and while they come down, just real quick, I do want to clarify, so while we do not have a city-initiated annexation that is currently being pursued, there is a private development that is considering annexation in the southeast portion of the project area. So just wanted to bring that to the council's attention.
They're considering us annexing them?
They're considering bringing forward an applicant-driven annexation.
I see.
Yeah.
Well, these questions would then be relevant with that as well. So can you tell me how much we get?
$662,000 over 10 years, and next year is the final year of those payments.
So we get $662,000 a year for the infrastructure for our newest acquisition. Can you tell me how much money the city has spent in infrastructure over the last 9 years, it seems like?
We have spent a little bit more than $4.5 million. We caught up quite a bit last year, but we are not going to get to every street that we were supposed to with that $6.6 million.
So we've only spent $4.5 million in infrastructure?
We've received just under $6 million to date.
I'm not asking what we received. I'm asking what our coffers have spent.
Of non-county money on those streets, I have no idea. I'd have to go back through our CIP in detail.
So as
It's more than zero.
As we look at this, I'd like to know those figures. I think that's important for us to know. It's not, as I think Carolyn had said eloquently, they're not anteing up enough from the county on neglected areas that then the city is taking on because they deserve to be taken care of. And so those numbers and that data, I think, are critical as we have these conversations, because it's hard to go and do a specific plan that you know is going to help uplift an area that in another area could be left out. But we have to know that we can actually financially take that on before we do it. And I know they're hard questions, but I think it's something I would want to know. How many staff members have we added to the city since that acquisition from Moslin? Any public safety or anyone at all?
Yeah, I'm not sure that we have that information right now, but again, certainly something that we can get for the council.
I think that's something I would want to know as well, for a lot of different reasons. I feel like we're strung pretty thin on our current infrastructure and what our staff is asked to do. And so I want to make sure that we're balancing that out when it comes to the economic development of that. How much does the city, or what percentage do we get on property taxes for our budget? I think there's a misnomer that the city gets property taxes when in fact it goes mostly to the county, if I'm correct, and then we get a little percentage of that. And I think that's important because as we look at housing, oh good, Mr. Wagner just walked in. As we look at housing potentially, I think it's important to note how much we're actually gaining for property tax when they say, well, that should take care of everything, when in fact it doesn't come to us, it goes back to the county, who then antes up $662,000 a year. But they're getting about how much in property taxes for all those beautiful homes that have been built out there. Mr. Wagner, do you have an answer for me of the percentage that we get on property tax?
Good afternoon, Mayor, staff, members of the council. Scott Wagner, Finance Department. Bear with me because I just stepped in. But to your question, Councilmember McDonald, the city receives around 14% of the 1% of property taxes that get levied by the county. So if you think about it, if there's $1 worth of property tax sent to the county, we get 14 cents of that. I will add anecdotally that is a fairly small percentage when we look at agencies of our size within their counties.
Is that distributed because of state law that way or our own county?
It's a mixture of both. And like all things property taxes, there's a tie back to Prop 13 of when those agreements between the counties and the municipalities happened at the passage of Prop 13 that locked us into that 14%.
That's interesting to me. Thank you for that answer. What businesses are in the area along the corridor of your specific plans? Do you have an answer for that? The map is so teeny. I couldn't zoom in well enough, and my eyes are too old, so I couldn't see if we're adopting on any of the alternatives current businesses.
Yeah, so a lot of like used car lots and small retail spaces that sell not necessarily kind of like neighborhood serving stuff, but more destination. So repair shops, hot tub spa sales, car rentals, self-storage, those types of things.
I'm thinking Santa Rosa Avenue and going down, if I'm looking at like, do we get Friedman Brothers? Do we get any of those on alternative 1, 2, or 3? Or there's some other, I think, larger retail businesses out there or construction companies?
Yeah, construction companies. Friedman's is definitely in the specific plan boundary, yes.
Which one, all of them? Or?
Yes, the boundary is the same across all the alternatives. It just, each alternative looks at different areas within the overall plan for different development densities and intensities.
Okay. And because you're asking about housing, I think I'd still like some more information. So if we're building 600 houses, how much money does the city get from that, like our economic impact? Because I'm told a lot, you know, we get impact from that, but I'm still never been able to like drill down and find out how much that is from an economic standpoint. Because if I'm only getting 14 cents of a dollar on property taxes, is it coming from someplace else?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Gabe Osborne, Director of Planning and Economic Development. Thank you, council member, for that question. It is a very challenging question to answer. There are known revenue streams. So obviously, as we build new housing units, that is generating new property taxes. Then there gets into the whole equation as to whether you're increasing population or not, and how is that population spending dollars on sales tax, essentially. So a lot of our economic development strategy focuses on leakage and keeping those transactions within our trade market to ensure that we get those sales taxes. But as we know, humans are very dynamic, and between online sales and leaving the trade market, it's very difficult to figure that out. Obviously, with development, depending on the level of infrastructure that it installs, it could have more of a cost burden. So for example, if we're sprawling or we're building out with less density, there are more roadways that are injected into the inventory. If it's building park space, that goes into the inventory. So multifamily has a tendency to generate a higher return per taxable, for property taxes, per taxable square footage, and it has less of a burden on infrastructure. So it differs, but unfortunately there is not a tried and true calculation that determines what that is. But generally what we've seen with the increase in housing, it does generate, it's just how it offsets from an expenditure standpoint.
I think that hits the nail on the head for me, Gabe, was where are we getting money back to infuse into our coffers and what is being expended as far as what we're adding? So of the 3 alternatives, can I ask you what would be the least amount that has to go out, or what would be, it can't just be straight across net, revenue for us. It actually has to be a gain, in my opinion, on choices, because if we're adding more space, we should be considering more staff to take care of the space. If we're adding other infrastructure and we're adding other facilities or uses for the community, my concern is we're not able to maintain it. And that's why I think I need a little bit more of which is gonna be the best option for a lot of different reasons for the city. So I appreciate you tolerating all the questions on this one. And to me, this is a big choice on how we continue to develop in the city. Thanks.
Yeah, so as far as each alternative goes, the first one is projected to have the fewest residential units as a result of full build out. I will say, as I mentioned, it's not a huge difference. So the smallest one is about 9,500 new units, and the largest one is just over 10,000. So just a matter of about 500 units being different between all 3 alternatives.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Okrepke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you so much for that presentation. Just, I'm hoping you can help clarify something for me. This is just a planning document, right? Much like our general plan to give us a guidance for into the future and not an actual action item to take any action in the near future. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so any of these zonings that we give direction to today, any sort that can always be changed in the future by any council action if we want to change the zoning or any sort of planning documents. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you for that clarification. Just a couple of questions for me. So Rohnert Park has some interesting development underway itself, both Rohnert Park and actually the Federated Indians of Great Rancheria with the casino, where you got two fairly sizable urban hubs that are being generated down there around the casino and with the new city center Rohnert Park. Those obviously are pretty close to the end of Santa Rosa Avenue and where the city and where Santa Rosa and Rohnert Park come together. Are those developments being considered as we look at South Santa Rosa? Just in terms of long-term future development in that space for those communities?
I don't believe those large development projects in Rohnert Park are specifically addressed in this, but I will say there is like a overall circulation analysis that will be performed that would account for regional traffic and transportation network issues. But I don't know beyond that how, if at all, those have been considered as part of this process.
Okay. Oh, Jessica, did you want to add to that?
Thank you for the question, Mayor. I would just add that once we get to the portion of environmental review for this specific plan, there will be a full traffic analysis, which will look at projects that are either pending or have been recently developed. So it will look at, at least the transportation impacts of all of those new people and uses in Northern Rohnert Park.
Perfect. And of course, by Jessica, I meant Amy. My apologies.
That's okay.
Back to the annexation discussion for a second, because this is an important one for the community to understand. I'm glad we at least touched on it tonight. You've mentioned it, or both of you have hit on it with in terms of the kinds of traffic studies that we need to do, the kinds of road improvements that we need to make. If we were to go ahead with full-scale annexation, we're talking about new fire stations, new police substations. And I understand that we are loath to put any kind of dollar figure on this because it would be so, it would be very much an estimate. But is it possible to list the kinds of infrastructure that the city will have to put into place, the city in conjunction with development partners, long-term, in order to even think about annexation in the South Santa Rosa area? Just in terms of, again, as I've mentioned, fire stations, substations, road improvements, just to give the community a sense of how large the investment is and how careful the city has to be in this space.
Yeah, I'll start and might need some assistance or even correction. So the specific plan includes the preparation of an infrastructure development plan, financing plan, but it doesn't necessarily measure the costs of a full annexation of the specific plan area, because that's not involved in the process. I think if we wanted that, it would be a much more detailed study, and that's not in the scope of the specific plan.
And Mayor, I can actually add to that. Connor mentioned some really good points, but I think what's important to note is really what we're going through is more of a pre-zoning in some situations or a zoning exercise. So that's really determining how land is used, and then it determines how circulation goes to those land uses and general programming of that land. And then obviously as the development occurs, there's more of a better understanding of how it materializes and then the cost of providing that service. And in this particular case, there's another exercise which would be annexation. And that annexation could act as a whole. That annexation could be initiated by the city, or the annexation which we anticipate can be initiated by a property owner. Obviously, if it's initiated by the property owner, there's more of a discussion through LAFCO on what the ultimate boundary of that annexation is, but there's also an exercise to understand the cost of services to the city as far as taking that over. So really where we are right now is we have to understand the general direction from a planning standpoint, and then that allows us to come in through the mathematical calculation to better understand what it looks like in the event that number one materializes, and then the city takes that over through an annexation process. So hopefully that helps provide a little more context to that.
Thank you again for that clarity. And that, yes, it is. We are only talking about the planning for the the parts of that area that are currently within city purview. However, in the city conversation right now, when people look at that area, they're already, it's a live topic of conversation, as even our questions on the dais show. So, well, again, being very clear, we are not talking about annexation today, and there are many steps between now and then. But I do think it's helpful if we have any figures available, and I've seen some from prior study sessions, just to give the community a sense of what the scope is for that future conversation if the city were to consider annexation in this area, which this planning is at least a tentative step towards, just how large a decision that is and how much of an undertaking that is for the city. I don't want to belabor this point, but if there are a few sentences that can give people a sense of just how significant that kind of investment is, that will be helpful for the community discussion.
Yeah, and I think absolutely that's something that we can look forward to in the future. Obviously, we do understand that there is a lot of interest in the community about annexation, understanding the complexities of annexation, the cost and the boundary. But as we look at, and we work close with our finance department, we understand from an operational standpoint what it takes to serve that. We will do our best as this progresses to scratch out some preliminary numbers so it helps provide guidance to that decision making.
If I may, Mayor, I can do that in a couple of sentences without belaboring it. So when we went through this exercise in 2023, the comment that was given by the finance department is that the best information ultimately comes from our departments on what they need outside of planning documents, outside of studies that happen from outside sources. And we went through that exercise in 2023. And ultimately, again, coming back to your question of do we have an idea of what that was? We do. It was the police department asking for a new beat, or not needing a new beat, because ultimately when we look at the deployment of city resources, sometimes it's that one little extra need that pushes you over into needing additional. So we were looking at a substation, we were looking at an additional beat for police down there, as well as fire station, of course, along with all the public works needs that then are gonna really be up and above. When we looked at that strictly on an operating basis, it was underwater quite significantly, only on operating, not to bring it up to city standards on infrastructure. That is a whole other cost that couldn't get addressed. As you all know, we are fundamentally behind on how the city is meeting its profit, what we would call profit and loss or conceptualize it. So really this adding just would be doubling down on that. I would expect the numbers to be worse today than they were in 2023.
Thank you for that. All right, I won't put you on the spot any further, but I hope that gives the general public a sense of what a large discussion point that is. Any other questions from council right now? All right, we'll open this up to the public. Would any members of the public like to comment? Fred, you have the floor.
Am I live? Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of City Council. Santa Rosa is quite nice, but housing is a serious negative issue here. City housing costs are contributing to a trend of resegregation. This goes against affirmatively furthering fair housing. Santa Rosa is ranked in the bottom half of U.S. cities for affordability and as one of the worst places to rent or buy a first home due to high housing costs compared to income. The NAACP sent a letter to the council, re-council goals, and I'll quote, ensure that the South Santa Rosa specific plan includes concrete, enforceable anti-gentrification strategies that protects low-income residents, BIPOC communities, and seniors, implemented with the same level of specificity, accountability, and measurement as the plan's economic growth actions. The plan area is majority Latino and majority disadvantaged community. The plan area has a host of negative socioeconomic indicators in play, many vulnerable mobile home parks. The northern plan area is a severely disadvantaged community and is also an equity priority area and an environmental justice community. Since the plan will reasonably cause gentrification and displacement, what to do with the vulnerable demographics that needs to at least be mentioned in the preferred alternative. I also submit that outreach can't be a majority vote process. Plan area disadvantaged communities will likely be underrepresented. One of the council's jobs is to reduce disparities and promote equitable outcomes. I suggest to direct staff to focus on keeping plan equity issues front and center. The council needs to bring to bear the equity values the city says it has. The underrepresented need your voice. The plan's anti-displacement strategy calls for focused actions and targeted interventions. The council needs to emphasize that today. Across the Bay Area, the UC Berkeley Urban Displacement Project calls for bold anti-displacement action. It's not unreasonable to ask the council to weigh in on equity values that protect the city's 40% low-income residents and to now direct staff to focus on plan area disadvantaged communities and anti-displacement actions that have serious teeth. I'd also like to just make a comment on the annexation discussion that I don't believe there's ever a time when people say that annexation doesn't cost too much. And so that will always be said. And if the Todd Creek annexation area on the east side is annexed, but Moreland's not, that would be an example of LAFCO cherry picking because those communities are contiguous, and but the contiguity is up for discussion, but I would beware of the cherry picking aspect of taking the gravy but not taking Moreland Avenue too. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Ken?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, staff, council members. Ken McNabb, KMAC Advising, representing property owners of the vacant land between Santa Rosa Avenue and Petaluma Hill Road. Just to start quickly in response to Council Member McDonald's questions on the financial impacts, I would remind the council, I think most of you were on the council at the time, that as part of that 2023 discussion, we did submit an economic analysis that considered some of the fiscal impacts as well as the economic benefits. We looked at the annexation or the specific plan area in 3 different pieces, east side of or west side of Highway 101, the Santa Rosa Avenue corridor, and the east side of 101, the vacant lands between Santa Rosa Avenue and Petaluma Hill Road. And what that study showed was the greatest impact, as you would probably expect, would be the area west of 101. You have a lot of under-improved infrastructure needs. You have very little development potential to increase property tax, and you have a cap on your property taxes. You have a largely built-out area that's limited in how much you can increase property taxes. Santa Rosa Avenue corridor performed about break even, if I'm remembering the study correctly. You do have significant property tax and sales tax, even more significantly generation in that area. That area broke even. The properties on the eastern edge of the specific plan area performed the best. You have undeveloped land that will come in with new homes that will be assessed at the highest possible value. You will have a development impact fee revenue. You will have brand new infrastructure, largely paid by development, that won't burden the city, at least in the initial years. I don't remember the magnitude of differences other than West Side was a loss, Central was break-even-ish, and East was the best performing. You have that study, and I'd be happy to share it again if there's any interest. With respect to the alternatives, these comments relate to the Todd Creek area. The land use plan, our clients prefer, of the 3 that are out there now, alternative 2. It represents the best mix, in our opinion, of residential densities. It's not as intense as alternative 1, but more intense than alternative 3. For parkland, we prefer the concepts that show 2 smaller parks in the north and southern portion of the Todd Creek area. These parks, in our opinion, will be more accessible and usable to future residents of the community. I'm running out of time. The last comment I'll make is we would advocate for the road extension to Petaluma Hill Road be Bellevue Avenue and not Robles. Bellevue offers a cross-town connection.
Thank you, Ken. Are there other members of the public that would like to speak on this item? And if so, let's use both podiums. We'll start with this podium here, and if you could please alternate back and forth. Go ahead.
Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Concepción Domínguez. Soy residente de Moreland por 13 años.
Lo siento, señora. Un momento para interpretación servicios. Lo siento. Can I please ask the interpreter not actively interpreting in the Spanish channel to move over and listen to the speaker and then provide interpretation of her comments? Thank you.
Soy residente de Moreland por 13 años. Quiero comenzar reconociendo el trabajo que se ha realizado en la actualización del plan específico del sur de Santa Rosa. En las 3 alternativas presentadas, Moreland está incluido e identificado como una comunidad de interés. Gracias por reconocer lo que nuestra comunidad ha sido desde hace tiempo, que Moreland está siendo evaluada en este proceso. Se nos dice que se nos dice que no hay suficientes datos para considerarnos una comunidad no incorporada en desventaja. La carga no debería recaer en los residentes para demostrar con datos lo que hemos vivido. Todos los días, la falta de infraestructura, la falta de inversión y las desigualdades de larga data son reales que nuestra comunidad conoce de primera mano. Nos preocupa que la falta de datos se utilice para justificar la exclusión continua, que sigamos quedándonos en el margen como si no fuéramos plenamente parte del lugar que llamamos hogar. Las decisiones que tomen aquí importan, más allá de esta sala. Van a influir en lo que ocurra en estos procesos, incluyendo LAFCO. Les pedimos que sean intencionales y que sean productivos y que aseguren que Moreland no se quede atrás una vez más. Gracias.
Can the interpreter providing interpretation in Spanish raise their hand? Thank you, Claudia. Can you please move to the, I'm going to have Lauren move you to the main channel for restating this comment in English.
Yes, excuse the interpreter. The interpreter would have to do a consecutive interpretation. She read a whole passage, and I would need access to what she read in order to do a site translation or something of that sort. I was not able to instruct the speaker to stop and let the interpreter interpret as we go along. How would you like to handle that?
Okay, we'll have the speaker restate her comment in Spanish, and we will ask how, at what increment would you like her to pause so she can make the statement again?
Yes, I would ask her that. Thank you. Sí, buenas tardes a la ponente que acaba de presentar en este momento. Le pedimos que regrese al podio, por favor. Le vamos a pedir que repita su discurso. Y se le pide con amabilidad, por favor, que lo vaya usted haciendo poco a poco para que la intérprete vaya interpretando al inglés poco a poco, ¿verdad? 2, 3 palabras. Gracias.
Thanks to everyone for their patience. We want to make sure that everyone has a chance to speak. Thank you, Madam City Clerk.
Buenas tardes.
Afternoon.
Mi nombre es Concepción Domínguez. Soy residente de Moreland por 13 años.
My name is Concepcion Dominguez, and I am a Moreland resident for 13 years.
Quiero comenzar reconociendo el trabajo que se ha realizado en la actualización del plan específico del sur de Santa Rosa.
I'd like to start recognizing the work that has been taking place with the specific plan in the south of Santa Rosa.
En las 3 alternativas presentadas, Moreland está incluido e identificado como una comunidad de interés.
With the 3 alternatives, Moreland has been identified as an area of interest.
Gracias por reconocer lo que nuestra comunidad ha sabido desde hace tiempo.
Thank you for recognizing what our community knows about for a long time.
Que Moreland está siendo evaluado en este proceso. Se nos dice que no hay suficientes datos para considerarnos una comunidad incorporada.
We know that Moreland has been evaluated in this process. We are told that there's not enough data to be considered Moreland as an incorporated community.
En desventaja, la carga no debería de recaer en los residentes para demostrar con datos lo que vivimos todos los días.
So disadvantaged community the weight should not fall on the residents to show with data what we have to live through day by day.
La falta de infraestructura, la falta de inversión y las desigualdades de larga data son reales.
The lack of infrastructure, the lack of investment, the inequality at large, it's real.
Que nuestra comunidad conoce de primera mano, nos preocupa que la falta de datos se utilice para justificar la exclusión continua.
Our community knows firsthand that the lack of data is real for us, and it affects us day by day.
Que sigamos quedándonos en el margen como si no fuéramos plenamente parte del lugar en que llamamos hogar.
We continue to be left out, like if we're not part of this plan of a place that we call our home.
Las decisiones que tomen aquí importan más allá de esta sala.
The decisions that you take here are more important, furthermore than just this area in here, this place.
Van a influir en lo que ocurra en estos procesos, incluyendo LAFCO.
It would have an influence as to what will happen in this process, including LAFCO.
Les pedimos que sean intencionales y que sean productivos y que aseguren que Moreland no se quede atrás una vez más.
We ask for you to be influential and to take place in this process, and including LAFCO, and not to be left out one more time.
Gracias por todo.
Thank you. Thank you for everything.
Thank you. Next podium.
Good afternoon to the mayor and to council members. Thank you for this for allowing us to speak. And we want to thank you for the presentation that you've had and the outreach to the community. My name is Irene Rosario. I am a native of Santa Rosa. I've lived in Moreland area for 40 plus years. Everything that we do is related to the city of Santa Rosa. You know, we are shopping, schools, interaction. I also sit on Bellevue Union School District as the board president. So with that said, I want to start by again saying thank you for recognizing our area as an interest. But I also want to say that it is important to recognize that we are an underprivileged community, and that's not reflected in the LAFCO report. It is reflected in the county report, it's reflected in your report, it's also reflected in the Safe Roads to School. So we're just concerned that it not being included affects our future possibilities of annexation. So please consider that when you're studying whatever was presented to you today. I am part of the Moreland Neighborhood Action Team, and we do a lot of outreach to our community. And everybody that comes to our meeting is in the same idea that they're part of Santa Rosa, and we deserve the services. We're like an island by ourselves, and that carved out. And you're going to the east side instead of the west side is very, very concerning. So again, please consider our area for future. We are very predominantly Latino community. So I want to thank you for, again, the presentation, and please consider us in future annexation. And the LAFCO report has to be changed. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. My name is Norma Yukich. I've lived on Moreland Avenue for 43 years. First, I want to express my appreciation for the recognition that the Moreland community was given in all three alternatives of the South Santa Rosa specific plan. And I'm also appreciative that members of the neighborhood had the opportunity to participate in the process of identifying some of our greatest needs with the South Santa Rosa specific plan meetings. Our neighborhood lies between Highway 101 to the east and an industrial park to the west. We're isolated from stores, restaurants, and professional services. And although we now have a neighborhood park and access to the smart pathway, for those of us who live south of West Robles on Moreland, walking to these public recreation areas is extremely dangerous. There are no sidewalks, and deep drainage ditches run along both sides of the road. My husband walks with a cane, which makes it even riskier for him. Cars routinely run the stop signs at Moreland and West Robles, and on more than a few occasions, I've had to jump into a ditch to avoid a vehicle that came around the corner without stopping. I'm getting a little old for that kind of action. The public transit stops on Moreland south of Robles are inaccessible to people with disabilities and pretty challenging to non-disabled people as well. Due to the lack of sidewalks and the hazardous ditches, there's no safe place for a person to stand and wait for the bus, much less a place to sit. There are no crosswalks at all on Moreland Avenue, despite the fact that hundreds of children would need to cross the street to go to Andes Park. I'm especially concerned that LAFCO doesn't consider us a disadvantaged, unincorporated community. The issues I've described are unsafe and inequitable conditions that have persisted over decades. And they've actually worsened because of the greatly increased traffic on Moreland since the housing developments of the late 90s and early 2000s. So please keep the needs of the Moreland neighborhood as a priority as this process continues. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mayor and council members. My name is Esther Lemos. Sometimes they know me as Limas. I'm a resident of Moreland. I lived in Moreland for 55 years. My 5 daughters were raised there. Moreland has always been left behind. When it rained, the water would come up to the last step of my house. I had to wear boots to carry my kids out to the bus stop. And after many years, it was resolved. I want to acknowledge that the 3 plans that were presented at our Moreland meeting by your group, Moreland was included as a community of interest. Thanks for recognizing our community and the needs that exist in Moreland. Moreland has been the forgotten child. Unfortunately, it took the death of a child, Andy Lopez, for the county to start to see the needs of our community. Our community have many needs, such as safe streets, sidewalks, drainage. West Robles needs sidewalks instead of ditches that overflow across the road when it rains. Hopefully you, the city of Santa Rosa, will consider us in a new future for annexation. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Next speaker.
Hello, can you hear me? Good afternoon, Mayor, council members, and staff. My name is Paige, and I am a member of the Sonoma County Tenants Union. We are a coalition of renters and manufactured homeowners, including residents of the specific plan area and throughout Sonoma County. And we organize for dignified, affordable housing for all. I am here today because I'm a renter in the city of Santa Rosa, and I'm currently severely rent burdened, which means I'm paying more than 50% of my income to my rent. About 1/3 of the residents in the plan area are also severely rent burdened, and it is extremely difficult for folks like us to relocate. We just don't have a stash of cash to cover deposits, take time off of work, and the other costs of relocating. Unfortunately, I have experienced 2 no-fault evictions in the last 5 years. And in both situations, it was for the economic improvement of my landlord, and I had to bear the costs. Unfortunately, based on my own recent experiences and the experiences of other union members, I can share that current protections in our region are not sufficient for keeping our neighbors and families stably housed here. The Sonoma County Tenants Union supports policies that prevent the displacement of the vibrant, beautiful existing communities in the plan area. Thank you.
Thank you, Paige. Next speaker.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Adriana Rizon, and I'm the Executive Director of Health Equity Rising, leading the implementation of Sonoma County's Agenda for Action, which focuses on communities most disinvested in all of Sonoma County. This includes our moorland neighbors. I want to start by thanking you for the work gone into the South Santa Rosa specific plan update. Also, thank you for recognizing what our community has long known, that Moreland is a community with real needs that deserve attention and investment. At the same time, there is a parallel process happening through the Local Agency Formation Commission, where Moreland is being evaluated. In that process, we're being told there is not enough data to consider Moreland a disadvantaged, unincorporated community. This raises a serious concern because burden should not fall on residents to prove through data what we live every day. Lack of infrastructure, lack of investment, and longstanding inequities are realities this community knows firsthand. I am worried that gaps in data will be used to justify continued exclusion, that we will remain on the margins, treated as if we are not fully part of the place we call home. Please use the lessons learned in the Portrait of Sonoma County when it stated certain communities were not statistically significant to be included in data that informed policy, when the reality was that people collecting and conducting the research were not well equipped to engage with the communities and the realities of where they lived. Does this render these communities that were not listened to or heard invisible? We don't want to repeat that again. So please listen and center our moorland neighbors in the decisions that will affect their lives. The decisions made here matter beyond this room. They will influence what happens in other processes, including LAFCO. We are asking you to be intentional, to be proactive, and to ensure that Moreland is not left behind again. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. I'm Kate Bybee. I'm a housing policy analyst at Legal Aid of Sonoma County. And I want to begin by first acknowledging the tremendous amount of work that has gone into preparing the South Santa Rosa specific plan, including critically the community engagement around this. I want to highlight today the affordable housing and anti-displacement strategy, which is a really critical component of this plan. The anti-displacement strategy outlines the current affordability conditions in the area. It identifies vulnerability to displacement in the plan area, and it identifies specific policies and programs that are designed to preserve affordable housing, strengthen housing stability, and reduce the risk of displacement as a result of this plan. I do want to highlight that this report identifies that there's a high risk of vulnerability to displacement pressures in the plan area. The plan area, as we've heard, is 53% Latino, and over a quarter of residents are immigrants. Many residents in this area face significant economic challenges, including lower incomes, higher poverty rates, and higher numbers of rent-burdened households. Also noting that mobile homes make up 1/6 of all housing in the area plan, which is significantly more than the citywide average. The anti-displacement strategy outlines policies and programs to ensure that the risks of displacement associated with the plan are properly mitigated and that existing communities are able to benefit from the specific plan's vision for development and the investments in amenities and services and infrastructure in the plan area that are so long overdue. I would urge the council to consider the anti-displacement strategy as integral to the goals of the specific plan, not separate from. And as an organization, Legal Aid of Sonoma County stands ready to partner with the city in any way that's helpful as you work to craft policies and implement programs to make sure that folks in the plan area are able to stay in the plan area. Thank you.
Thank you, Legal Aid. Are there any other members of the public who wish to comment? Anna, go ahead whenever you're ready.
Mayor, City Council members, hello, good afternoon, everyone who is in the room. My name is Anna Diaz, and I am from Roseland. My grandparents lived off of Barbara Drive for over 17 years, and I grew up in, I grew up in the Moreland and in the Roseland neighborhoods. I wanted to start off by saying it's important to reach to the residents of Moreland. Many that live in the area often feel invisible, and these policies and these decisions often feel overlooked. So I just wanted to note that I've been to many of the conversations, I've been to many of the workshops, and I do want to say that there needs to be improvement of translation, because the last the workshop that I was present at the Moreland meeting, the translation was not so great for those who were present in the room. So I just wanted to note that for our council members and for our city staff. Along with that, today is Farm Workers Awareness Week, Farm Workers Day, and it's also Ag Day, and many of our Moreland residents are farm workers. And what I am not familiar with, or what I'm not really understanding, is that many of them have expressed that they do not want more housing on the southwest area of town. I'm also a resident of the southwest area of town, and if you are in and out of Moreland every day, you should know that if there is a fire evacuation or something critical that happens or occurs, there's only 2 exits out of there. So there's Todd Road and Corby Avenue. And so if something were to happen, it's gonna be completely filled with traffic. So I do want you guys to note that when you guys talk about housing, and it would be really good for you guys to get into contact with Grayton Labor Day Center as well, okay? And that concludes my comment. Thank you. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Anna. Dwayne, are you making your way to the podium?
Yes, sir.
Welcome.
Thank you kindly, sir. Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. I've been following these types of activities ever since the Southwest Area Plan of 1993-94. One of the difficulties is to get better, authentic community engagement when doing anything like this. I attended some of the meetings. I basically have been following the situation for so long that I realize Santa Rosa is already overwhelmed. It cannot even take care of what it has within its city limits right now. Many roads, highly damaged, potholes everywhere, terrible traffic, many difficulties even following up on stuff that was funded decades ago, such as the Roseland Creek Concept Plan from 2004. So it's really important that everybody here today understand this is a really nice wish list that people are putting together to try to get something positive for the folks that live down on Moreland. Many of them were my friends when I was young and went to Lawrence Cook Junior High with some of them. One of the dilemmas that we face right now is the economy is going to get worse. You have 2 ongoing wars right now, and perhaps more coming forward. You won't get federal monies. We're basically looking at a situation here today that you hope you might be able to achieve. We want to make sure and not give anyone false hope. We need to make sure that this is something that can be attainable within our lifetime. The things that were promised in the Southwest Area Plan of 93, 94 are just now coming forward in Roseland, where there's intense buildup going on Hearn Avenue. There is new housing coming in, and there are thousands more people living in an area where the infrastructure can't even take care of it now. So one of the things I want to make sure is everybody here understands I am very appreciative of city staff and all the council members, even the city attorney and the interim city manager. You're all doing a good job, but it's a Sisyphean task. If you folks don't know what that is, that means we're rolling the ball up the hill and it keeps rolling back down and we never get the stuff done. So trying to take on Santa Rosa, South Santa Rosa Avenue, and the Moreland District, bring it all into Santa Rosa, will just give you you'll have so many more responsibilities that you can't take care of. It's a difficult situation, I understand. It's not on you, it's just on the nature of life in a sense. Maybe in my lifetime we'll get the Roseland Creek concept plan done. We worked so hard on it, I'm hoping in the next 20 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Dwayne. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak? Seeing none, we'll close public comment and bring it back to council for any final comments or direction to staff. Mr. Alvarez.
First of all, thank you to the last speaker as well as a couple of the speakers prior for the low dose of reality. When I attended the meetings in Moreland, it was made very clearly that the conversation was not about annexation. The conversation was about dreaming what Santa Rosa will look like in the future, and for us to come up with a collective plan between the city of Santa Rosa and the county of Sonoma on how to collectively achieve that dream. I understand that we asked questions that really didn't pertain to the conversation that was being had today, which was which of the three, which most liked by the community, and wanting feedback from council or interpreting what the community was saying. With that being said, though, the questions that were asked by my colleagues are very pertinent to the conversation to be had in the near future. Near, maybe 20 years. But the reality is, we did it when we annexed Roseland. And specifically, I use the Corby Auto Mall and the Marketplace Center, where we did take away the greatest generator of sales tax away from Moreland, and then said, Moreland, you don't generate enough taxes. This is my interpretation, this is my experience. I understand that there's projects by developers that aren't initiated by the city that may come forward. I hope that we do not repeat the error of taking the best and leaving the rest. Or I believe somebody said, take the gravy and leave the potatoes. Whatever the example is, I think it's an unjust and disservice to the Moreland community that have given so much to be left again without the gem. So I think there's the right way to do it, and it's just not the time for it yet. And that's the reality. But when that time comes, Moreland as a whole is a beautiful place with beautiful people and should be respected.
Thank you, Mr. Alvarez. Ms. Benuelos.
Thank you, Mayor. Again, I thank you for the presentation, and I think I just want to make just a couple of points. I think what many of the speakers talked about in terms of displacement, I think that's a huge issue for the area of Moreland and all around there, and that definitely has to be taken into consideration. I think somebody mentioned the issue of just having equity in mind when we approach these alternatives. When I look at the alternatives, it seems to me that there should be a combination. It's not just alternative one or alternative two, but maybe a combination, because there's good things in all three. And just by the way, Moreland is everywhere, and I really appreciate that. I think that's important. The only thing that I will say lastly about annexation, and I only brought it up because it has been something that I think the community has wanted for a long, long time. And I went through the Roseland one. You know, I sat on the advisory board, and I was there in 2017, as many of us were. And I know what that process is, and I know how long it took to get there. I remember that really clearly. So it is true what Councilmember Alvarez says, it may take a while, but whether it comes from perhaps a private developer recognizing that Moreland does qualify for this, because it does and it shouldn't be left out, or it's initiated by us. I am really concerned that none of this may come to fruition if annexation doesn't happen eventually. That's my biggest concern. And I'm also concerned that if it doesn't come either from another area or us, that they never will be annexed. That's another concern I have, at least in my lifetime. So those are just concerns that I have, because I know that the community needs it. It's, they need the services. I understand our financial constraints really well. And so maybe it can't happen today, but I think it's something that we have to keep in the forefront. And that's what I'll say. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Fleming.
Thank you. Most of my comments have already been said by council members Alvarez and Banuelos. Maybe this got covered and I missed it earlier, but one of the concerns I have about the data is that an over-reliance on data to define a duck concerns me in terms of when the data was last collected, and during COVID being a really difficult time to collect accurate data. And so to my mind, if there is data collected in the 2025 in between the census, I think that might be useful to look at. But I think that it's sort of common sense that if it looks like a duck and it walks like a duck, it probably is a duck, even if we don't have the census data to prove that it's a duck. So that, to my mind, is I'm fully in favor of us figuring out a way to get to annexing this part of Santa Rosa, but it has to be with Moreland. It can't be without that part for my support.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Okrepke.
Thank you. I'm not going to belabor the points that have already been made. I agree with a lot of what my colleagues have already said. But to get back to the study session and direction, I was leaning towards alternative 2 based on what I've heard from the community of no more density in the Moreland area, focusing it towards the city center. Councilmember Banuelos said that she'd like to see it intermixing. I'm very open to that. But I think for this conversation, alternative 2 is where I lean, and if there's some alterations with that, I'm more than happy to hear them.
Ms. McDonald.
Thank you. And while I understand what the study session is, after hearing the comments from the community as well as our concerns around annexation, to me, this is like the forecast. And so I think that's why we're being cautious about it looks like we could be promising to a community that's been waiting for us to have the next conversation. And so I also find that sometimes when we're doing planning, we're actually not looking too far into the future, because it's almost a what if scenario. But I think it's critical, because it's been happening for so long, that these conversations have been going on. So one of the things I do want to comment on, I'm not really sure why the county gets away with not investing in the current infrastructure of the people that live in the county and still are part of a county. So while Santa Rosa wants to make sure everybody has made whole, where's the county's responsibility in making sure that there's safe streets, that there's proper grading, that there's infrastructure in that area? And I think that has to be part of this conversation if we can help advocate for the people, because through annexation, through all the things that we're talking about, it takes so long, but they're currently dealing with issues. And in my opinion, that needs to go back to the supervisors, because that is their responsibility. And they have been shirking that for a long time for Moreland. So I feel that, to me, if that's something we're talking about with the county, they're not going to get off on $662,000 a year in investment when they have never invested in this community. And I don't mean never, we shouldn't say that, but to me, it's a clear need for them. As far as the displacements of the citizens that are there, I want to make sure that that's taken into consideration. I couldn't understand it from the presentation which one would have the least amount of displacement, but I think that those comments were concerning to hear from legal aid. So whatever we can do to work with legal aid, if we're looking at mobile home parks and people who need that, I would be interested in making sure we protect that as much as we can. And if alternative 2 is the best one to do that, then I'm for alternative 2. When I was looking at it, alternative 1 made the most sense to me because it focused on economic development and businesses. And I don't know if I'm reading it wrong, but I would say that there should be also an emphasis on that, on the Santa Rosa Avenue corridor and the high density area towards the city that's already sort of in place, if we can do that. Maybe it does need to be a combo of those 2 different alternatives. I appreciate the presentation and for you tolerating all of our comments and questions about the what if conversation that could happen in the near future. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Rogers?
Thank you, Mayor. First, thank you for the presentation, and it is good to hear that our LAFCO representative hears the needs that the community are saying that they need. Whether we feel like this was the right time to do it or not, it's always the right time to let your leaders know what it is that your needs are. I'm with Councilmember Benuelos when we talk about, I always use this word, cherry picking. About from different sections. I think I really like alternative 1 for the bike and pedestrian improvements and the improved connectivity for Moreland residents. I absolutely do not like increasing residential when the basic infrastructure is not even there. That doesn't seem, it seems counterproductive to me and what we're trying to accomplish. And I know that we would be working with the county, but I think that we probably should make that pretty clear that we're trying to improve what the neighborhoods have, not increase the people that are there. And I do live in that area, and we don't have the infrastructure. So we really have to look at the existing infrastructure also. Improve the existing infrastructure, improve the connectivity, make improvements, and then we can come back and look at additional residential would be mine. But there's some things I like about all of them. Greenway connections and connectivity is always good because it helps us get around the whole city, and people that don't have vehicles can access different parts of the city. So really like that. And then concentrating on infill downtown. So that will be my input.
Thank you. And Gabe, Amy, and Connor, thank you so much for all your work and for your patience with our questions. Thank you to all the folks who came out for this item, for all the residents of Moreland, for development interests. This shows that this part of town, our last large underdeveloped part of Santa Rosa, this is going to be a topic of conversation for decades to come. And what you can hear, I think, on council is agreement that what we can't do is let this sprawl, and we can't let it negatively affect the communities who are there, that we've got to do this in a thoughtful way. And staff and the community input to date has given us 3 really interesting options. I wish that I was more of an urban planner, to get back to the question at hand. I'm not comfortable in this space. What I will say is that we've got good things going on in downtown Santa Rosa, and you can feel the momentum there. And you can see the momentum in Rohnert Park as well. And so for the first time in Sonoma County, you've got these 2 genuine urban hubs that are kind of starting to develop in tandem. And then you've got this long stretch of semi-developed space, residential space in between. And it just seems like if we can encourage those 2 urban poles at either end of that and keep the sprawl from happening in the middle, where you've heard talk about housing that can't be supported by infrastructure, commercial space that is only loosely tied to the downtown cores. I guess my only half-formed thought is that to the extent that we can look at what's happening in Rohnert Park as a way to anchor that southern end of Santa Rosa Avenue, because presumably 30 years from now and 40 years from now, we're going to be even more tightly entwined with that neighborhood. And so we might as well take it into consideration now. So that's the only sort of half-formed thought that I can add to the conversation. Otherwise, the three options are all creative and all make for a nice future for this area. And it's going to be interesting to see over the next few months what other community input we get. And I think I speak for council when I say that we're looking forward this fall to seeing what comes back with the next iteration of this plan. And if there's nothing else, we will move on to our next item. Oops, Mr. Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. Correct me if I'm wrong, but one of the comments made during these workshops was the ability to also describe a hybrid. And so I just wanted to throw it out there that it wasn't just these three options, it's also a culmination of these three options as the conversation was very free flowing. Just want to remind the folks out there who do participate in the conversations that you're not just bound to three, but just dream.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to add to tie the conversation up together. We obviously do realize that bringing three options starts the conversation, and there's the natural tendency to create a hybrid of the three. So thank you for providing the feedback. I think we did hear some really solid points on some of the core issues that will help us move forward. Obviously, density, the intermix of commercial, the connectivity, the green space, those are all really important high-level planning issues to move this process forward. As one of the things that I think as our neighbors start growing, understanding the connectivity to our neighbors, understanding how we potentially don't put commercial that competes with our neighbors, how we do that with Rohnert Park building out, I think is a really important point. So we will tie all this together. At the end of the day, we do have to work towards a preferred alternative, but obviously understanding that's a process that takes in community feedback. And it's really difficult. I've not done planning my entire career, so I lean heavily on these folks here, and it is a very unique environment to try to get to a final determination when it's so important to the community. So we will understand that, we'll tie this together and move the project forward.
Thank you all. Thanks for the great work. All right, with that, we move on to our next item. Item 6, our report, if any, on our study in closed session. Madam City Attorney.
Mayor, my apologies, Mayor. We were going to restate the announcement of the interpretation services available online today for the room.
Thank you for reminding me, Madam City Clerk. Let's do that.
Thank you. Lauren, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Dina. Could I have the interpreters of both languages currently not interpreting raise their hands? So I can move you over. Thank you so much. Okay. I'd like to ask the interpreters currently on the Spanish and Mandarin channels to commence interpretation or continue interpretation of the meeting. For those just joining the meeting, live interpretation in Spanish and Mandarin is available, and members of the public or staff wishing to listen in Spanish or Mandarin can join those channels by clicking on the interpretation icon in the Zoom toolbar. It looks like a globe. If you're on your cell phone or tablet, locate the three dots, tap them lightly, and put a check mark on your preferred language. Click Done to activate and begin the interpretation. Once you join your preferred channel, we recommend that you shut off the main audio so you only hear either the Spanish or the Mandarin interpretation. Spanish interpreter, Isidro, would you please restate this in Spanish, and then Willis will restate in Mandarin.
Buenas tardes. La reunión de hoy tiene interpretación simultánea en español. Para acceder a la interpretación simultánea, pueden ustedes hacer clic en el icono del globo terráqueo que van a ver en la parte de abajo de su pantalla de Zoom y entonces hacer clic de nuevo en el lenguaje de su preferencia, en este caso Spanish o español. Si ustedes están en su teléfono celular o en una tableta, localicen los tres puntitos que están en la parte inferior o superior derecha de su pantalla de Zoom, hagan clic allí, entonces verán desplegarse la opción interpretación, otro clic y pueden entonces elegir el idioma de su preferencia, Spanish o español. No se olviden de hacer clic en Done o finalizar para que empiece el canal de interpretación. Ahora, una vez estén allí, les recomendamos que pongan el audio principal muy bajo o en mudo para poder escuchar la reunión solamente en español. Gracias.
感谢加入我们的会议。我们会议也提供了实时的西语跟普通话的翻译。如果任何的公众或者员工呢，希望听到呢西语或者普通话的翻译的话呢，可以呢随时的加入。那可以呢在你的电脑下面呢看到一个呢圆的球，然后点击进去呢就可以寻找呢你需要的一个语言。或者如果你是用手机或者的电子仪器的话，有3个点，点进去呢可以选择你所需要的语言。那我们也强烈建议呢，当你进入到我们的翻译频道的话呢，就关闭了主音频。那这样子的话呢，只会有呢翻译的频道呢在给你提供实时的翻译了。谢谢 ，Thank you so much.
One more comment, Mayor. For the interpreters, can you please also state that there are language headsets in council chamber for Spanish and Mandarin and assisted hearing, and they are available at the top of the well or at the top of the chamber with the administrative assistant near the door. Isidra, go ahead.
Sí, quería también anunciar que en la cámara de la audiencia, si ustedes están allí presentes y necesitan interpretación en español, hay audífonos disponibles. Suban a la parte superior de la cámara donde van a encontrar los audífonos que está entregando un asistente administrativo. Si ustedes desean participar en comentarios públicos en español, habrá un intérprete que le va a hacer interpretación consecutiva. Les pedimos que por favor hablen despacio y paren después de cada frase para dar al intérprete una oportunidad de hacer su interpretación consecutiva. Muchas gracias. Back to you.
Thank you,
还有呢，
Willis.
在我们的现场呢，如果需要呢实时翻译的话呢，我们现场呢也会提供了翻译的器具呢，就是呢我们的耳塞，你可以在呢我们的旁边，在我们的门边的话呢，找到我们的助理呢，就可以拿到我们的一个器具了。Thank you.
Thank you. Back to you, Mayor.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk, and thank you to our translators this evening. All right, with that, we'll move on to item 6, a report, if any, on study and closed sessions. Madam City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There is no reportable action taken in closed session today. We just completed a study session regarding South Santa Rosa specific plan land use and circulation alternatives, and that's the end of my report.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. All right, with that, let's move on to item 7.1, our proclamation for Women's History Month. Ms. McDonald.
Thank you, Mayor. It's my honor to do this proclamation today. Whereas the theme for Women's History Month, Leading the Change, Women Shaping the Sustainable Future, calls upon us to confront the wide range of overlapping global challenges, including climate change, economic insecurity, healthcare disparities, and threats to democratic participation. And whereas the story of women throughout America and in Sonoma County is a story of women of all ages, races, and cultural backgrounds who lead campaigns for equity and civil rights, advance professional and educational opportunities, founded entirely new enterprises, and contributed significantly to the arts, sciences, and humanistic causes. And whereas Women's History Month provides the opportunity for communities and schools to expand appreciation for the diverse contributions of women who've led and are leading sustainability efforts across environmental, economic, educational, and social justice movements, and empower action towards sustainability. And whereas Women's History Month highlights how these challenges are intertwined and how women, particularly from marginalized communities, such as in parts of Sonoma County, often experience their impact most acutely. Now, therefore, may it be resolved that Mark Stapp, Mayor of the City of Santa Rosa, on behalf of the entire City Council, in recognition of the significant role played by women in leading the charge towards lasting sustainable solutions to these complex challenges, do hereby proclaim the month of March 2026 to be Women's History Month.
Again, thank you all for being here. And I believe we have Melanie Jones-Carter of the, let's see, the Sonoma County Commission on the Status of Women here. Miss Jones-Carter, are you, there you are. Either podium is fine, Melanie.
Thank you.
Melanie, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much for the proclamation acknowledging Women's History Month. The commission was started by the Board of Supervisors to provide support for women and girls in Sonoma County. This past year, our commission has presented 3 panels, one on homelessness, one on immigration and mental health, and our own council member Rogers was on that last panel. Our next panel is going to be April 9th, and we encourage you all to watch by Zoom or in person. Again, thank you very much for the support.
Melanie, thank you, and thanks to the other commissioners as well for all of your work. With that, we'll open it up to public comment on this item. Would anybody like to comment on this proclamation? Seeing none, we will close public comment. And Melanie and any other members of the commission or interested community members, look, let's do a photo down front. Melanie, you want to come up to the front? Thank you again, Melanie. And with that, we'll move on to item 7.2, our proclamation for American Red Cross Month. Mr. Okrepke.
Thank you. Whereas in March, we recognize American Red Cross Month by honoring our neighbors who make its humanitarian mission possible in Santa Rosa. Every day, their acts of kindness change lives, bring relief, comfort, and hope when help cannot wait. And whereas this compassionate spirit runs deep in our community, just as it has since the inception of the American Red Cross 145 years ago, and whereas today, those that serve with the Northern California coastal region of the American Red Cross here in Sonoma County light the way during emergencies by delivering shelter, food, and comfort after disasters, providing a safe, life-saving blood supply for patients facing conditions like cancer treatments, childbirth, complications, and traumatic injuries, assisting military members, veterans, and their families with 24/7 global support, or empowering individuals with skills like first aid and CPR that save lives. And whereas these collective efforts are a powerful reminder that the strength of our community lies in our shared commitment to one another. As we mark Red Cross Month, let us celebrate our local heroes and resolve to continue lifting each other up so no one faces an emergency alone. Now, therefore, may it be resolved that Mark Stapp, the mayor of the city of Santa Rosa, on behalf of the entire city council, in recognition of our community, do hereby proclaim March 2026 to be American Red Cross Month.
And we have a couple of Red Cross members here to accept the proclamation. Andy, the floor is yours.
Thanks very much. I want to thank the council for the proclamation. We appreciate it very much. We appreciate the close relationship that we've had with the council over the many years that Red Cross has been here in Sonoma County. I want to also congratulate Vice Mayor Okrepke on elevating himself from the unofficial mayor of Coffey Park to the official vice mayor of Santa Rosa. We've worked with Greg ever since, with Jeff ever since the Tubbs fire, which is when I got involved with the Red Cross in the first place. And we appreciate so much his work and the work of all of you in helping keep the community safe. Red Cross works in two different fields. We work in the blue sky territory, and the gray sky. Gray sky is those areas when we have disasters that we have to respond to. Most recently, a month ago, Red Cross was tested by the National Red Cross to see how our local Red Cross is able to respond to a disaster. There was a practice event at Finley Center in Santa Rosa where our disaster response team gathered. We were expected to achieve a score minimally of 60%, meeting all the criteria in that test. We met the criteria with 95%. So we are ready to respond to disasters in Sonoma County, but we also do blue sky work, which is making people prepared in many different ways. I do programs in K-2 education where we teach kids to how to be ready for home fires. I also lead a program that installs smoke alarms in the homes of moderate to low income folks who cannot otherwise afford them. We do that as free service. I want to introduce two other members of the Red Cross team. We have one of only 2 high school Red Cross clubs in the North Bay. And Rosie Avendano is the president of the Santa Rosa High School Red Cross Club.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Rosie Avendano. I'm a senior at Santa Rosa High School and president of Santa Rosa Red Cross Club. In short, the American Red Cross has done great things. Our club has hosted 2 blood drives during the year of 24 and 26. So, you know, we're representing great things, and we've also hosted we've installed smoke alarms around the Roseland area. We've hosted fundraisers with Dave Hot Chicken, and we're hoping to do many more things. And thank you so much for your time. Thank you.
Also like to introduce Denny Sigmund, who's a volunteer that does a lot of work with our disaster action team and services to armed forces.
Hello, my name is Denny Sigmund. I've been doing Red Cross for probably 3 to 4 years. I deal with that with the disaster action team. Whenever somebody has a fire, flood, or displacement in their home, we show up and try to pick them back up and put them back on their feet. And it can be by money or by a whole bunch of different little things to help them get back on their feet. I also do SAF. I'm not military, never been in the service, but we still help out with the military. If your son or family member goes off into the military and they forget to tell their folks where I'm going, or they don't know where they're going, Red Cross is on every single base, and except in Russia, and we can find that person most likely. Same with getting a letter to them. We can get that out there. For our veterans or current people at the VA, we can help them get through the services and help them get the help they need. And then also I do SAF, DAT, and emergency shelter, which is what Andy was talking about for Thunderbolt, where we'll get a shelter up and running very quickly to help out people. And with me, it's pretty much me, my wife, Andy, my stepdad, my mom, and my aunt all are doing Red Cross. So it's a family affair, pretty much. And that's about it.
Excellent. All right, Andy, Rosie, and Danny, thank you for joining us. We want to do a photo with you in a moment. But before that, we're going to go to public comment. Are there any members of the public that would like to say nice things about the Red Cross, which has helped out our community so many times in recent years?
Yay, Red Cross.
There we go. That settles it. All right, we'll close public comment. Again, Andy, Rosie, and Danny, if you could come down front, we'll do a photo. Thank you again to our Red Cross team. And with that, we'll move on to item 8.1, an update on our new community engagement tool. And I believe Misty, who was just volunteering as our photographer, is back on stage. Thank you, Misty.
Thank you, Mayor. It's good to be here. Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. Misty Wood, Communications and Intergovernmental Relations Officer. Today, I'm pleased to announce a new community engagement campaign called Let's Talk Santa Rosa. This is our citywide effort to better understand our community's priorities as we begin planning for the 2026 city budget.
Misty, if you could lean in just a little bit.
Yes.
The mic doesn't pick up very well.
Is this okay?
That's a little better, or you can pull it closer. Yeah, whatever's easiest.
Not a problem. All right. The city's committed to doing a better job protecting and maintaining our quality of life and communicating more effectively with the people that we serve to ensure Santa Rosa can continue to grow as a safe, clean, and beautiful place to live and to work. Earlier this year, the city conducted a resident survey to better understand what matters most to our community members. Some of the key priorities identified include maintaining 911 emergency medical and fire response services, preventing streets from deteriorating, fixing streets and repairing potholes, maintaining 911 police response times and police response to violent crimes, keeping public places, including recreation centers, and infrastructure such as sidewalks, medians, and landscaping safe, maintained, and clean for everyone. And finally, maintaining fire protection services and wildfire prevention and preparedness programs. As we continue this important conversation, we invite every resident and business owner to participate in our online community survey, which will be available tomorrow evening at srcity.org/talk. That's srcity.org/TALK. The survey is bilingual in English and in Spanish, and community members will also be able to find the initial resident survey on that webpage. City staff are also available to speak at community groups such as neighborhood associations, business groups, or service clubs about this initiative, the budget planning process, and to collect feedback as well. Interested groups can contact us at feedback@srcity.org or by phone at 707-543-4701. We truly welcome every opportunity to listen and to engage, and we encourage everyone to participate in the survey and share their priorities. And with that, I'm available for any questions that the council may have. Thank you.
This is an important one, Misty. Thank you. Let's talk Santa Rosa. Questions from the dais? All right, you just stated it. I'll ask a few questions. You just stated it. How long is that survey going to be available?
It is open-ended at the moment while we continue to collect feedback, yeah.
Okay, am I correct in thinking that we want that feedback sooner rather than later?
You are correct, Mr. Mayor. We hope that everybody jumps on it. Tomorrow evening is when it opens, and we'd like to hear from as many people as possible, as quickly as possible. Sometimes, we get busy and we forget, and so I would recommend for anybody who's interested to keep their eyes on social media and the website tomorrow evening so they can participate.
And tell me again, we want that feedback because we were trying to identify the top priorities for our city residents, where we should be spending our time and our money. Is that right?
That's exactly right. So as we go through the budget planning process, those top 5 priorities that I listed were already identified, but we want to make sure that we branch out to the entire community and give everybody a chance to weigh in and share their priorities as we go through the budget planning process and kind of start that process here pretty quickly.
All right, and Misty's kind of burying the lead there. All right, folks, pay attention to this. You're going to read about this in the Press Democrat. You're going to be hearing more about this for months because we are starting our budget conversations this year. Well, they've been started, but you're going to start hearing more about them. And Let's Talk Santa Rosa is going to play into those budget discussions. So pay attention. You'll read about it more in the PD, and if you can, go online and take the survey. Misty, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you for your time.
Actually, sit there because I forgot to do public comment. I would love to have public comment on this item. Would any members of the public like to talk about Let's Talk Santa Rosa? Oh, I expected as much. All right, Dwayne. Thank you, Dwayne.
Thank you.
The floor is yours.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt, and I wanted to thank you for this effort. I especially want to thank Ms. Woods for reaching out and doing this new survey, Let's Talk Santa Rosa. This can be a good thing, especially if you are the ones that are going to welcome every person and get as many comments as possible, and then actually try to solicit the information that'll be the most helpful to get the goals done that the community decides. Often, what happens is a select group, perhaps business people or well-connected people, are able to influence the public policy decision-making process better. And it comes down to what you folks down there decide is best for us rather than us, the community, giving you the ideas of what are best for us. So I know from the experiences over in Roseland, we don't really get good, authentic community engagement yet. We're hoping, though, that this could be the stuff that brings it forward. And I say that because we had some employees that worked on the Santa Rosa General Plan that came over and met with us in Roseland one time and told us, oh yeah, we're gonna get those ideas in there. And then we didn't see them. And those employees also left. One went to Corte Madera, one went to Richmond, and our ideas are just somewhere else. But I know because we got a city council member that represents Roseland, we got one that represents the city. Those two folks could bring the voices forward of the community. And I know Ms. Rogers did when she was the mayor, man, she got the west side in there. So thank you so much for doing this. Ms. Woods, please don't forget us. Did you know that she actually, when she was at Sonoma State University, worked on a project about Roseland? How many folks would know that? I know that because I've been around the block a couple of times. Thank you kindly. Let's make sure the block is really nice for the entire city. Bye now.
Thank you for the Sonoma State plug, Mr. DeWitt. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to speak? The floor is yours.
Thank you. How do we exactly participate in this Let's Talk Santa Rosa? Do you have a web address here? Well, how do we contact Let's Talk Santa Rosa?
As was discussed, it is online, city website. Or Ms. Wood, would you prefer to handle that?
If I may, it'll be available tomorrow online at srcity.org/talk.
There we go. Thank you. All right, thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to comment on this item? All right, we'll close public comment and we'll move on to item number 9, our city manager and city attorney's reports. Madam City Manager, anything from you this evening? Thank you,
Mayor,
Misty.
in the interest of time, I will defer back to you.
Thank you very much. Madam City Attorney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. I do have my litigation report for the month. There was one settlement previously approved by council in closed session that was finalized in the month of February. Vanucci versus County of Sonoma et al. In this case, a complaint for declaratory relief and injunctive relief was filed in federal court by Homeless Action and several unhoused individuals. The case was brought against the city of Santa Rosa and Sonoma County related to the county's 2018 clearance of a homeless encampment within city limits. Plaintiffs alleged multiple causes of action. 1, cruel and unusual punishment under the U.S. and California constitutions. 2, unreasonable seizure under the U.S. and California constitutions. 3, state-created danger under the U.S. and California constitutions. 4, disability discrimination under various federal and state statutes. And 5, denial of reasonable accommodation under a federal statute. Several of the plaintiffs dismissed their claims once they received housing. Last month, the 2 remaining plaintiffs settled with the city. The settlement includes no monetary payment by the city. Plaintiffs released all claims against the city and waived any right to seek their attorney's fees and costs from the city. In exchange, the city agreed to make written administrative policy updates related to how it handles removal of personal property of unhoused individuals. Otherwise, our litigation load remains constant with 32 current litigation matters. There are trial dates assigned to approximately 30% of the trial court level matters. We currently have 4 cases on appeal following rulings in favor of the city at the trial court level. We continue to try, as always, to resolve smaller cases at little or no cost to the city. And with that, that's the end of my report.
Thank you, Madam City Attorney. Before we go to public comment, I know we're going to have a full house tonight, and welcome to all of our friends from Skyhawk and elsewhere. If you can take a seat, please do. If you're going to stand, you need to be against the wall, and you can't be blocking the walkways. We did turn on the speakers outside, so if you prefer to stand outside, you'll still be able to listen to what's taking place in here. But if you're in chamber, please either take a seat or be back against the wall, not blocking the aisles. And sound does carry here, so if you could stay as quiet as possible, it does echo down to the front. All right, with that, are there any members of the public that would like to make comment on the city attorney's report? Oh, Mr. Fearon, good for you. Go ahead.
Mayor, is this on? Hello? 1, 2, 3, okay. Mayor Stapp and members of the council, I want to indicate that what the city attorney just mentioned is no little thing. For 8 years, the city of Santa Rosa and the county of Sonoma and Vannucci, now Butterfly and Homeless Action, have been trying to figure out a better way of serving homeless. It's been exhausting. You've spent a lot of money on attorneys, and so has the county. And so the settlement announcement that she just made is a big deal to the community. We now have a settlement that indicates what each of us should be doing in the next year to 3 years. Homeless Action and HEPA, which I have placed the settlement terms and a PowerPoint on HEPA.org. So if anybody wants to see exactly what we're all supposed to do, HEAPA.org is the place to go. It'll also be on Homeless Action's website next week. Now, why am I saying this? Well, we would like to invite you, now that this is over, to be full partners in trying to figure out a better way for helping homeless. That includes, we hope, your reversal of a longstanding policy that would not let us put porta potties or sanitary support to those encampments that require it. We also would like to deal with you in a lot of other ways in a proactive, positive way and not be hindered by a lawsuit which just ended. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Gregory. Are there any members of the public, other members of the public who'd like to speak? Mr. DeWitt?
Kindly, I'll wait for the clock because that's most important. Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. I'm a volunteer along Roseland Creek, and unfortunately some of the less well-off residents of our city actually live next to the creek. On the creek banks, when the rain comes, they get washed away. Some things get washed away. What was just said by the previous speaker would be really helpful. Some porta potties near these kinds of encampments. Right now, the defecation and other human waste goes right into the creek and right out to Laguna de Santa Rosa. These are the types of things that we don't think about sometimes, but when you're a volunteer, you see it. I see it 2 or 3 times a week, and it's heartbreaking. I don't really want to tell somebody, hey, you shouldn't be down there when there's nowhere else to go. When they're living under a bridge, this is just really something that we could all work together. Everybody that's here tonight could figure out a way to be better, helpful to these who are less fortunate than ourselves. Apparently there was a guy, a French guy, centuries ago. His name was Voltaire. He said, even the rich could live under the bridge, but nobody should have to live under the bridge. And if they are, at least let's give them some sort of facilities. At Bayer Farm, we have a Bayer Farm porta potty. We could do a porta potty over by, it's called Rosen Accelerated Middle School and Rosen Creek Elementary School. We got to get something going on because this is not the way people should be living. Thank you kindly for your time.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. Are there any other members of the public who'd like to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. And thank you again for all the work on Vannucci, Madam City Attorney. That was an important settlement indeed.
I just want to give thanks to the City Attorney's Office. This has been a long lift over many years. It is correct that this was pending for 8 years, and we have had staff that are no longer with our office working on this. This was a big lift, and I just want to congratulate the whole team. Thank you.
Indeed. Thank you. All right. With that, we'll move on to item 10, statements of abstention or recusal by council. Ms. McDonald?
Thank you, Mayor. I will be recusing from item 13.1 due to a personal relationship, and from item 16.1 based on the advice from the city attorney. I'm recusing on item 16.1 to comply with the fair process requirements that apply under state law when, as in this case here, the council is considering an appeal from the Planning Commission's decision on a project and is acting as a judge rather than a policymaker. I met with the folks that filed an appeal in the past and of late regarding this project, and because of the nature of those conversations, I'll be following the advice of the city attorney.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald. Vice Mayor?
I'll be recusing from item 13.5 because of a business relationship.
Thank you. Seeing no other statements of abstention or recusal, we will move on then to mayor and council members' reports. Are there any reports this evening? Ms. Rogers, you can kick it off.
Sorry. I'll take up the city manager's time. Okay. So March 14th, I was able to participate in a She Ready event as a panelist and attended the Eritrean Women's Day. March 21st, I was a panelist for the screening of Balance, which is a perimenopause journey. So thank you to Darcy and Zoe and the wonderful sponsors that put on the event. I was incredibly honored to have joined a panel with the creators of the docuseries Balance and 3 wonderful, very knowledgeable healthcare providers this past Saturday for the screening of Balance. The panel was to start the conversation about perimenopause and move it from a silent struggle that 100% of women face when they reach that age, to a priority for our community, because a lot of women face perimenopause in silence. Saturday was powerful, and although I was a panelist, I left more informed about how to show up for not only myself, but other women in the community and their families. And on March 23rd, which was yesterday, I was able to tour our materials lab. The lab's goal is to ensure the city's infrastructure is built to last while remaining as cost-effective as possible. The lab provides quality control for the city's infrastructure, focusing on asphalt, aggregate, soil, and concrete testing. This year alone, to date, although construction season has not even fully started, the lab has already performed 211 tests, building on the 1,739 tests completed in 2025 and 7,711 tests over the past 3 years. By maintaining an in-house lab, the city avoids high costs of outsourcing, which typically exceeds $200 per hour with a 2-hour minimum per test. So the lab has the ability to provide same-day services which prevent construction delays, and we have a lot of construction going on in the city, Mayor. And most importantly, the lab testing extends the life of the city pavement by about 25%, effectively saving 25% of the pavement budget. I would like to thank the small but mighty team at our lab that works to preserve the materials and make sure that we have the right materials being placed in our city. Your passion and dedication to our city and the safety of our residents is very much appreciated. So thank you for your time and hosting me yesterday. And that concludes my report, Mayor.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. Ms. McDonald?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a couple of things. I'd like to congratulate the employees who got the service awards for their service to the city for anywhere from 5 years, 10, 15, 20, and 25 years. I was able to attend that event, and I just want to say thank you for your service to the community, to all of our employees. It is not just them that serves the communities, but their families as well. They're 24/7, and so congratulations to all that received that. And I want to let Caroline Benuelos be able to report out on another event we went to, but come back for just a small comment after that. Thanks.
Ms. Benuelos.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember McDonald. Just really quickly, wanted to mention that I took Councilmember Rogers' advice and attended Arbor Day on March 14th at the Finley Center. And just to say, it was way out of my comfort zone. I kill everything, so I was really hesitant, but I went anyway, and really enjoyed it. And I just want to give a shout out to our staff. The park staff, and actually Director Hennessy helped me plant, actually he did most of the work, but helped me plant a tree. And it was wonderful, and it was really great to see all the young people that came out to also plant trees over at Finley. And just wanted to thank staff for all their work and all their expertise. Really, really appreciate it. Also went to the service awards for our employees, and we don't get too many opportunities to thank our employees for the work that they do or the time that they stay with the city. And I just wanted to give a shout out to all those employees as well.
Thank you, Ms. Benuelos. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Just one quick update from me. On the 12th, while on a business trip for work in Tampa, I had the opportunity to meet up with the United Soccer League in Tampa, in their headquarters, see their operations, meet with their staff. It's quite the impressive operation. They oversee all levels of their own league and all the teams in those levels, and it is quite the thing to see. And also found out while I was there that they are planning on expanding and moving. So congratulations to them and their continued success. And I look forward to bringing them to Santa Rosa.
Thank you. And I'll go through a few items as quickly as I can. Last week, I was actually in Washington, D.C. on behalf of the city. And among other items there, I was up there for 3 days, I had the chance to be in a meeting with a group of other mayors with Tom Homan, the border czar that you see on TV. And so along with other mayors, including 4 from the state of Minnesota, we went back and forth with Mr. Homan about immigration policy and immigration response. And suffice it to say that there were very direct statements made on both sides. I won't go into detail here, but suffice it to say that Mr. Homan got an earful and came back in kind, and it was interesting to be part of that face-to-face. And that obviously has relevance for an item on our agenda later this evening as we consider an ordinance pertaining to immigration enforcement. As well, when I was out there, we did some lobbying for a $10 million grant that the Department of Transportation has allocated for the city, but not yet paid. We need it to buy new buses so we can improve our bus lines. So again, some blunt conversations with the Department of Transportation, and hopefully that yields funds for the city eventually. And then there have been a litany of committee meetings this last week. I will mention them very briefly. For Mayors and Council Members Association, this is the association of all 9 Sonoma County cities. We had a legislative update from Sacramento. It gave us a list of the bills that will be affecting Santa Rosa and all the cities, or Santa Rosa and Sonoma County. And then as well, we had a board meeting where we met with the Secure Families Collaborative, which is, of course, is a local nonprofit that's doing great work to support immigrant communities. Again, some blunt discussion regarding the effect of policy, the effect of immigration enforcement policy on Santa Rosa and on Sonoma County. And then also, for those of you who live in the unincorporated areas, we had a discussion about animal control policies, which you've been reading about in the Press Democrat. The Santa Rosa Plain Groundwater Sustainability Agency and the Zero Waste Board both had budget discussions this week. I will leave it there. The Employee Service Awards have been mentioned. I will just add my thanks to all of our staff. We have great staff here in the city of Santa Rosa. So again, when you read the articles in the Press Democrat about how we are addressing our budget challenges and hear about the work that the city is doing, know that we are unanimous here up front for how much we respect the work that our staff do. We've got superstars here. Finally, I will end with this, a very important item. This weekend, we had the California Artisan Cheese Festival at the fairgrounds. I mention this because I'm a native Wisconsinite. We drew more than 1,000 people to the fairgrounds. We packed out that main building with people here to taste the California artisanal cheese. Now, Wisconsin should have a seat at the table as well. I've got family listening in from Wisconsin tonight. I want to make that clear. But nevertheless, it was a robust day at the fair, and it was great to have cheese as well as wine celebrated in the county. So thank you very much for the California Artisan Cheese Guild for organizing that. And with that, I'll conclude my report. Are there members of the public that would like to make comment on any of the mayor and council members' reports you've heard this evening? I will take that as a no, so we will close public comment on that item, and we will actually, seeing that the time is 5 o'clock, we're going to rearrange the order of our agenda a little bit. We're going to first go to our public comment on non-agenda matters. So this is the time for members of the public who wish to comment on items not listed on the agenda. We're not talking Pura Vida or any of the other items. We will do that public comment, and then we will go to our public hearing for the evening, which I know that many of you are here to participate in. So right now, we're going to do public comment on non-agenda matters. Gregory, you have the floor.
15 seconds. I think the council should watch today's Board of Supervisors meeting, and particularly item number 49 or 47, the Measure O Committee. The annual report of the Measure O Committee was delivered to the board, and the conversation at the board level about what to do next was extremely instructive, and all of you should listen to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Gregory. Are there other members of the public that would like to comment on items not listed on the agenda? Mr. DeWitt?
Yes, sir. I submitted a card. My name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm from Roseland. I hope that everybody here today will get a chance to look at the Press Democrat newspaper, where on the front page there's a story about an 85-year-old Army veteran who faces homelessness. The reason why his home that he's had for 54 years, he and his disabled son living there may be evicted due to some financial misunderstandings is the best way to put it. If you've heard of reverse mortgages, when his wife had a stroke, he thought he'd do a reverse mortgage, get some funding to be able to keep his wife there at home with him and live out her life, which she did in the home they'd had for 54 years. So I bring this up because homelessness is not just some young folks that aren't getting things together. This could happen to any of us. There's a saying there, but for the grace of God go I. We need to keep that in mind. So please go read the article and then think about the veterans, the people that are facing some difficulties, and then also look at the news that shows right now the United States of America is in 2 undeclared wars, one in Latin America, Venezuela, one in the Middle East, Iran, which could spread to many other nations. And they're talking of starting a 3rd one over in Cuba, where we've been before. So veterans, they don't get a choice. They basically go and do what they're ordered to do. And then when they come home, they hope they'll be given some recognition beyond thanks, that they'll get the benefits they're promised, and that they'll be able to have a place to live, a place to be an American for the rest of their lives, safe and sound, because they defend the democracy that you have. All these people here today, because they want to participate in our government. And the only way that can keep working is if we make sure that we have a democratic nation, and we make sure that we follow up on what we promised those veterans who are willing to die for our country. I'll leave you with this. There are currently homeless veterans right here in Santa Rosa that I know, one in a barn, one in a shed. They served during Vietnam. So think about perhaps helping them also. It's the kind of thing where you don't really expect it until somebody you know is in that situation that's so desperate. And it can happen real easy to any of us here today in this room. I thank you for the blessing of having free speech in my country. And remember what makes it that way and why we have it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DeWitt. Let's hold our applause, folks. Are there other members of the public who wish to speak? Please, sir, go ahead.
Let me just turn my phone off here. Hello, good evening. You can hear me?
We can.
Put this up.
There's a button, goes up and down.
So my name is Jason Sweeney. I live here in Santa Rosa, and I just kind of felt the need to remind everyone that we are obviously, I heard some comments earlier about reminding us that we're at war, and there's still a genocide happening in Gaza with our public tax dollars. I just wanted to share an item with you that kind of floored me this morning. This is a news item from this morning. I'm just going to read it to you. In Gaza, local and international media outlets report Israeli forces tortured a Palestinian toddler to coerce a confession from his father. According to reports from Palestine TV, Al Jazeera, and others, the child's father was detained near the Al-Maghazi refugee camp on Saturday after he came under fire from Israeli soldiers. He was forced to approach an Israeli checkpoint where he was separated from his 18-month-old son, stripped naked, and forced to watch as soldiers used a cigarette to burn one of the toddler's legs while using a nail to puncture the other. This comes as a new report published by a UN expert on Palestine warns Israel is systematically torturing Palestinians on a scale that suggests collective vengeance and destructive intent. This is, anyway, I'm not going to read anymore, but this is happening. This is from this morning. So I just want to remind everyone, like, how does this happen? How does it happen with our funding? It happens because we stay silent. It happens because our governing bodies are merely administrators for the status quo. And we met with this city council for over a year asking them to pass a ceasefire resolution to lend their voice. I'll go ahead and point out that in November 2021, they passed a resolution about racism being a public health crisis. And I don't have time to go through the recitals, but there are many recitals in that resolution that this body passed that they're just letting slide, and they let it slide for well over a year. We all know what's happening, and it's happening with our tax dollars. And once again, we've fanned out. We, meaning the federal government, can't find enough people to attack or drop bombs on. And yeah, I just wanted to bring us back to reality a little bit. We can do better than this, and we need leaders that are not just going to follow and pander to funders and the greed that are promoting it.
Thank you, Jason. Next speaker. Oops, hold your applause, folks. Hold your applause. Next speaker, please.
Mayor, council, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, greetings. To follow up on that, hundreds of U.S. servicemen have died in the service of Israel. Hundreds of them, including Marines. I served in the Marine Corps. See if I can read my notes. Gas prices. Gas prices need not have increased here because the U.S. is not dependent on Persian Gulf oil, and because the U.S. is the world's largest producer of oil. I didn't know that till recently. If the oil found on federal lands of our lands, our oil, was sold only in the U.S., gas prices could be far, far lower. The oil companies sell our oil where they get the most money. They are capitalist. This is capitalism. How do you like it? The government could require the oil companies to sell our oil only in the U.S., but it does not require it because the government is practically a wholly owned subsidiary of Wall Street. A large oil deposit was found on federal lands in Alaska. I read my own notes. Oil companies sought congressional approval to extract this oil, our oil. Congress passed a bill allowing extraction with a provision requiring the oil only be sold in the U.S. When the oil companies got the oil, they had Congress remove the provision requiring only selling in the U.S. Our oil went to Asia for greater profits. It's what capitalists do. Capitalists profit from this capitalism. How do you like that? Congress is practically a wholly owned subsidiary. And the fact that the Great Straits of Hormuz is blocked, their profits have increased. Every penny increase has been nothing but profit because it don't cost our oil companies a penny more to deliver that oil. And the previous speaker was right. Israel has been jerking our country around. We send troops over there. We've now sent some thugs over there to help the IDF force, that's a misnomer, terrorize and genocide the Palestinians. And you're paying for it. And you won't do a resolution? Shame on you. You should be ashamed of yourselves. Are you that afraid of AIPAC? Really? If you're going to be in those shares, have some courage. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public that would like to speak? All right, sir, you have the floor.
Hi there. My name is Michael Tatone. I am a member of. I live in Santa Rosa here, and I just want to echo everything that the previous two speakers said. It's really unfortunate that this council didn't pass a ceasefire resolution. At the time, we were told by many council members, including Councilmember Stapp, that this was not a local issue, even though it was an issue for many people in this community who are members of the communities that are dying or at war or being genocided. Many people in our community are part of those communities. It is a local issue. It's also a local issue because of the investments that the city has, that it continues to have, that continue to profit from the genocide and from the wars that are happening. So I just want the public here to be really cognizant when people claim that things aren't a local issue, because very often they are. For many of us, it's very real. And it obstructs democracy when we're not allowed to voice our opinion without getting shut down as being told that this is somehow not at your level of power when there's a reasonable demand being asked. I also just want to remind folks when budgeting comes up, just the importance of remembering that that there are solutions in this community other than policing. Very recently, a member of the community, Eric Brown, was shot by a deputy, Taylor McDonough, during a wellness check. He was sleeping under a church and was harassed by a deputy and someone from the press and got agitated. Police are not always necessarily the best solution for cases like this, and it's really important that we look for other solutions in our community than escalatory ones that create more violence and potentially cause death. Even though Eric Brown was not killed, he very well could have been killed. And so I have the same level of outrage as I would if he had been killed. So thank you, everybody.
All right, thank you, Michael. Are there other members of the public who wish to speak? Janice, go ahead.
It's Carmen. I just want to say that I hope everyone is listening to what all of these people have to say. There's a young boy who died in Spain. Gracie, the son of the Gracie family. When I took a trip to Greece in the 80s, and if you said you were American, you got some blowback from that. And the people who were affectionate toward us and cared, they said, don't say you're American, say you're Canadian. And it gave me the chills. I've always been proud of being American. I moved to South America before I was 20. I've traveled quite a lot, as you all know, but right now things have escalated beyond anything we've ever predicted in our worst minds' thoughts. And I want to thank Caroline, especially. I've been trying to think of how to communicate with you, whether to call you, write you, send you something. I don't do email, well. But I want to thank Carolyn for opening up the conversation about the immigrants and the citizens being killed. And it's been maybe 6 weeks ago, I don't know. I've kind of lost track of time. I've been busy myself. But I just want to say that things are beyond anything, and people have to unite. We have to collaborate. We have to get together and be one and go against the evil that is being caused in our country. But it's not just in our country. It's globally. It's reflected all over the world what America is doing. And this Hormuz, I don't even want to talk about it because I don't want to give any spies or thieves ideas. But it's a very frightening situation. And right now, China is making its own waterway out of China so that it won't have to depend on that. But they're friends with most of the world. So there's a lot to think about. Children are being raised in this environment right now. And just try to be kind to your neighbors and help each other and stand up for what you can and still have a life. Thank you.
Thank you, Janice. Are there other members of the public that wish to speak? Seeing none, we will close this public comment on non-agenda matters, and we will go to the item that most of you have been waiting for, item 16.1, our public hearing on the Pura Vida Recovery Services appeal. Now, oh, thank you, Ms. McDonald has recused herself. And I will look to, as we are getting set up for the presentation here in front, I will look to our city clerk to talk about how we're going to handle public comment this evening or public engagement this evening during the public hearing. Madam City Clerk?
Thank you, Mayor. I do want to remind people participating today in the meeting that the courtyard speakers are on, as seats are now limited in council chamber. At the time public comment is called for item 16.1, the Pura Vida item, the mayor will allow for additional time for public commenters to make their way into the council chamber to provide public comment at that time. So if you're listening from the courtyard, please know that we will allow additional time for you to come into the council chamber. I'm going to also turn it over to Lauren to provide instructions on the interpretation services, and then the Spanish and Mandarin interpreters will restate those instructions in those languages. Lauren?
Thank you, Dina. If I could get the interpreters currently not interpreting to raise their hands so I can move you back over. Thank you very much. Claudia or Isidra, which one of you is available? Thank you, Claudia. Okay. All right. So we are continuing interpretation of the meeting. For those just joining the meeting, live interpretation in Spanish and Mandarin is available, and members of the public or staff wishing to listen in Spanish or Mandarin can join the Spanish or Mandarin channels by clicking on the interpretation icon in the Zoom toolbar. It looks like a globe. If you are on your cell phone or tablet, locate the three dots, tap them lightly, and put a check mark on your preferred language. Click Done to activate and begin the interpretation. Once you join your preferred language channel, we recommend you shut off the main audio so you only hear that language. We also have headsets available for those in chamber who would like to listen in either Spanish or Mandarin. They're available at the desk, the admin desk, with Share. Claudia and Willis, if you would restate in Spanish and Mandarin, please.
Yes, thank you. Sí, buenas tardes a todos, bienvenidos a los que se acaban de unir a esta junta. Tenemos interpretación en vivo en español y mandarín. Los miembros del público y el personal que deseen escuchar en español o mandarín pueden unirse al canal haciendo un clic en el icono de interpretación en la barra Zoom. Se ve como un globo terráqueo. También los que se encuentran escuchando por medio de su celular o tableta, ustedes pueden localizar los 3 puntos, los pueden tocar de una manera ligera y pueden poner una palomita en su idioma de preferencia. Pueden hacer un clic donde dice Done o terminar para poder activar la interpretación. Ya que ustedes se unan a su idioma de preferencia, les pedimos que cierren el audio original para poder escuchar ese idioma. También tenemos auriculares disponibles a esas personas aquí en la cámara que deseen escuchar en español o mandarín. Están disponibles en el escritorio de administración y estamos dispuestos a compartirlos con ustedes. Muchas gracias. Estamos a sus órdenes. Thank you very much. Back to you.
欢迎大家参加我们今天的市府的会议呢，我们会提供实时的西语还有中文的翻译呢。如果大家呢需要中文或者西语的翻译的话呢，可以在我们的 Zoom 上面呢去寻找呢，下面有一个翻译的一个地球仪的样体呢，然后点击进去选择你需要的语言。如果你是使用手机或者电子仪器的话呢，也可以呢点击呢你的那个工具栏下面呢有3个点的，轻轻按，然后选择你需要的语言。那我们也会强烈的建议呢，如果你进入到了我们的翻译的频道的话呢，请关掉呢我们的英语的主频道。那这样子的话，你会更清晰的听到呢翻译的频道里面所翻译的东西。那如果在现场的朋友的话呢，也可以呢去向我们的工作人员或者我们的助理呢去寻找我们的翻译的耳塞，也可以听取到呢我们的实时翻译的。Thank you so much.
All right. Well, thanks to everyone for their patience as we took some time to get to this item, and thank you thank you for your patience as we've set it up with the translations. We are going to be repeating some of this when we actually get to the public comment section. For those of you who are thinking about making a public comment, and I know that there are many because many of you, a couple dozen, have already signed up. For the back of your mind, know that we're going to limit public comment to 1 minute to make sure that everyone has a chance to speak. We have a lot of public commenters tonight, so as you're thinking through your remarks, just plan for having a minute to speak. And I will thank him again, but to Dr. Chen for helping to organize this evening, organize the public response. This is going to lead to a very engaged and interesting conversation. So thank you, Dr. Chen. All right, with that, let's kick off our show here. We're going to start with ex parte disclosures, and we'll go right down the line, starting with Ms. Rogers.
Thank you, Mayor. I met with the applicant and the appellant.
I visited the site, but I have not met with either side of the applicant or appellant.
I met one time with the applicant and one time with the appellant over the phone.
I met with the applicant and the appellant and visited the site and have nothing further to disclose.
I've met with the applicant and the appellant and visited the site and don't have any further disclosures.
I met with the applicant and the appellant, and I visited the site, and I watched a little bit of the Planning Commission.
All right, thank you very much. We'll now go right to our staff presentation. Thank you both for being here.
Thank you, Mayor Stapp and members of the City Council. My name is Sechinor Bisla, and the project before you today is the Pura Vida Recovery Services Appeal. City staff received an appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of a minor conditional use permit for a 24-bed community care facility located in an existing mixed-use building. The proposed facility would replace the existing 6-bed facility that is currently in operation at that site. The use consists of non-medical residential addiction treatment with services including but not limited to monitoring and observing clients during the detoxification process, providing addiction education, and relapse prevention services. Here is the project location on the corner of Mountain Hawk and Highway 12. It is located in the Skyhawk Village building. And here is a neighborhood context map. The project is located in the northeast quadrant of the city. In July of 2022, a zoning clearance was issued for a community care facility of 6 or fewer clients, as this is permitted by right. In August of 2022, the applicant submitted for a minor conditional use permit for a community care facility of 7 or more clients. In October of 2022, a notice of zoning administrator public meeting was distributed, and then we received a request for a public hearing. Following that, city staff also met with neighbors, and due to the amount of public interest involved, the item was then elevated to the Planning Commission for a decision. In December of 2022, the Planning Commission held a public hearing at which the motion to adopt the resolution failed. January of 2023, the minor conditional use permit was then withdrawn by the applicant. And in May of 2025, we received a new minor conditional use permit application for the same project. In November of 2025, Planning Commission approved this project by a vote of 4 yeses, 2 noes, and 1 absent. And then in November 24th, 2025, we received 2 appeal forms. I will now go through the grounds for appeal that were submitted. The first is that the Planning Commission failed to adequately address or analyze environmental impacts pursuant to the California Environmental Quality Act, including impacts to traffic, noise, and the general plan consistency and zoning. The project was reviewed in compliance with CEQA and was found to qualify for 3 CEQA exemptions. The first is Section 15332 for an infill project. And the project aligns with all of the criteria listed in the subsections of Section 15332. Subsection A, the project is consistent with the general plan 2035, which was in effect at the time that the project was deemed complete, as well as the general plan 2050, which was adopted by the City Council in June of 2025. The project is also consistent with the City of Santa Rosa zoning code. The general plan land use designation is a mix of retail and business services and medium density residential. The project is consistent with the allowed density for medium density residential, and community care facilities are permitted in all general plan land use designations. The project is also consistent with goals and policies set forth within the general plan 2050. By providing housing and non-medical treatment for people dealing with addiction and supporting the existing business through expansion, as well as the health of the community by expanding access to treatment and services. The project's also consistent with the zoning code. The site is zoned CNSR, or Neighborhood Commercial Scenic Road. Table 2.6 of the zoning code identifies the specific land uses that are allowed within the city's commercial zoning districts and states that community care facilities of 7 or more clients are allowed with an approved minor conditional use permit. The project has also been found to be in compliance with the zoning code's regulations specifically for community care facilities. Subsection B of CEQA guideline section 15332, the project is located within the City of Santa Rosa's jurisdiction and is on a project site of no more than 5 acres, and is also located within an existing shopping center surrounded by urban residential development. Subsection C, the project site is currently developed with a mixed-use commercial building, and it does not have any habitat value for endangered, rare, or threatened species. Subsection D, the project will not result in any significant effects related to traffic, noise, air quality, or water quality. The trip generation assessment that is included in the agenda did conclude that the project would result in a less than significant transportation impact on vehicle miles traveled, and the city's traffic engineering division has reviewed the traffic memo and the proposal and agrees with the findings. The proposed project will go into an existing building, and there's no expansion proposed, and the facility does not propose any exterior uses or activities that would constitute a noise nuisance, and they will be required to comply with the city's noise ordinance. And subsection E, the project site is located in a developed area where it can be adequately served by all required utilities and public services. The project is also exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guideline sections 15301 because the project is located within an existing structure involving a negligible expansion of the existing use. And again, there are no requests to expand the existing building. And lastly, the project is exempt from CEQA pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15183 because it is consistent with the General Plan 2050, for which there is a certified environmental impact report. And it was also found to be consistent with General Plan 2035, which was in effect at the time of the application submittal. And this section of CEQA also mandates that projects which are consistent with zoning, community plan, or general plan policies for which an EIR was certified shall not require additional environmental review unless there are project significant effects peculiar to the project, which there are not. Therefore, there is no additional environmental analysis required. The second grounds for appeal is that the proposed project is incompatible with the low-density residential character of the neighborhood. The use is proposed to occupy 7 existing residential apartment units within the multi-tenant commercial mixed-use building. The building is comprised of various commercial uses, both retail and services. Furthermore, the Skyhawk Village building is located at the southwest corner of Highway 12 and Mountain Hawk, just at the southern edge of the Skyhawk neighborhood. It's not within the low-density residential neighborhood, and it's on a commercial center. It's within a commercial center on a site that's zoned for commercial and residential uses and is physically separated from the nearest single-family residential properties by both Skyhawk Creek and Park. The third ground for appeal is that the applicant misrepresented the nature of the business operations, including the number of staff and the quality of care provided on site. Staff is not aware of any misrepresentation of the proposed operations. The applicant did, in the project description, provide details regarding the future operation of a 24-bed facility, including the number of staff, services provided, and the structure of their program. This sets forth how they would operate if approved and is not a reflection of their current operation. Furthermore, the attached draft resolution does contain several binding conditions regarding the number of staff, hours, and new clients that may be admitted, as well as client supervision. And the applicant does understand that if future operation of the facility is found to be inconsistent with the project description or other provisions of city code or with the conditions of approval, that the operator may be subject to code enforcement action and potentially revocation of the use permit. Oh, sorry. The project has been reviewed in compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act, those 3 exemptions that I had discussed earlier. And I would also like to add that staff has received several public comments, both prior to the Planning Commission meeting and since the Planning Commission meeting. They are both in favor of the project and also many expressing concerns about the project. These comments are addressed in both the City Council staff report as well as the Planning Commission staff report that are attached to the agenda. But if there are any further questions about the comments that we received, I'm happy to elaborate. The Planning Commission and the Planning and Economic Development Department recommend that the Council, by resolution, deny the 2 appeals and uphold the decision of the Planning Commission to approve the minor conditional use permit to allow a 24-bed community care facility at 5761 Mountain Hawk Drive in Suites 201 through 207. We are available for any questions, and we also have staff from fire, police, and traffic available if there are any questions, as well as Chair Weeks if there are any questions about the Planning Commission's decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Nora and Jessica. All right, bringing it back to council for questions. Mr. Alvarez.
Thank you, Mayor. A couple weeks ago, we were presented with an appeal of Yulupa Apartments, where state mandates gave us direction on how to operate. My question on this project here, is there state policy that whether we uphold the appeal or not forces or guides us to accept this application because it coincides with state law?
No, not that we're aware of.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Krupke.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A couple questions from me. I believe you touched on it already, but can you expand on if complaints arise out of noise or smoking under the expanded 24-bed operation, what enforcement tools does the city have to address those?
Yes, so if the city receives code enforcement violation complaints, then our code enforcement team does go out and conduct an investigation. And if they are found to be non-compliant, then there are steps such as citations. First is usually learning experience warning. It can move into citations, and if it can persist, then possibly revocation of the use permit.
Okay, thank you. I saw Lou in here somewhere. I know his mantra is pretty much preach compliance before punishment. So, but we have both available to us. So another question is some of the comments we've already received via email. One of I'm curious, who determines if this is a clinical operation or a residential operation, and how is that determination made?
Yes, so their state licensing is what determines that. So the state license that they have, and I can let the applicant touch on this later as well, their state licensing does not permit them to be considered a medical clinic or medical facility. They are deemed a non-medical treatment facility, but they are allowed to do certain ancillary medical services as a part of that. But they cannot be deemed a medical facility for offering those services.
All right, so it's a state licensing determination. Okay. And then my last question, we've gotten a lot of feedback, not only on this, but other items that have come before about Highway 12 and evacuations. So through the city manager, if we can have either the fire chief or fire marshal address fire evacuations and how things have changed since Glass and Kincaid.
Do we have our fire chief here?
Paul Lowenthal is on Zoom, so
Okay, great.
just
Paul,
needs to be
would you like to
promoted.
Address the issue?
Good afternoon, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for the question regarding evacuation specific to this facility. We did get a number of questions and concerns related to this particular project. And you are correct. Since 2017, a number of improvements have been made specific to the issues that we experienced in East Santa Rosa. Most notably during the 2020 Glass Fire, even though we were aware of the amount of time that we would have to evacuate the east part of Santa Rosa, again, for the Glass Fire, we saw a number of people, regardless of the type of education outreach that we have provided to the city, all naturally go towards the west on Highway 12. With that, we have worked with our Transportation and Public Works Department as well as our Police Department and have implemented what we refer to as a flush plan that will help with evacuations in the east part of Santa Rosa and allow for a much more expeditious process. It's also important to note that we have been working to refine our wildland urban interface. This project does not fall in it, but it does fall within a evacuation zone that is in our wildland urban interface. Regardless, from an evacuation standpoint, this project would go through that analysis and that process, which we have done, and we have reviewed several of the comments and our stance as far as how we would evacuate this particular area has not changed.
Thank you. Follow-up question. Would you, in your professional opinion, consider this use any riskier than if these were residential units in this residential occupancy in the same units?
So thank you for the question. So from a use standpoint, no. We look at occupants primarily within our wildland urban interface that have what we refer to as bedridden or non-ambulatory clients as a higher risk. That's a conversation that we've had within our general plan discussion. However, even though this facility is not have any bedridden or non-ambulatory patients, it's also not within our wildland urban interface. So from a risk standpoint, it would not be treated any different.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions from council at this moment? All right, thank you both. We'll move on then to, let's see, Chair Weeks, our Planning Commission Chair. Thank you for being here tonight. Thank you for your work on this.
Okay. Good afternoon, Mayor Stapp. Is that, oh, am I not too close? And here I'm always telling everybody to get it really close, and I don't do it. Sorry. Good afternoon, Mayor Stapp, Vice Mayor Okrepke, and members of the City Council. As mentioned, my name is Karen Weeks, and I'm the chair of the Planning Commission. And as I do when I come before you, I would like to give some context as to the Commission's actions last year. As you know, our responsibility is to implement plans, ordinances, and policies relating to land use matters. On November 13th, 2025, the Planning Commission reviewed the request for a minor conditional use permit for this project. 6 of us were present. 4 members supported the project, 2 were opposed, and 1 member was absent. At the meeting, we reviewed the proposal consistent with the general plan, land use designations, and zoning codes. These are described in more detail in the staff report as well as in the staff presentation. At that meeting, 43 spoke during the public hearing, 24 in opposition and 19 in support. As part of our role, we are required to make certain findings consistent with the regulations. Those findings are detailed in the attached resolution that you have in your packet, both the resolution that the commission passed as well as the one being proposed by staff for you today. As mentioned, 2 commissioners were not in support and could not make the required findings. 1 commissioner was unable to make finding C, and that the proposed activity would be compatible with existing and future land uses in the vicinity. He felt that converting all the residential units on a neighborhood commercial site to one type of residential use could change the nature of the residential units. He also stated concern about the intensity of the use and that there is no evidence that the intensity would not cause a change in the land use activity or affect existing and future land use. He was also unable to make finding D, that the site is physically suitable for the type, density, and intensity of use being proposed. He mentioned that the parking lot is not easy to access and thought the intensity is well beyond what is common on that site. The other commissioner in opposition was unable to make finding B, that the proposed use is consistent with the general plan and any applicable special or specific plan. He cited several specific goals and policies of the general plan related to ensuring that growth and change will serve the community needs, fostering complete neighborhoods, the need for this type of service, and encouraging the development of housing. He also stated that there is not a documented need for the specific expanded use at this site. He also felt that the current 6-bed facility is meeting the general plan goals and policies, and therefore he could not make a finding for the general plan consistency to expand. And as I previously mentioned, the remaining 4 were able to make all the required findings that's detailed in the resolution. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Chair Weeks. Looking to council, questions? Jessica.
Apologize, Mayor. I believe Paul Lowenthal has something else that he wanted to add. If we could get back to him real quick.
Please, Mr. Lowenthal, welcome back.
Thank you, Mayor, and I apologize. I need to clarify something. Losing my voice following last night's community meeting. So the current project does fall within our existing wildland of interface fire area. However, with the community meetings that we've been taking place and an item that will be brought up for you with council, our recommendation is actually to move this specific area out of our wildland of interface. This area was mapped back in 2009. And with the changes both in the built environment, the changes to our local conditions, as well as our fire history and the recommendations from the State Fire Marshal's office, this specific area is recommended to be brought out of our wildland urban interface and will be brought before council on April 21st.
Thank you for that update, Mr. Lowenthal. All right, that adds good information to our fire egress discussion. Ms. Weeks, while we have you, or we have all of you together, actually, I wanted to know if you could give us a sense as to whether this location for a site of this general use is unusual in the city. So my wife and I, for example, we live over on Summerfield Road, just up the street from what was the SAY Dream Center, now is the Redwood Gospel Mission. That was, again, in a mixed-use commercial center with residential all around it. That was conceived originally as a 100-bed facility. It's still being used with a sizable number of units. So that's one example I know from the city. Are you able to speak from your expertise as to how many sites like this Santa Rosa has currently?
Thank you for that question, Mayor. So I don't have the exact number of how many we have here in Santa Rosa. We certainly can find that information for the council. I can say there's a project that I actually worked on when I first started here at the city as a city planner that was over off of Corby. That was a large community care facility for similar type of use that was directly within a residential neighborhood. There was a lot of concern at that time with that particular project, but they ended up being a very good neighbor and very well received by the neighborhood.
Thank you. And I guess I wasn't looking for a specific number so much as a sense that this is in fact a kind of project that the city has undertaken in the past with some success, as I would certainly say the SAY Dream Center and the current Redwood Gospel Mission have been for our neighborhood. Again, very controversial back in 2011 as it was being considered, but it's been a good thing for the city to have those beds there. We need them in our community. Ms. Weeks, anything to add from your perspective?
No.
Well, thank you. All right, that's it. Oh, Ms. Fleming?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Your question had me come up with a question, which is, I'm not familiar with the site on Corby. I'm familiar with Warwick Hospital. It's a hospital site. So just to clarify, there's other strip mall locations in the city of Santa Rosa where there's residential facilities?
So we would need to clarify that the one that I was speaking of is not actually in a retail location. It's actually within the neighborhood.
So are there any other facilities that are within retail locations in the city?
I am not aware, but I can get that information.
Okay, that would be helpful if possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any other questions, Mr. Alvarez?
Your question sparked your question, will spark my question. And my question is, if this is, or we cannot come up with another example of a facility within a commercial plaza or district, and since we don't have anything that I've heard in our conversations about future general plans, would this actually be setting a precedence of what we can and can't do throughout the city of Santa Rosa in other shopping centers? Or would it be site specific?
I'd like to, if I could. We don't have that many residential units above a strip mall. And that's, I think, unique about this site. Am I correct or not? Kind of. And that was unique when it was built back, 20 some odd years ago, is that there was residential above the strip mall, down below, or the businesses, and that is unique in Santa Rosa. So that combination is unique.
Yeah. To that point, I know that a lot of conversations that happen throughout future developments throughout the city of Santa Rosa does involve the mixed use. and I'm wondering how that could be influenced. And when I think about Sebastopol Road in Councilmember Rogers' district, there is two sides of the corridor towards the end of Sebastopol Road, which does have the mixed use of the commercial on the bottom and the residential on top.
Community care facilities of 7 or more clients are permitted in every residential and commercial zoning district, with the exception of the vehicle sales district. So this project alone would not set a precedent. The zoning code already regulates where this would be allowed in the future, including other mixed-use sites in the future.
You mentioned vehicle something?
It's the vehicle sales commercial zoning district is the only district that does not, well, with the exception of, we've got 2 open space districts where community care facilities are not allowed. Otherwise, community care facilities that are the small up to 6 beds are permitted by right in all of our commercial, residential, and industrial zoning districts. And they are allowed with a minor conditional use permit in all of those same districts. So a large community care facility anywhere in the city, with the exception of the auto vehicle sales and the open space districts, would need a minor conditional use permit, and we would be reviewed on its own merits.
Appreciate that.
Other questions at the moment? All right, well, I will thank all of you for the information, and we will officially open the public hearing. We're going to start with the appellant presentations, and I believe we have Skyhawk United here to kick off the appellant presentations. Who is, Dr. Chen, is that you making the presentation? Wonderful, make your way back to the podium. Thank you again for being here and for helping to organize the community engagement.
So could you please bring up my slide?
Please speak loudly into the microphone.
Where is my slides? My slides show?
One moment, they're getting them loaded.
Thanks for your patience, everyone. We're getting the slides loaded.
Okay. I thought I was making some mistakes.
Are we up and going? Again, thanks for your patience, everyone. Minor technical difficulty. Our city clerk has been working overtime at this meeting today.
Yeah. So let me know if
there we go. Are we close? One moment, David. We're almost there.
Thank you, Mayor. We should be good to go. Nora's going to advance the slides for Mr. Chen, and we have a 10-minute timer started.
Wonderful. And if somebody does have their microphone in the back because they're streaming the meeting, if you could turn down the sound, just because we can hear it all the way up here. All right, Dr. Chen, you have the floor. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, staff, and council members. My name is David Chen. I am here today representing Skyhawk United and the Better Santa Rosa Coalition. We are formally requesting that you overturn the Planning Commission's 4-1 approval and deny the minor conditional use permit for 5761 Mountain Hawk Drive. We are not just a neighborhood group, we are a citywide coalition. Next slide, please. I have served our city as a member of the Community Advisory Board and as a leader in several cultural and faith-based organizations. My background in real estate gives me a professional lens on how land use decisions impact neighborhood stability. I am here as a resident who deeply cares about the integrity of our general plan. Next slide, please. To be clear, we support recovery services. However, support for service does not mean every location is appropriate. This specific proposal is incompatible and unsuitable for its site because it fails to meet the legal requirements for fundings C and D, and because it eliminates critical affordable housing units. The permit cannot be legally upheld. Next slide, please. Dignity in recovery requires space and therapeutic peace and therapeutic space. This proposal ignores those needs by cramming 24 high-need patients into 7 condo units. There is no private outdoor area for the patients, no sustainable solution for smoking, and a massive fire evacuation liability for those individuals on the second story. This warehouse model of care is a disservice to the patients themselves. Next slide, please. Look at this institutional island. The site is surrounded by roughly 1,000 homes within a half-mile radius and is directly on a primary student walking route to Austin Creek Elementary, which is less than 1,500 feet away, and it sits about 400 feet away from an existing community care facility. Most critically, it is located between 2 major wildfire evacuation exits, creating a dangerous bottleneck in a high-risk zone. Next slide, please. We agree with Commissioners Carter and Sanders. Council cannot make funding C. This project represents a fundamental shift from a neighborhood serving center to a regional institutional hub. There has been no data provided to demonstrate the specific need for this scale at this location, making it entirely inconsistent with our general plan. Next slide, please. Furthermore, finding D cannot be made. As Commissioner Carter noted, the site is physically unsuitable for this density and this intensity. There is insufficient evidence to show that a 24-bed operation can be managed safely on the second floor with such significant physical constraints. Next slide, please. This isn't theoretical. The applicant's other side at Roney Drive has left neighbors unhappy about noise and parking. Patients there are seen smoking on porches and in yards. We have also seen neighboring houses struggle to sell after multiple price reductions due to these operational impacts. Next slide, please. We are already seeing the warning signs at 5761 Mountain Hawk Drive. Cigarette butts creating fire risks and littering in our sensitive creek area. And parking is already at a breaking point. Look at these pictures. If the applicant cannot manage these impacts at a small scale, they certainly cannot manage them when intensity is quadrupled to 24 beds. Next slide, please. The Planning Commission was misled by claims of broad business support. The truth is that the applicant is the landlord for Anytime Fitness, Massage Envy, and Edward Jones. Their letters of support are a financial byproduct of a landlord-tenant relationship, not a reflection of community consensus. Next slide, please. This map shows true consensus. We have over 500 wet signatures and 600 electronic signatures from residents across all 7 districts in the city of Santa Rosa. This is a citywide mandate to protect our neighborhood, especially the CN zoning, and to protect our residents. Next slide. In conclusion, the patient's needs have been ignored, and the site is unsuitable and incompatible. And the impacts on the neighborhood are already evident. Mayor Stapp and Council, you have the discretion and the duty to say no. On behalf of everyone who have been here and those who are listening on Zoom, we urge you to uphold the appeal and deny the permit for the safety and integrity of Santa Rosa. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Chen. We'll move on to the, let's hold our applause, folks. Folks, I should have explained a little bit more. So we have a lot of presenters tonight, and what we don't want to do is create an atmosphere where we're not cordial or we're not efficient. So by all means, show your appreciation, but do it quietly. You can do the traditional jazz fingers, and this especially holds true when we go on to public comment, because obviously people will be saying things that will generate a lot of support, but we don't want to be applauding in between each and every comment. We want to be moving efficiently between speakers. So that's the reason to hold your applause. With that, we're going to go on to our second appellant presentation for the evening, Kelsey Maynard. Are you here? Kelsey, hello. Thank you, Aaron.
Business owner. I actually live in District 4, but care deeply about this issue And I really hope you listen with an open mind, because you have the power to listen to your citizens and to make decisions, not just because they go by the book, but because they're going to impact your city and its future. So I just ask that you listen with an open mind tonight and make a decision that supports your citizens, because we have a petition of over 600 signatures, and there's not a petition from City of Santa Rosa residents for this project, only against it. And with that, I'll let our attorney, Erin, take it from here. Thank you.
Thanks, Kelsey. Good evening, Mayor, staff, and council. I'm cognizant of our time. Thanks for getting our slides up there. My name is Erin Karlstrom. I'm speaking on Kelsey's behalf as she attends to mom duties. This appeal tonight is not about the value of recovery services generally. It's about whether this particular project at this particular location was lawfully approved based on the evidence in the record. As you know, your role tonight is a quasi-judicial one. The question before you is whether the Planning Commission's findings are supported by substantial evidence and whether the city proceeded in the manner required by law. Would you please click to the next slide? Thanks. This is your standard of review under the Code of Civil Procedure, Section 1094.5. Your task tonight is narrow. You're not being asked tonight to substitute your policy judgment. You're being asked to determine whether the findings are legally adequate and supported by substantial evidence in the administrative record. If the findings are unsupported, incomplete, or fail to address key issues, the approval cannot stand. Next slide, please. The central issue in this appeal is zoning incompatibility and incompatibility with the general plan. The project site, as you know, is located in the neighborhood commercial zoning district. That district is intended and described by code to serve the daily needs of the surrounding neighborhood. The approved project is a 24-bed residential recovery facility that serves clients from outside the neighborhood and operates at a scale far greater than existing uses on Mountain Hawk Drive. The Planning Commission's findings conclude that the project is permissible in the zone, but they never explain how a regional residential facility serves the daily needs of the Skyhawk neighborhood. That analytical bridge is missing from the record. Again, this appeal is not asking whether the use is allowed somewhere in the city. It asks whether the findings demonstrate compatibility with this zoning district at this scale in this location. Next slide, please. The record also reflects, we've skipped, that's okay, I can talk about this one. The project site is located in a high fire hazard severity zone. The approval allows a significant increase in residential occupancy, but the record contains no project-specific evacuation analysis that accounts for that increase. CEQA requires analysis of site-specific risks, particularly where a project may exacerbate evacuation constraints during a wildfire emergency. Again, this appeal does not argue that the project necessarily creates an unavoidable risk. It argues that the required analysis is absent from the record, and therefore the city lacks substantial evidence to support its conclusions. Next slide, please. We also have before you unresolved concerns about whether the approval is supported by substantial evidence. The Planning Commission's decision was split, as you heard from Chair Weeks. Several commissioners raised concerns about intensity, neighborhood fit, and safety. At the same time, the record contains extensive opposition from nearby residents, hundreds of households from across the city, not just the affected district. The findings do not reconcile that opposition or explain why it was outweighed. For purposes of judicial review, that omission matters. Next slide, please. We have as well a question unique to this decision tonight that we ask the council to be mindful of. As you know, the council member representing the affected district has properly recused herself due to prior consultations with her constituents. As a result, the neighborhood most directly affected by this project has no elected representative participating in the decision. No fault is assigned for that circumstance, but it underscores the importance of careful and heightened scrutiny of the administrative record to ensure a fair hearing for affected residents. Next slide, please. For purposes of preserving the record and to build a clear one, we respectfully ask the following questions. What substantial evidence in the record demonstrates that this facility serves the daily needs of the Skyhawk neighborhood as required by the neighborhood commercial zoning? Where do the findings analyze whether quadrupling the intensity of the use is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood? Is there any project-specific evacuation analysis in the record? Where do the findings reconcile the scale of neighborhood opposition reflected in the record? And finally, given the council member's recusal, how has the city ensured heightened scrutiny of this record? Next slide, please. We have presented for the council's consideration a variety of alternative conditions and mitigations. While the appellant's position is that the project remains legally indefensible, if the council is inclined to move forward with approval this evening, these are a variety of conditions that would ensure compatibility and mitigate the impact to the neighborhood. Next slide, please. Finally, the formal request, of course, is that we ask the council to uphold the appeal and deny this CUP. In the alternative, if the council is inclined to allow this project to continue under consideration, we ask that you remand it to the Planning Commission for an evaluation of these specific environmental impacts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Karlstrom and Ms. Maynard. Are there any questions from council? No, I'm seeing no questions right now. Okay. Thank you both for that presentation. We will turn then to the applicant's presentation. Alex, are you here?
Good evening, members of the council. Is that working?
It is. Lean in. That mic doesn't pick up sound very well. But thank you for being here tonight.
I maxed out the height on this thing, unfortunately. Hello, my name is Alex Wignall. I'm one of the owners and operators of Pura Vida Recovery Services. First, I wanted to start out by thanking our neighbors at the project location, Joe Zabluski, the owner of Massage Envy, Patrick Cam, owner of Anytime Fitness, Bob Duffield, the owner of the Edward Jones office, Colleen Falconer, the owner of Colleen's Coffee Shop, Ken LaFranchi, the owner of the entire building next door. These neighbors all have a vested financial interest in the operation of their respective businesses at the site, with whom we share common space and parking. Given the level of opposition our project has faced, it's no small gesture for them to publicly support us. It's a testament to the good faith in which we have worked together to foster true neighborly relationships and an affirmation that the good work that we strive to do every day is making an impact in achieving its desired goal, to provide quality, affordable addiction treatment to as many people as possible. And I would also like to thank everyone at the City Planning Department who's helped us along the way and approved our project, as well as the Planning Commission for seeing the value and appropriateness of our project. It's been a long road, and we wouldn't be here without all of you. Over the past months, we have held 4 public meetings, which were hosted by members of the leadership team at Pura Vida. Dr. Chen graciously notified his sizable community email list of these opportunities to learn about Pura Vida and our work. We also posted public signs next to the notice of public hearing signs, as well as flyers at Colleen's Coffee Shop. These two of the meetings were held in person at Colleen's, which she generously offered for that purpose, and 2 were held via video conference. While the turnout was disappointing, only 2 people showed up between all 4 meetings, despite many in the community being aware of their happening. We were glad to have the opportunity to educate those that showed up. I want to take a couple minutes to address some of the misconceptions about the project that we have heard or that you may hear tonight. First, neighborhood effects. There have been no complaints reported to the city, Pura Vida, or neighboring businesses or landlords. Further, there have been no law enforcement calls for service relative to our residents, and many members of the surrounding community have not even noticed our operation. Our other locations have likewise generated no complaints or calls for service that we are aware of. The police department and fire department have both reviewed our application for safety and approved it. New complaints about trash and smoking and or drinking in the adjacent park, including the pictures you saw on the appellant's slide, are not the result of our clients. Our residents do not smoke in the public park or leave trash there. They are supervised at all times, and the exits to our facility are monitored 24/7 by camera. In fact, the trash in the park has been an ongoing issue that we've been dealing with the neighboring landlord, and we've removed it at our expense from the city park. I would also like to mention that something else you saw in the appellant's slide. Oh, he mentioned that our neighbor at another facility of ours at 1506 Ronnie Drive was opposing this project and had reported that we were a nuisance and that our presence was affecting the value of her home. You all received an email from her this morning supporting the project and wishing us luck in our endeavors. Neighboring businesses. The proposed use will not affect the existing businesses at the center. The facility will only use the existing 7 residential units upstairs. Supervision. Our residents are supervised by between 4 and 6 staff members 24 hours a day. Traffic and emergency evacuation. A professional trip generation memo found that our use will have no increase on traffic and may reduce traffic from the project location. There is no evidence that this project poses any greater risk during an emergency evacuation scenario, and we already have evacuation plans approved by Santa Rosa Fire Department, the Department of Healthcare Services, and the Joint Commission. How does Pura Vida manage security? Pura Vida maintains an active and unblemished license from the California Department of Healthcare Services, as well as an active and unblemished accreditation from the Joint Commission. These regulatory bodies have sole authority to govern the operation of facilities of our type. They require strict guidelines for client safety. By operating a non-medical adult residential addiction treatment facility, Pura Vida is obligated to operate under these guidelines, and we hold ourselves to the highest standard in order to maintain a safe and effective treatment environment for our clients and neighbors. These include policies and procedures of the highest standard for client intake, admission, privacy, and discharge. In addition, the facility has a 24/7 video monitor. The operation of our program does not fit the definition of CN zoning. The Neighborhood Commercial District explicitly states that it encourages residential portions of developments in the zone. Our use is residential in nature and a clear fit. City staff, the Planning Commission, and the City Attorney's Office have reviewed our application. None of them have raised objections to the suitability of our use given the zoning. Pura Vida Recovery Services has no intention of changing any portion of the commercial use of the building located at the site. The businesses there will continue to serve the day-to-day needs of the local neighborhood and workplaces. Logically, apartments cannot, in any interpretation, provide for the day-to-day needs of local neighborhoods and workplaces. Their uses as residential apartments, however, will remain the same. As a non-medical residential facility, Pura Vida Recovery Services will continue to provide residential accommodation for up to 24 members of the community, including any immediate neighbors who may need our service. To date, we have had multiple residential admissions from members of the Skyhawk community. Housing loss. None of the 7 apartments at the project location are currently designated as affordable housing. In addition, the housing stock will not be lost. It will be used to house 24 members of the community in a residential setting. Furthermore, a new affordable housing project with 99 units just opened less than half a mile away from the project on the corner of Highway 12 and Calistoga Road. With all that said, if this is truly a concern of the Skyhawk residents, we could maintain these 7 units in their current state and use them for sober living. This plan could accommodate 60+ residents with no permit, license, or accreditation required. For verification, please see the email in the public record between myself and the planning department confirming that sober living requires no permit. Of course, this option would drastically increase traffic and residents would be far less supervised. This is obviously not our preferred use. Demonstrated need. The idea that an applicant for a minor use permit must conduct a study to prove that services are needed at a precise location is baseless and not found anywhere in the minor use permit application requirements or the city code. Frankly, if there's no need, the business will fail. As Commissioner Horton noted in his public comment, it is the city's job to foster an environment where businesses can succeed independently in serving their customers. With that said, a recent Santa Rosa Department of Health and Human Services internal study showed that drug and alcohol abuse are key contributing factors to some of the top causes of premature death in Santa Rosa. No such study exists or could be created to measure the need for such services within a single neighborhood, but the need for services within Santa Rosa is well documented by DHHS. character and function of the shopping center. As previously stated, the residential portion of the building will continue to be used for a residential use compatible with the city code and general plan. Many additional concerns sent to the city via email center around vagrants, vandalism, criminal activities, and property values, and dangers to school children. These have been left unaddressed until now because I think we can all agree that they are baseless and, according to our nearly 3 years of operational success, false. Unfortunately, they are also discriminatory. Our clients find themselves in the position of being members of a protected class. There's vast legal precedent stating that these types of claims cannot be the basis to deny them housing or services. The proposed project will continue to have no negative impact on the residential neighborhoods near our program. Our community is not immune to the effects of our country's broader addiction crisis. In fact, Sonoma County just lost one of its longest standing and largest residential addiction treatment facilities when Azure Acres closed its doors, eliminating over 50 available residential beds. We hope to fill that gap and allow our neighbors a place to land when they need it most. Pura Vida has been a pillar in the treatment community in Santa Rosa for 10 years. Our reputation is one of quality addiction treatment and neighborly conduct. Our only goal is to continue to quietly and effectively treat struggling members of our community. In fact, Pura Vida was just voted best treatment facility in the North Bay by the Bohemian. What we do is very hard. Providing the services we provide comes with many responsibilities and duties, none of which we take lightly. It is our hope that the City Council sees the value in our work, the quality of our proposal, and recognizes the years of quality service we have provided and votes to approve this life-saving project. Finally, I would like to express my sincere gratitude for the support we have received and for everyone taking the time to show up today. It's really important to us, and it validates all the hard work that we've put in over the years. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wignall. We'll hold our applause, but glad to see we have mixed for both the appellant and the applicant. Bringing it back to council for questions. Mr. Rogers.
I have a whole list for you. So how close is your location to any other services, and will the residents need to access services while being at your facility?
What types of services are you referring to?
Well, I don't know. Will they need to access additional services, or is everything kind of in-house?
Most everything is done in-house. Excuse me? Most everything is done in-house. Anything for which we require treatment outside of our facility, the client is referred out. So, our clients do go out for activities as part of their treatment, but we do almost everything in-house.
Okay. And then also, it's great to hear that you have a robust amount of staff. Is there a smoking location on site? And this has nothing to do with the picture with the one cigarette, but trust me.
Thank you.
But it did come up, so I do want to ask, is there a smoking location?
There is not a designated smoking area at the site. There are 2 places on the site that we've identified with planning staff that might work. It was a long conversation, and it was our understanding that we weren't required to have one for this application. And so any smoking that takes place on the site will comply with the city zoning ordinance, up into including adding a smoking area with the planning department during the permitting process.
Okay. Bear with me, I'm going in the weeds. You ready?
Yeah.
All right. When we talk about our children and we talk about schools, do you house or check for people that are registered or possible sex offenders?
We do, and they don't receive service at our treatment facility.
Thank you. And then are there problems? This is, I guess, for our public safety. So, Chief, get ready. But I'll skip that one and go, how many clients do you currently have in the location that we're talking about? And do you have other locations throughout the city?
We do. There are 6 that live full-time at the Mountain Hawk location, and we have 2 other locations, 2 other residential locations in Santa Rosa that also have 6 clients at each facility.
And what is the average occupancy?
Like a length of stay?
Number of people. So if you have 6, are the beds typically all full? And let's just talk about this
Like
location for now.
Our average census. Yeah, we actually were just going over the numbers. We spend most of our time at or above 80%, including about 20% of the year we're completely full and turning people away with a waiting list.
Okay, so there is a need. And are you planning to run a day programming for your other locations in this location?
No. The other locations, the plan right now is to consolidate our operation into one location and have 24 beds at this single facility. We will maintain the license at one of our properties so that it can be used during the day for activities, because it's about, I don't know, 2 miles away, 1.5 miles away, I think it's about an acre we have our goats and our chickens and our garden and the pool in a big group room there. So a lot of daily activities for the clients sleeping at the Mountain Hawk location will happen at that facility.
Very appropriate. And Chief, yes, there you go. Are there problems with the residents there or PD being called? Because I heard you say that there were not, but that you knew of.
Not that I'm aware of.
So I would like to go to the person that would definitely know.
Yes, and I'll bring Captain Dan Morenzik, oversees our Field Services Division. He's been working very closely with our Beat Lieutenant, Brenda Harrington, and he's been pouring through the data, and he's prepared to go through that tonight.
Thank you.
Good evening, Dan Morenzik, Santa Rosa Police Department. So what we did, looking at it from a public safety aspect, is we examined the historical or past calls for service we've had at the location. And since 2022, there's been minimal calls for service. We've had 5 calls for service, but none of them have actually been associated with that location. It was with other locations within the complex. So the impact to law enforcement has been minimal since 2022.
Thank you very much, Mayor. That concludes my questions for now.
Thank you. Ms. Fleming?
Yeah. I wanted to follow up with some questions. I don't know if this is appropriate for the applicant or for staff about the smoking area. Actually, I think this question is for staff, which is where on site would meet our zoning code that the facility could use to site a smoking location?
So the initial proposal included a designated smoking area that is consistent with the city's smoking ordinance, but it was visible from Highway 12. And that was not preferred by the Planning Commission. And therefore, it was difficult to find a location that would be supported by the Planning Commission. So the applicant ultimately chose to not include a designated smoking area because they are not required to.
So where on site would we, taking out just for a moment, with all due respect to the Planning Commission, taking out their discretion, where on site would be appropriate places, and I don't mean appropriate in terms of discretion, I just mean appropriate in terms of the zoning code to cite a smoking location?
Thank you for the question, Council Member. So in looking at the setback requirements for just kind of the traditional setback requirements for the CN zoning district, as well as the additional setbacks for the scenic road from Highway 12, and looking at our smoking ordinance regulations as well, it's very limited where an area could go. It is within the parking area, but the applicant has more parking spaces than is required for the use. So taking up a few parking spaces for a designated smoking area would likely be in that parking area and not affecting the required parking for the site.
Right. I just wonder though if that code envisioned, like anybody, I've worked around mental health and substance abuse treatment facilities. When you have these kind of facilities, people are smoking frequently, like all the time. And so I just wonder if that would interfere with the other uses of, ingress, egress in the parking lot or for the other businesses in the facility.
In the review that staff did, we did not find that it would have an impact on the other uses within the site, and again, and not on the required parking for the site.
Okay, thank you for the information.
Other questions? All right, well, now is the moment that everyone's been waiting for. We're gonna go on to our public comment. So we have many people signed up already. Our city clerk is going to facilitate this, but I will remind everyone about a couple of things. First of all, everyone will have up to 1 minute. We want to use both of the podiums. Obviously, we have a lot of speakers, and we want to make sure that everyone's heard. So we want to go as quickly back and forth between the two podiums as we can. And then a reminder again: no applause, please, or no cheering as we go from speaker to speaker. Show your support quietly, but we want to go back and forth as efficiently as possible. And thank you again to everyone who came out tonight to make public comment. With that, Madam City Clerk, can I turn it over to you?
Thank you, Mayor. Briefly, I'd like to ask for a show of hands for those in the room who are speaking Spanish during public comment who would like to use interpreter services. If you can please raise your hands if you will need interpreter services for Spanish. We will poll as we go through the meeting. I just wanted to get a sense. And also for those needing Mandarin interpretation services for public comment, can I please see a show of hands? Okay, I'm seeing no hands be raised, but please know that interpreters will be available if, oh, one hand. Thank you very much. Acknowledged. We will have interpreters ready when you come up to the podium. Lauren, just so you know, in interpreters, we had one show of hands for Mandarin, and at this time, no hands identified for Spanish public commenters. So I'm going to move through the list as people signed up, but you will have 1 minute for public comment. We're going to start with Julia Stewart, followed by Lynn D. and Joe Burrows. So if you can make your way to the podium. And at the time of public comment, I'm going to turn it over to Lauren to provide interpreter services instructions. Lauren, do you want to make that statement one more time?
Thank you.
All right, and if we could, interpreters, if you would let me know which one of you is able to be pulled over by raising your hand. Thank you, Gwen. Isidra, is it you who's able to come over? Thank you. Okay, for those just joining the meeting, live interpretation in Spanish and Mandarin is available, and members of the public or staff wishing to listen in either language can join those channels by clicking on the interpretation icon in the Zoom toolbar. It looks like a globe. You're on your cell phone or tablet, locate the 3 dots, tap them lightly, and put a check mark on your preferred language. Click Done to activate and begin the interpretation. Once you join either the Spanish or Mandarin channel, we recommend you shut off the main audio so you only hear your preferred language. Additionally, we do have the headsets available for anybody who needs them in the chamber at the admin desk. Interpreters, would you mind restating in Spanish and in Mandarin, please?
Sí, buenas tardes. La reunión de hoy tiene servicios de interpretación simultánea en español y en mandarín. Para acceder al canal de interpretación, ustedes pueden hacer clic en el icono del globo terráqueo que está en la parte de abajo de su pantalla de Zoom y escoger entonces el idioma español, Spanish o mandarín. Si están ustedes en su teléfono celular o en su tableta, por favor, localicen los 3 puntitos que están en la parte superior o inferior derecha de su pantalla de Zoom, hagan un clic allí. El servicio de interpretación se va a desplegar, otro clic y elegir el idioma de su preferencia. Para las personas que están en la sala y quieren hacer un comentario en español, vamos a tener también servicios disponibles de interpretación consecutiva si ustedes hacen un comentario en español. Y si necesitan interpretación en español mientras están en la sala, pueden ustedes subir las escaleras, encontrar al asistente administrativo y pedirle que les entregue unos audífonos. Gracias. Thank you. Back to you.
大家晚上好。我们本次的会议提供西班牙语和中文的翻译服务。那么呢，你可以呢在你的屏幕的下边有一个就是像图标、像地球仪的标志，你可以去点开，在里边呢可以听到你们想选的语言。那么如果大家使用的是手机的话或其他的电子设备，那么呢下面有个3个点，去找到这个3个点，然后点开，然后去勾选你的语言，参与的语言，首选语言，然后做完之后呢，待在你这个频道当中，我们强烈的建议你呢，就说你在待着你的选的语言的频道，把主频道给关闭掉，这样呢，它可以更好的倾听翻译。那么同时在现场的人员，如果需要来听翻译服务的话呢，你们可以在现场的人员要耳机来听这个翻译。好，谢谢。
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move into speakers in the room. We're going to start with Julia, followed by Lynn, then Joe. Julia, please make your way to the podium if you're not there already.
Excuse me, sorry to interrupt. This is Isidra, the interpreter. Can you put me back in the Spanish channel, please? Thank you.
Yes, moving you right over. All right, Julia, here you go.
Julia Stewart, and I'm here tonight as a mother from Rincon Valley and as a woman in long-term recovery. A few years ago, my son became addicted to synthetic marijuana. In my desperation, I reached out to Pura Vida and they responded immediately. My son was sick and he needed a safe place to recover. Tonight, I'm asking you not to become a community that says, if your family is struggling with substance abuse, don't come here, go somewhere else, because I don't believe that's who we are. We can do better than that. We know who we can be in a crisis. When fires devastated our community, we showed up for one another. Addiction is a fire burning through our families right now, and the answer isn't fewer resources, it's more. The next generation is watching us. What do we want to teach them? That we turn our backs on people who are trying to get well, or that we show up with compassion and courage? Addiction does not discriminate, recovery shouldn't either. This expansion doesn't threaten our community, it strengthens it. So tonight, I'm asking you to be the kind of city that chooses connection over fear and compassion over stigma. Our community and our kids' lives depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia. Next, we'll go to Lynn, then Joe, followed by Caitlin and Ben.
Good evening. My name is Lynn Dalpagetto. Recently, my grandson, Robert, began vaping marijuana oil. Fellow students that are called plugs sell the oil to other students. Some are in the 6th grade. Soon, he was in the ER with cannabinoid hyperemesis syndrome. We desperately need more recovery beds in Santa Rosa, the caliber of Pura Vida, where patients can continue rebuilding their lives and regain the trust of their loved ones. The counselors at Pura Vida showed my grandson kindness, compassion, and respect. Dysfunction and addiction does not discriminate. Our communities are only as healthy as the people who live in them. That requires the best health care. As a mother and grandmother, I'm appealing to your sense of humanity.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Joe, followed by Caitlin, then Ben.
Hello, my name is Joe Burrows. I live on Mountain Hawk Drive in the Skyhawk neighborhood. I've recently retired as working over 25 years in community development for a local city as a plans examiner, so I wanted to point out some things about building code issues. First of all, under California Health and Safety Code Section 13131, non-ambulatory persons means a person unable to leave a building unassisted under emergency conditions. It includes any person who is unable or likely to be unable to physically and mentally respond to sensory signals approved by the state fire marshal or oral instructions related to fire danger. Then also, the location of this facility is in a wildland urban interface based on California Wildland Urban Interface Code 1.13, which specifies a scope and which includes this type of a project. And then, of course, this is a residential care, which also includes, under definition under the California Code, which is a drug and alcohol rehab facility. Under California Code Regulations Title 14, Division 1.5, so the
Thank you. The next speaker will be Caitlin, followed by Ben, then Mary Ellen.
Good evening. My name is Caitlin Parker, and I'm a registered nurse. I want to start by thanking the community for voicing your concerns, for taking the time to hear me tonight. I've worked with Pura Vida Recovery Services for over a year, and I recently moved from Houston, Texas to Santa Rosa to serve this community and help make it safer. I'd like to address one of the main concerns, safety, especially with the school nearby. One of our facilities is also located about half a mile from another school, and in over a year, we have never had any incidents involving students or their surrounding community. Our program is voluntary, structured, and closely supervised. If a safety concern ever arises, we follow strict protocols. Addiction does not discriminate. It already exists in every community, including Skyhawk. This project is not bringing a problem in, it is addressing one that is already here. This project is compatible. For this, who feels uncertain or nervous, I want to be clear. We are part of the solution. By providing safe, structured, and regulated care, we are actively reducing harm and helping individuals in your own community heal and recover. This project is not a threat to Skyhawk and is an investment in the safety and health of the community as a whole. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Ben, followed by Mary Ellen, then Matt and David. Ben, are you in the room? Ben, are you making your way to the podium? Can you give me a wave so I know you're approaching? Okay, thank you very much. So we're going to move on to Mary Ellen, followed by Matt, then David. Mary Ellen, are you at the podium?
I am.
Okay, thank you very much.
Now I can see you.
All right, there you go.
All right. My name is Mary Ellen Witten. I'm the co-founder of a nonprofit called Recovery Transportation Systems. And what we do is partner with recovery centers like Pura Vida. We've been together about 5 years now to make sure that their participants that have often lost their cars, their license, they probably shouldn't be driving, to make sure they have reliable and safe transportation to get to any appointment that they might need that's outside of recovery, the DMV, the doctor, anything like that. And I'm co-founder of this nonprofit because my daughter is addicted to fentanyl. And she didn't set out to become an addict. She was in a car accident when she was 18, given a giant bottle of oxys, and then it was all downhill from there. So some of the other speakers talked about treating these folks with a lot of dignity and respect because there are people in here that are addicted to something and we just don't know it. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Matt, followed by David, then Jose and Christina. Matt, thank you.
Hi, yes. My name is Matt. I'm here to support this project. I wanted to address one thing in particular, this idea that this facility is not compatible with this neighborhood. A lot of you have come out here to say this sentiment, and I come from working for 12 years at the destination treatment model that I think a lot of you are championing here, saying that people should go away for treatment. They should go somewhere that's remote and open and retreat like. And I'm sorry, that just serves the narrative that's keeping so many people in their addiction, which is that you should be ostracized and you should be isolated, and that's just not healthy. Our model works because it's rooted in community. People need to shrug off that stigma that this community puts on them, many of whom are quite literally wearing it on their sleeves tonight. This is a model that has done good for this community and will continue to do so for years to come. So just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be David, followed by Jose, Christina, then Derek. David, are you at the podium?
Right.
Thank you. Please go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Dave Paul. I live about 400 feet from the proposed site and right next door to a recovery treatment home. I want to be clear that the 6-bed facility is just right. It's just right. Our concern is with the proposed expansion to 24 beds. And frankly, I need the city council to protect the city's general plan, and I need the city council to protect the neighborhood commercial zoning framework and keep the neighborhood system in place. This 24-bed regional institutional hub just doesn't do that, and it places every other small strip mall, that you call it, at risk for being converted into something commercially viable. So approving this project would put those other places at risk, and we want you to uphold this appeal.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Jose, followed by Christina, Derek, then Burton.
Pure Vita Recovery Services gave me a true second chance at life when I needed it the most. When I first arrived, I felt lost, overwhelmed, and trapped in a cycle of alcohol use that I could not see a way out. What I found there was something I hadn't felt in a long time: safety, not just physical safety, but emotional safety too. It was a place where I could finally be honest about my struggles without fear or judgment, and that made all the difference. From the very beginning, the staff created an environment built on trust, structure, and genuine care. They met me where I was and helped me to take small steps forward. In that safe place, I was able to slow down, reflect, and begin to understand the root of my challenges for the first time in a long time. I felt like I could breathe. To those who have concerns about Pure Vita in our community, I would simply ask that you take a moment to understand the lives being changed inside its walls. Places like this don't take away from the community. They strengthen it by helping people heal, grow, and return as healthier, more responsible individuals. Everybody deserves a second chance, and Pure Vita is a place where those second chances become real.
Thank you. The next commenter will be Christina, followed by Derek, then Burton. Christina?
Hi, my name is Christina Esfer, and I'm the program director for Pure Vita. I stand here today in full support of our expansion. Every day I get to witness firsthand the impact that the quality of treatment and structured support can have on individuals struggling with addiction. This work is not just important, it's life-saving. Expanding our services means increasing access to care for those who desperately need it. It means reaching individuals who may otherwise fall through the cracks. It means giving more people the opportunity to find recovery, building their lives, and reconnecting with their families and communities. Addiction does not discriminate, and the need for treatment continues to grow. With this expansion, we're not just adding beds or programs, we are creating hope, restoring dignity, and saving lives. I am proud to be part of an organization that is committed to the mission, and I strongly support any effort that allows us to extend and reach that impact.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Derek, followed by Burton, Peter, and Brooke.
Hi, my name is Derek. It's really amazing to see how a community can organize and come together for something that they're passionate about. I really just wish that it was directed towards supporting this treatment facility and the health and well-being of people that struggle with substance abuse. As the clinical director of Pure Vita Recovery Services, I'm a part of a team that vets and assesses whether a potential client is suitable for our level of care. So if the fear around that is prevalent for you, just be mindful that that there are many people that put eyes on these clients before they come to our treatment center. It was rather disheartening to see on the screen that we support treatment and support for people seeking recovery, and then showing pictures of a cigarette butt and a beer bottle, assigning that to those people. I really wish that we can bring this community together and support. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Burton, followed by Peter, Brooke, and Richard.
My name is Burton Edwards. I'm here to express my support for Pure Vita and their mission. I am a father of 4 and a grandfather to 9. 2 of my children and 1 of my grandchildren have developed substance dependencies. I do not believe any of them would be alive today without the wise and caring treatment provided by facilities such as Pure Vita. My 18-year-old grandson came to Pure Vita about 1.5 years ago. He was in trouble. Today, he thrives, has become a successful college student, and has a future. Thank you to Ben and Matt and all at Pura Vida. I ask that the City Council deny the appeals and uphold the decision of your Planning Commission and recommendations of your staff. Please vote to support the lives of those like my grandson. Thank you.
Thank you, Burton. The next speaker will be Peter, followed by Brooke, Richard, and Emily. Peter, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Peter Snack, and I live just above the Skyhawk community. We, the residential community, appreciate the existing 6-bed drug recovery facility, but we're strongly concerned about the proposed 24-bed facility. It's a 300% expansion, and it's the wrong project at the wrong place. A 300% expansion is a major increase that changes the major function and character of the commercial center and its environment. Because of the scale of this, the zoning conflict, and the impact it's going to have on the surrounding neighborhood, I don't believe this project should be allowed to continue. For this reason, I kindly ask the council to uphold the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Brooke, followed by Richard, Emily, and Gred.
Brooke Nichols, and I am the director of Pura Vida's Detox. Something I want to address immediately, and that is the questionable, is there a need? You could read the Press Democrat and see the need. People are dying from fentanyl overdoses. They are dying in drunk driving accidents. There is very much a need in this county. I want to call out something that I keep hearing from the Skyhawk people referencing their neighborhood, their businesses, their community. It's not your community, it's our community. Everyone in Santa Rosa is impacted by addiction. Where you live, how much you paid for your house, where your kids go to school, none of that makes you or anyone else immune from this disease. I guarantee you all know someone, whether you're aware of it yet or not, who struggles with substance abuse. To keep acting like you're opposing this to keep addiction away from your neighborhood and your families is just silly. It's already here. It's everywhere. We're not bringing it here. We're fighting it. We're trying our best to stop it from spreading. If you care about your community, if you care about the health and safety of your loved ones,
Thank you. The next speaker will be Richard, followed by Emily, Greg, and Kathy.
Hi, my name is Richard. We cannot ignore the lessons of Coffey Park and other wildfire disasters. This site sits in a high fire hazard severity zone with limited evacuation routes. The council must be able to say this project is not detrimental to public welfare. This is a 24-bed, not 6 now, but 24 residents with one way out of a narrow parking lot, now living in dormitory-style living on a 2nd-story suite with no verified evacuation plan. I do not see how that finding can be made. And the operation also requires transporting residents off-site for smoking, day activities, and that transportation is part of the project's real intensity. A bus or multiple vans would add loading, unloading, parking, and circulation demands to a site that is already constrained. This is not just a traffic question. This is a physical suitability question. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the council to uphold the appeal.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Emily, followed by Greg, Kathy, and DJ.
My name is Emily Radke, and I am a drug addict in recovery. It's so nice to see so many of my neighbors here tonight. I recognize many of your faces. I have been a resident of Skyhawk for the past 26 years, and I attended Austin Creek Elementary School the very first year it was open. So if anybody is to speak on this topic, I do believe I have that right. My daughter is also 5 years old now and goes to Austin Creek Elementary School. So the safety of these children that you're speaking about is my child. I serve on the school's site council to ensure the safety of the campus. And still, I'm a drug addict in recovery. In a sea of all these hypotheticals and what ifs about what a drug addict is, I want you to see with your own eyes a face that you see every single day. This is what a drug addict is, and I am a contributing member of the Society of Skyhawk. I cannot leave my own home without being told that I don't belong in the neighborhood I was raised in. Remember that the next time you talk about this. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Greg, followed by Kathy, DJ. One moment. Greg?
Hi there. Oh, 3 minutes, awesome. Oh.
Sorry, just
Hi there.
one.
Oh, no. My name is Greg Cornelius, and I'm in favor of the Pura Vida expansion. I believe they're a great service to our community in Santa Rosa as a whole. I don't believe that the opponents have proved that this is not in the best interest for this city and its location. I hope that you vote to approve the expansion and so they can carry on and help many more people in our community. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Kathy, followed by DJ, then Sing Chu.
Hello, my name is Kathy Ramazzotti. First, I support recovery programs. This is not an opposition to rehab. This is an opposition, start again?
No, just speak into the microphone.
This is opposition to specific, poorly designed, high-density models in a neighborhood setting that was designed for community use. High stress, low privacy, and directly conflicts with accepted recovery housing principles and increases the risk of relapse. This proposal places 24 individuals in recovery into 6 apartments with 12 shared bedrooms, 2 per room, and only 2 small, common spaces. This is a direct change to resident style from the previous housing used. By any reasonable standard, this is an overcrowded and inadequate configuration for a vulnerable population, supervision, or basic livability.
Thank you. The next speaker will be DJ, followed by Sing Chu, Ryan. And as you're approaching the podiums, please be sure that you are close to the microphones so we can hear you down in the bottom of the well as across the room. If you're not uncomfortably close to the microphone, you're too far away. DJ?
My name is DJ Phimister, and I am not anti-rehab. What I am against are all the issues that are being overlooked or ignored in order to move this project forward. One primary issue is that this project changes the character and function of the shopping center. Skyhawk Village was built to support local small businesses and everyday services. If a neighborhood plaza like this can become a regional institutional hub, then no neighborhood serving center in Santa Rosa is really protected. That is why it's not just a District 3 issue. It is a citywide precedent issue. Every neighborhood deserves equal protection under the same zoning framework. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the council to uphold the appeal. And the mayor earlier made a comment about SAY and that center. That it was a business center for medical complex, and it was run by a nonprofit, not a for-profit business. So I think there are differences there. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Sing Chu, followed by Ryan, then Young, and Marianne.
Sorry, oh, Xingwu Chen, right? It's not my name, sorry.
嗨，你好，各位议员好，我就香雾倩，来自 Lincoln Valley。我关注的是这个项目对整个城市规划系统的影响。这个项目实际上是再把一个服务 周边居民的商业空间转变为区域性的机构用途。一旦这种转变被允许，就可能在全市范围内复制。其他社区商业中心也会面临类似的压力。这不仅是一个单点项目，而是一个会影响未来土地使用模式的重要先例。同时，该设施服务的是区域性人群，确保交通安全和社区影响集中在本地社区。这种影响本地社区收益外流的结构是不平衡的。我们需要的是均衡、可持续的规划，而不是将影响集中在少数社区。谢谢。
Thank you. I'd like to have Lauren ask the interpreter to move over to the main channel. Lauren?
Willis, Yoon, could one of you raise your hand so I can move you over to the main channel, please? Okay, go ahead.
You know what? This is the Mandarin interpreter. So he gave a whole long speech, right? So I need, like, when you speak a few sentences, and there's a consecutive, and then I can translate. And the process, my throat really hurts right now.
Okay, thank you. Sing Chu, can you please make your way back to the microphone?
And
Can you please make your request?
文秋，你来再回来一下好吗？去接近这个麦克风。
Yeah, we have the translated into English here. If you want to take a read first.
Thank you. One moment, I'll come up and grab it.
Yeah.
Council members, my name is Sing Chu. I am from Rincon Valley, and I am concerned about the broader planning implications. This project converts a neighborhood serving commercial space into a regional institutional use. Once allowed, this type of conversion could spread across the city. This is not just one project. It sets a precedent for future land use decisions. At the same time, the facility serves a regional population while concentrating impacts on a local neighborhood. That imbalance is concerning. We need balanced planning, not concentrated impacts. Thank you. And thank you, Sing Chu. The next public commenter will be Ryan, followed by, I'm not sure how to, Young, and then Marianne and David. Ryan?
Of Pura Vida, and I am alive today thanks only to the treatment and support that I received from Pura Vida. I mention that only to give context for my support of the expansion. I've been listening carefully tonight to the opposition voiced here, and it's clear to me that it all stems from a fundamental misunderstanding of Pura Vida, their services, and their patients. As a former resident of Pura Vida's Skyhawk location, I can tell you with experience that the assertions that Pura Vida neglects their patients' needs or that the site is unsuitable for expansion are categorically false. And I just want to say that an expansion will have a negligible impact on the neighborhood, and I would personally invite Pura Vida into my own neighborhood, the neighborhoods of my friends, and the neighborhoods of my family. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Young, followed by Marianne, David, and Jocelyn. Young, are you coming to the microphone? And if you need interpreter services, can you please raise your hand? Okay, I'm going to move on to Marianne, David, and Jocelyn. Marianne, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Marianne Pone. I'm a retired sergeant for the San Francisco Sheriff's Department. I want to talk about our children in our neighborhood. I walk through the neighborhood twice a day, and when I walk, I see young girls and boys walking to Colleen's, from which the cafe that's underneath the proposed drug and alcohol facility, with their sweet drinks and their treats. I ask, how often do you think those parents will let those young children walk down to Colleen's to get their treats, knowing that 24 individuals are living on the second floor who have a drug and alcohol problem? These children are just beginning their lives, but the people up on the second floor have made their choice. Yes, I understand that drug and alcohol is a disease. However, to help them, we shouldn't impose on our children in our neighborhood. Therefore, I vote for the drug and alcohol facilities, a vote against our children in our neighborhood, a vote against those young people's freedom. Again, if you vote for Pura Vida facility, you are voting against our children, their pleasure, their happiness. So think about that when you cast your vote. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be David, Jocelyn. And if Young has entered the room or the chamber, please come make your way to the microphone. David?
My name is David Schwartz. I live in the Skyhawk neighborhood. And there's no doubt that Pura Vida services are needed in Santa Rosa. But I have not heard an argument that makes the Skyhawk area any sense. And two things that have not been discussed in two hearings. Within 100 feet of the proposed site is a restaurant with a full bar. Within a half mile are 2 marijuana dispensaries and numerous opportunities to buy alcohol at convenience stores. Up and down Highway 12 and median strips are panhandlers begging for money and selling flowers, and it appears the city's not doing anything about it. In front of the frontage road of Skyhawk, where this is proposed, cars are stacked up every day with for sale signs, and the city's not doing anything about it. So the blight of the area is the issue. It's not the issue of a need. So I say no, please. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Jocelyn, followed by Wendy and Anastasia.
Yeah, just to make sure, Yan is here.
Okay,
Yeah.
wonderful. We do have a need for interpretation. Are you available to provide interpretation services for you?
Are either of my Mandarin interpreters available for interpretation? You could raise your hand, please. Okay, go ahead.
您请讲。我是翻译，那么请你讲一两句听一下，然后帮助你翻译。请你可以开始讲了。
好，各位市议员好。
Hello, every council member.
我的名字是郭斌岩。
My name is 郭斌岩。
作为一名牧师
，As a priest.
我每天都在与需要帮助的人同行。
So as a priest, so I do the same thing as those people need it every day.
我真诚地支持康复服务。
I sincerely support rehab service.
也理解这项工作的意义。
对不起，是什么？你重复一下。
也理解这项工作的意义。
Also understand the meaning of this work.
但关怀必须与公平同行。
but care must be keep the same space as 关怀和什么？对不起。
公平。
And so care and the fair must working along.
我们不能在某些地区放宽规则。
We cannot loosen up some policy in certain area.
而在其他社区严格执行。
And then be more strict in some other areas.
否则不仅对社区不公平。
Otherwise, it's not only unfair to the community.
也会削弱制度的公信力。
Also reduce the fairness of the system.
真正的帮助不仅是提供床位。
The real help is not just providing the bedding.
更是提供一个有利于恢复的环境。
But also, more important, provide environment in order for the recovery. Yeah.
如果地点本身并不合适，那种帮助可能并不完整。
So if the location itself is not suitable, so this kind of help is not real help.
谢谢。
Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Jocelyn, followed by Yenling, Wendy, and Anastasia.
Can you put an interpreter back to the channel?
Yes, we will move you. We do have a number of other interpreter needs for Mandarin in the upcoming commenters. Is Willis on the line to be of assistance also?
Okay.
Jocelyn, please go ahead.
Jocelyn. Good evening, Honorable Council. My name is Jocelyn Wang. Historically, Santa Rosa is currently considered a high-risk fire hazard zone, and California leads the country with an average of over 8,000 wildfires per year, with the largest single fire directly causing 85 deaths. 95% of these fires are caused by people, and smoking is one of the largest contributors to this statistic. In addition, smoking prevalence in California's residential treatment programs is at a high of 68.9%. Although supervised by a worker, patients are adults with free will and accidents will inevitably happen. The Pura Vida expansion poses a threat to our community because inpatients do not have a safe smoking space in this high-risk area. The numbers don't lie. The death risk outweighs the expansion of a single facility. For this reason, I respectfully ask the Council to uphold the appeal.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Yen Ling, followed by Wendy and Anastasia.
Good evening. My name is Yanling Hao. I am a registered nurse in Memorial Hospital. A planning commissioner asked whether any study demonstrated the need for a 24-bed facility at the location. So far, none was shown. At the same time, statements during the last hearing showed that most clients come from the broader Bay Area, including Sonoma and Marin counties. That means this is not really a neighborhood serving use. It is a regional use placed into a local neighborhood center. If the city is going to approve a fourfold expansion of this kind, the applicant should at least prove why this size and scale are justified. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the Council to uphold the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Wendy, followed by Anastasia, Mike, and Shalom. Wendy, go ahead.
Hi, good evening, City Council members. My name is Wendy Chen, a Skyhawk resident. I'm here to express my concern about the proposed expansion of Pura Vida and its impact on the quality of life in the neighborhood. At the prior hearing, it was stated that there have been no police report related to the facility. However, the absence of police reports does not mean there's no issues. Many neighbors do not call the police for everyday concerns, such as smoking, littering, or disturbances. Expanding from 6-bed to 24-bed will increase this impact and place additional strains on the neighborhood. We should not rely on police intervention as the primary solution. Instead, city planning should consider a more suitable location where Pura Vida can better service its client without negatively affecting the nearby residents. I respectfully ask the City Council to uphold the appeal. We are counting on your careful consideration.
Thank you. The next commenter will be Anastasia, followed by Mike, Shalom, and Ann.
My name is Anastasia Majash. I'm a family medicine doctor. I have worked on and off with patients with addiction and dependence. Detoxing can be very challenging, complicated, and dangerous. Withdrawals can be life-threatening, and as much as we need centers that help people with addiction, I honestly do not believe that Skyhawk Village is the appropriate place for it. Skyhawk Village is not located anywhere close to any large medical facility, and transporting patients in an emergency might be very dangerous to the patient and to the neighborhood. I also believe that in addition to there is a restaurant with a bar and an outside patio, and this is not a great environment for addicts or whoever wants to be sober to be there. Plus, what Pura Vida is doing, they're not really expanding anything. They're consolidating 3 facilities into one, so I do not see how it's actually adding that many beds to the problem of solving lack of rehab centers. Thank you.
Thank you. The next public commenter will be Mike, followed by Shalom, Ann, and Dave. Mike, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Mike Rockford. I live in Skyhawk. I'd like to point out this is a business decision. This is consolidating existing facilities into one with a negligible gain in beds. This is a regional center with the applicant stating at the last meeting that they're bringing people from Marin County, Sacramento, San Jose. Our neighborhood doesn't have this need. We might have the need for a couple people, which is totally fine, but we don't need 24 beds. Mr. Mayor, he said the city needs these beds, but this is a commercial neighborhood shopping center. Our neighborhood does not need these beds. 6 beds is great. There was, I feel the city officials have misled us. There was an attack at one of the other facilities where a client would not stop attacking one of the employees. The fire department is just changing the designation very suddenly. I sent an email in great detail about the overconcentration of facilities, which I think is probably the strongest argument, and I urge you to uphold the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Shalom, followed by Ann, then Dave.
Hi everyone, my name is Shalom Sun, and I'm a 4th grader at Austin Creek Elementary School. Okay.
Please be sure you're close to the microphone. Thank you.
Hi everyone, my name is Shalom Sun, and I'm a 4th grader at Austin Creek Elementary School. I walk to school with my friends, and I want to tell you why I'm scared about the big drug center growing bigger near our home. This isn't a lockdown place where people have to stay. Okay. This isn't a lockdown place where people have to stay inside. The owner said grown-ups in the program can just walk out whenever they want, even if doctors say no. That means strangers could be walking around our neighborhood all alone, with no one watching them. What if they come near our houses or to the path of school? Me and my friends might not feel safe walking outside or walking to class. Please don't let the center get 18 more beds. Think about us kids. Keep our neighborhood safe so we can walk to school happily. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Ann, followed by Dave, Pamela, and Owen.
How awesome is that to hear from young people that have an opinion in civic matters? I think that's super cool. My name is Ann Brown, and I live in the Skyhawk neighborhood. We moved here 3 years ago, and I have kids at Austin Creek and at Marie Creo. We chose to live in Skyhawk neighborhood specifically because it was a complete neighborhood, meaning it had housing, parks, walkable school, and commercial space that serves the community. Our little kids walk to school, our big kids walk to the gym, and we frequent the coffee shop and the restaurant together as a family. We're utilizing the community resources as it was originally planned by the city and as is intended to be used. The welcoming sense of the community and the safety, I think, would suffer if this institution was allowed to expand because they are consolidating, not because they're actually adding more beds to the services they provide. Recovery services are super important, and I applaud Pura Vida for all the good that they're doing. They had so many supporters here. Obviously, what they're doing is really, really important to our community. But this isn't about providing or not providing services. This is about consolidation for them, and it's just not the right use of space.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Dave, followed by Pamela, Owen, and Nathan. Dave, go ahead.
Hello, my name's Dave Williamson, and I fully support the need for drug addicts. I've been supporting them for 15 years in every way possible, taking them to drug rehab centers and providing all their needs. But this proposal is severely flawed because it doesn't take consideration of the venue. This venue is completely wrong. These people are under temptation when they come down the stairs and they see the bar right there. And that's not fair for these people to do that to them. Here is the answer that everybody needs to be aware of. Support the people, but not in the public. These people need to have a place where it's private for them and a place that costs less. I provided 3 opportunities for Pura Vida to get 3 times less expensive proposal, and they didn't even listen to what I had to say. Please go to tani.cc.
Thank you. The next public commenter will be Pamela, followed by Owen, Nathan, and Desiree. Pamela, please make your way to the podium. Okay, I'm not seeing Pamela make any moves. How about Owen, Nathan, and Desiree?
Hi, my name is Owen Brown. I'm a 17-year-old high school junior. I want to focus on the quality of life impact on families and children in the area. This is not a lockdown facility. It is near a school, near a park, and neighbors several establishments. This proposal changes traffic, neighborhood character, safety, and the overall quality of life for nearby residents. I personally walk or ride my bike to Anytime Fitness in Skyhawk Village weekly. I'm concerned for the impacts and safety posed by having such a facility in Skyhawk Village, both in my own day-to-day life at the location and for all other members of our neighborhood community who, like me, enjoy easy and safe accessibility of the establishments within. I do not believe that the proposal's level of impact is compatible with this location. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the council to uphold our appeal.
Thank you, Owen. The next speaker will be Pamela, followed by Nathan, Desiree, and Bebe. Pamela? All right, we'll circle back. Nathan? Desiree, if you are on your way, please make your way to the podium. Nathan, please go ahead.
Hi, I'm Nathan.
Okay.
Hi. I'm a school bus driver for West County Transportation, and I've seen some bus stops just not work out around the similar circumstance. So if the transit stop in front of Colleen's or across the street is currently used for a bus stop, to please change that location. I know that has to be okayed with the superintendent, but I've personally experienced a passenger who didn't want to interact with a parent who was going through the same situation through drug rehab, and it was just his or her desire to be separated from his parent. And I know it's hard for children to see their parent go through this, so please consider the children who go to school in the area, who walk, who ride the bus, and get that stop changed. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Desiree, followed by Bebe and Gwoa Ben.
Okay, there is a quote from Game of Thrones said by Jon Snow that everything said before the word but is a load of horse poo-poo, and I think that is a common theme for tonight. We're okay with recovery, but not here. That being said, I had to get it out of my system. Good evening, Santa Rosa City Council, and thank you for taking the time to hear.
Bed proposal to 6 beds and now back to 24 feels like a gradual erosion of the original vision. This is about protecting housing, supporting families, and preserving our community. I respectfully ask you to deny this expansion. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Micah, followed by Michelle, and then KG Han. Micah?
Where my son died from fentanyl overdose right here in Santa Rosa. I'm also the co-founder of Micah's Hugs, a local nonprofit dedicated to fentanyl awareness, education, Narcan distribution, and recovery support across Sonoma County. We partner with Pura Vida on many projects in the community. I am here today to speak in full support of Pura Vida's request to expand beds at their Mountain Hawk location. I understand some neighbors have concerns, but the data and our daily experience show the opposite of those fears. Communities with access to treatment and sober living resources experience lower crimes, fewer overdoses, and greater stability. National study confirms neighborhoods with licensed recovery facilities show no rise in crime or property loss. The clients here at this location will be all here voluntarily because they want to improve their lives and the lives of the people around them. They are not undesirables and they deserve our support and our respect. I would be proud to be the neighbor of Pura Vida location, and I think we should all feel the same way. On behalf of Micah's Hugs and the many families we serve, I urge you to approve this permit and let Santa Rosa communities continue with compassion, evidence, and hope. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Michelle, followed by KG Han and Jenna. Michelle, go ahead.
Good evening. I'm Michelle Sawyer, the other co-founder of Micah's Hugs. The issues people are concerned about, substance use, overdose, and mental health challenges, are already present in every part of our community. The project does not introduce those issues. It provides a structured, supervised environment to address them. No community is immune to these struggles. Every neighborhood is affected in some ways, whether it's visible or not. That's exactly why services like this need to exist within communities, because that's how they actually make a difference. That's how this serves Skyhawk. And I think part of what we're hearing tonight reflects a broader mindset that these services should exist just somewhere else. But if every community takes that position, then these solutions don't exist anywhere. There are already issues happening in our community that pose far greater risk to safety and well-being. The difference is this project is actually working to address them, not ignore them. The problem is already here. The question is whether we allow solutions to be here too. I respectfully ask that you deny the appeal and uphold the approval. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next speaker will be KG Han, followed by Jenna, David, and Susie.
各位议员好，我叫韩科杰，来自 Rankin Valley。
One moment while we get the interpreter in place, please. Lauren, can you please facilitate the interpreter?
Indeed, I'm moving Willis over now. Ready to go.
Hello, 请说。
Thank
Hello.
you. Please go ahead.
请说。
各位议员好，我叫韩科杰，来自 Rankin Valley。
Hello, every council members. My name is Han Ke-jie from the Rankin Valley.
今天我想讲一讲我的室友 Michael， 他去过4次戒毒所。
Today, I would like to talk about my roommate, Michael, and he or she spent 4 times in a recovery center.
他向我们隐瞒了他自己的吸毒经历，住进了我们家。
He or she hid the secret of what his or her experience from the recovery center and living into my home.
是的，当时的他看起来就和正常人一样。
He or she looked just as normal person.
我们很欢迎他住了进来。
We've given him or her a warm welcome to stay with us.
当时的我们对毒品一无所知。
We didn't have a good knowledge about narcotic.
最初我们不知道他的毒品就放在冰箱里。
Initially, we did not know that he or she placed his items into the refrigerator.
而我3岁的女儿经常要打开冰箱拿她的饮料。
And my 3-year-old daughter often opened the refrigerator for drinks.
他带着他的朋友在房间里吸毒。
He and she brought his or her friends and smoking in the room.
因为在同一个房子里，也因为空气循环系统，我们第二天早上，我的丈夫，我3岁半的女儿，异常的疲惫，每天早上起来都会感觉想吐。
Because we all under the same roof, and also the air circulations every single the next morning. My husband, me, and including our 3-year-old daughter often feel extremely fatigued.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Jenna, followed by David, Susie, and Stella. Jenna, are you in the room? All right, I will circle back to Jenna in case she's out in the courtyard. Susie, Stella, Roland?
Sushi courtyard Roland?
Susie, go ahead.
Council. My name is Susie Murray. I was the supervising planner for current development team when I retired last year after 19 years of service with the city. The day Alex, the applicant, came into planning and economic development to inquire about permitting requirements to operate a community care facility for the addicted, I joined Planner Bisla at the counter. It was my opinion then, and still is, that this use and this location are a perfect fit. Grounds for appeal questioned the use's compatibility with nearby low-density residential uses. Community care facilities are permitted in all residential districts by right or through the approval of minor conditional use permit. As mentioned in the staff report, Alex has been operating a 6-bed facility for 3+ years without incident. This is a residential use. It's previously occupied by apartments. How is that not compatible? I can't think, whoops.
Thank you. The next speaker will be David, followed by Stella, Roland, and Xing. David, are you in the room? Thank you, David.
Yes, good evening. My name is David Wargen, and I fully support the expansion of Pura Vida. I have lived in the community of Santa Rosa for a long time. I've been sober over 41 years, 35 years of that here in Santa Rosa. And I have seen a lot of recovery facilities come and go, close, open, move. And of all the facilities that I have been affiliated with or have experience with, Pura Vida is the finest one. It is the best run. They also host a meeting at their Cleveland office of a AA meeting that has been in the county in Santa Rosa for many decades, and that is the current home of that particular meeting. And I'd also like to say that as far as Osceola's serving alcohol and having Pura Vida there, down in Petaluma, there is the Alano Club, which is right next to a very sleazy bar, and they're both doing fine. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Stella, followed by Roland, Xing, and Shirley.
Okay, hi everybody. My fear is that when people limit projects like this to only fitting their own personal preference, the decision and opportunity to receive care is then decided by them and not the person who is seeking that care. I don't think any of us have the right to decide where and when individuals receive or seek care. I could give you some statistics that would suggest your zip code alone has suffered a double-digit number of deaths related to behavior and mental health, substance abuse as well. Hopefully that dispels any question about community service. In the interest of an unbiased, factual decision, it has been established that this purpose falls within the land use parameters. Pura Vida has presented proper assurance from the medical community that the level and definition of care that will be taking place is also within the parameters of use. After all of that, the only reservations and concerns left over have to do with a small-minded personal opinion that is, one, discriminatory, and two, based on a made-up idea that this will somehow change the purpose of these already residential units.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Roland, followed by Ching and Shirley.
My name is Roland, and I'm a father, a husband, and a resident in town. This project appears to consolidate beds from other facilities rather than meaningfully expand treatment capacity. That means one neighborhood takes on more intensity, while other neighborhoods may lose convenient access to smaller facility. Good planning distributes services whenever possible. It doesn't concentrate impact into a single neighborhood while reducing convenience elsewhere. This is not only a District 3 issue, it affects how treatment access is distributed across the city. For these reasons, I respectfully ask the Council to uphold the appeal.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Xing, followed by Shirley, Michael, and Ying.
So good evening, my name is Qing Xu, I'm a resident in Skyhawk. So I was touched by the stories the supporters of Pura Vida have told, and I realized that the drug issue has become so significant in Santa Rosa. I have two questions to Pura Vida and the supporters. To Pura Vida, are you closing other site and consolidate the beds to this one site? Why here? Is this expansion of your business to save more people or just for cost-saving purpose? What does that mean to the patient that residing around other places in Santa Rosa? To the supporters, you didn't say where you live. Do you prefer a site near or in your neighborhood, or would rather have your beloved children or grandchildren being transported to this commercial place on Highway 12, where the residents here have brought up so many concerns on its safety and convenience? These are also questions to the council members here. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Shirley, followed by Michael and Ying.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Shirley. I would like to ask, dear Mayor, all the lovely city council, where do you live? Your next door is some addiction facility? You think your property value gonna increase? As educator, no one more than me to believe how important have recover facility. It's very important. But why all 24 bed moved to Skyhawk? Santa Rosa is very big. As we all know, Skyhawk is one of the best neighborhood in Santa Rosa. So here I'm asking all the founders, all the owners of this facility, why all 24 bed? Santa Rosa have many other locations. Is this profit driven? I know a lot of facility with very high charges for addiction facility. So please, for my answer.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Michael, followed by Yin. Michael, please go ahead.
Hi there, my name is Michael. I live here in Santa Rosa, and I spoke earlier about the need for alternatives to the police, and that includes for folks who they have addiction issues. It's really important that they have places to go. I knew someone who was going through domestic violence on the street, and we called the domestic violence shelter together, and they said, are you a user? And she said, yes. And they said, well, then you can't come here. You need to go to an addiction treatment center first. Then you can come to a domestic violence shelter. So she had to put her in the position of having to choose, am I gonna fight this addiction, which was deeply based on the trauma of her situation, which is a huge decision to make, versus am I gonna go back to my abuser? And that's unacceptable. And I'm hearing a lot of arguments about property values, and I don't think that those types of arguments should be a factor here. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Yin. And if there's anyone else wishing to provide public comment on item 16.1, please line up at the microphones. And please recall that we have both podiums available for public comment. Yin, please go ahead.
Hello, my name is Yin Zhen, and I've been a resident of Skyhawk since 2017. I would like to speak strongly against the expansion of the addiction recovery program at Skyhawk Village. I'd like to echo what some of my fellow residents has said about the opinion. And in addition, I'd like to point out at a public hearing last November, I was here for that hearing, and Pura Vida reviewed their plan to close some of their residential programs elsewhere in the city and consolidate them into this 24-bed facility. While we might praise what Pura Vida has done for people in need, we also wonder whether this decision to expand at Skyhawk Village is a business decision driven by cost saving and by profit. And anyway, I'd like to respectfully ask city councils to uphold the appeal. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, the next speaker, please go ahead, Fred.
I would like to encourage the council to deny both appeals and support the project. If you take the list of arguments against this project of property values, character, fire evacuation, intensity, compatibility, scale, parking, congestion, graffiti, crime, those are the exact same list against almost every project. So with those same reasons, you wouldn't be able to do anything in the city. I'd like to encourage the council to keep in mind the parable of the Good Samaritan, and that you want to be compassionate to people who are down. And as far as the fire evacuation arguments go, this is not 2017 again. The police and fire are well organized and ready to manage an evacuation so that the fears that are based on what it was like on 2017 are no longer valid. And I really resent the villainization of people in recovery. And I think that's really necessary, and I think the decision is clear. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, Janice, go ahead.
Thank you. Janice Carmen. This isn't about no empathy or no understanding or feeling bad because of people having addiction problems or not feeling bad about it. It has nothing to do with that. It has to do with the location, the situation. Highway 12 runs right by it. There's been no mention of Highway 12. I was at the city meeting last night. They were supposed to be at Burger Center in Oakmont. It turned out when I got there were nobody there. You had to tell people to go to the West Wing and go to a different place. We went to a different place. The seating was so bad to see the site that you were on the same parallel, and the screen was here, and you couldn't see anything. And people were talking far away over there. It's about the fires, and the fires are a real threat to everyone. And the mayor knows this. We all know this. I was evacuated twice, both the glass fire and the other one. I can't think of it right now. But it's about the fires, and Oakmont has been begging for help for a long time, and you know it.
Thank you. All right, one moment.
Got it.
All right, Dwayne, you have 1 moment.
Hello, you ready?
Yep.
Hello, my name is Dwayne DeWitt. I'm a respiratory therapist from Roseland, 50 years after being an EMT and an Army medic. No smoking anywhere is the best policy everywhere. I would like to have you know that over in Roseland, we have Turning Point, we have DAC. You can start with the alternative mitigations at this site and solve a lot of these concerns here. What works in Roseland can work in rich and wealthy places. Have mercy all over the city. In the face of NIMBY opposition, it's okay to have courage. Uphold the Planning Commission decision. Do alternative mitigations, allow for these people to get their lives in order, and we'll all be better off in the long haul. I think tonight we've basically seen that this is an opportunity for all of us to help anyone who might be in need, especially if you got Christian values. Thank you kindly.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to provide public comment on item 16.1 that has not already provided comment? Mayor, I'm just giving it a moment to see if anybody comes busting through the doors from the courtyard.
I thought that was Dwayne.
He might have. All right, Mayor, I'll turn it back to you.
All right, Madam City Clerk, thank you very much. That was our longest public comment in quite a while. Thank you again to all the folks from Skyhawk and across the city who turned out for this item. A very good discussion, and let's continue it now because we have a chance to hear from the applicant. Mr. Wignall has 3 minutes to provide a rebuttal or additional information. Alex, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I wanted to take a minute to go back and Councilmember Rogers, I wanted to answer the first question that you asked me about clients going off-site a little more clearly. I was kind of nervous because I thought I was going to take questions at the end and I wasn't ready to jump right back in. But the clients, when clients do go off-site for activities, they're transported in vans by staff, which means that one van making 2 trips or 2 vans making 1 trip will be able to transport all of the clients. Clients do leave the site regularly as part of their regular treatment. Under our new operation, this will be to receive programming at our other more rural site a few miles away. Combined with the fact that our proposed staff parking plan has all shift staff parking on an ample public parking on Highway 12, traffic to the parking lot will be drastically reduced from our current use, which has our existing 6-bed facility and 4 other residential tenants in the apartments up there. They all have at least 1 car, if not 2, in the parking lot. I also wanted to invite our medical director to come clear up the medical versus non-medical or clinical versus non-clinical nature of our operation.
Thank you. And as you approach the microphone, please be sure you are uncomfortably close to the mic so we can pick you up down here. The audio picks up on the recording, but down here it was a little hard to hear your counterpart. Thank you.
Can everyone hear me okay? Perfect. Good evening. Thanks for having me. I'm Rod Fontanet. I'm the physician and medical director of Pura Vida Recovery Service. I'm an emergency medicine, critical care medicine physician, as well as a retired Air Force critical care physician as well of 21 years of active duty service, and I am a veteran. And so I'm here to clear up the medical versus non-medical issue at Pura Vida. We treat clients who are attempting to recover from addiction in a residential setting. That should not be confused with an inpatient setting, which would imply a setting of a medical nature. Residential settings are ones in which clients are fully capable of all activities of daily living, even at the detox level of care. Because I know that was brought up earlier when it comes to fire evacuation. How could clients self-evacuate? Well, this is how they can all care for themselves and ambulate. To ensure that clients meets the requirements, they undergo a rigorous screening and admissions process. And if at any time during this process, my team and I determine that a patient needs a higher level of care, they're referred elsewhere. My role as medical director is to provide incidental medical services in accordance with DHCS guidelines to ensure patients can thrive safely in the residential level of care. Clients of Pura Vida do not receive any medical treatment at this facility. All other aspects of the program are administered by non-medical personnel. In the event that a client needs medical intervention, they are transported to a medical facility. For details about specific health and safety code sections, please see the attached letter, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Pura Vida. We will now go to the appellant's rebuttal comments. We'll start actually with Skyhawk United. Dr. Chen, is that you once again? There you go. David, you've got the floor.
Mayor, staff, and council, the applicant has spoken at length about critical need for beds. But let's look at their own testimony. They are closing other facilities across Santa Rosa to consolidate here at this location. This isn't a response to neighborhood need. It is a business consolidation strategy. They admitted on the record that they have no data to prove a need for 24 beds at this site. the council cannot make a finding C on compatibility based on the business plan that places local serving plaza with a regional institutional hub. The applicant's solution for smoking is a primary example of why this site fails finding D. They proposed a vending or busing patients to other facilities just to smoke. If a facility is so physically constrained that you must bus your patients off-site for a basic behavioral need, then that site, by definition, is not suitable. This proposal ignores the patient dignity and increases the very traffic impacts they claim are negligible. We've heard promises of zero impact, but we have shown to you the otherwise. Cigarette butts, loitering. This isn't about lack of empathy. It's about the operational reality. Furthermore, the independent support letters they provided are from their own commercial tenants. As their landlord, the applicant has a financial relationship with those businesses that invalidates them as a proof of community consensus. Finally, we must address the safety of the patients themselves. Approving 24 impaired individuals on a second story on a high fire hazard zone is dangerous. Therefore, please vote to uphold the appeal and deny the permit.
Thank you, David. We'll also hear a rebuttal from Ms. Karlstrom. Aaron, go ahead.
I have just a couple of points to raise in rebuttal to the applicant's project. They have, of course, already had a chance to rebut our application. Returning to process irregularities and inconsistencies that lead to an insufficient finding and lack of evidence on the record. The applicant represents that this project is compatible with the underlying zoning. We would ask respectfully, does the record reflect that? And if so, why then was the project site required to be rezoned just last month? Secondly, with respect to the representations that appropriate findings and substantial evidence exist that wildfire risks have been properly analyzed and or mitigated, which is required under CEQA, it's my understanding that while the applicant, or excuse me, you heard Fire Chief Lowenthal represent that the project site will be recommended to be removed from the WUI or the Wildland Urban Interface. Was that a request of the developer? We would like that addressed within the record, or is that a policy being dictated by the citizens? It is our position that wildfire risks have not been analyzed, have not been mitigated within the CEQA framework. And finally, just on a personal note, as someone who's worked in and around development here in Santa Rosa, including in your seats as a planning commissioner and on both sides of land use projects, I have never heard a project applicant and a developer so blatantly threaten the neighbors of a neighborhood into which he wants to advance and increase his operations. And if that is at all indicative of the manner in which this applicant, this project at this site is going to respond to the concerns of the neighbors, the council need to take that into consideration. And we hope, please, that if you are inclined to move forward with approval tonight, which of course we hope you do not, please consider implementing the alternative mitigation components that our clients have submitted for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Karlstrom. And with that, we're going to close the public hearing and bring it back to council for additional questions of staff or the applicant or appellant. Looking down the row, Ms. Fleming.
Thank you for all that you've done to gather this information for us. I did want to ask about the total number of beds that Pura Vida is operating, because one of the things I'm confused about is it an expansion or is it a consolidation?
So from what we heard from the applicant, and they can clarify, it sounds like they're consolidating their existing locations into this particular location. This particular location does have approval for a 6-bed facility, and it would be expanded to a total of 24 beds.
Okay.
Why don't we go to the applicant just to confirm that, Alex?
When I said consolidation, we're trying to consolidate the number of facilities we operate, but we will be expanding the total number of beds from 18 to 24. So we'll have 24 beds in one facility rather than 18 in 3. Does that make sense?
Yep, thank you.
Ms. Benuelos.
I actually, that was one of the questions I had because I heard consolidation a lot tonight. The other question I had actually is for staff. As far as the minor conditional use permit, is there, just remind me, if there is a time limit on that, or is it, well, indefinite, or how would it work?
Conditional use permits run with the land. So it would remain with the land until it is, unless it is rescinded for some reason, or if the use changes and they get a new use permit.
Right. Okay, so then how, because I think it's been, the other point that's been made, particularly by the appellant, is that I think it was both C and D. I think those are the two that they feel have not been met. How do you all feel they have been met?
So they are, the staff's findings, which are supported by what the Planning Commission did, are outlined in the draft resolution that's before you. I'm happy to go through them in just detail.
Briefly, just briefly.
So finding C is that the design, location, size, and operating characteristics of the proposed activity would be compatible with the existing and future land uses in the vicinity. So what staff and the Planning Commission found was that the community care facilities is planning to occupy 7 existing residential apartment units within a multi-tenant commercial and mixed-use building. The project was designed to be a mixed-use project with both residential and commercial. It is not located within the low-density residential neighborhood. It's on a commercial site zoned for mixed use for commercial and residential. It's physically separated from the nearest single-family residential property by Skyhawk Creek and Park. We also found that the General Plan 2050 describes community care facilities, among other uses, as compatible accessory uses to the primary residential uses in residential areas, and that the housing element and zoning code both identify community care facilities as a residential housing type. There were also some identifying some conditions of approval within that finding that ensure compatibility, including that there's sufficient parking on site. The facility will be staffed 24 hours a day. Clients will be supervised. There will be a hotline for neighbors. Clients will be screened, and no sex offenders or violent felons will be admitted. And clients will be required to be sober while in the program and screened daily. So those are some of the compatibility pieces. For finding D, that finding is that the site is physically suitable for the type, density, and intensity of the use being proposed. And you know, again, it was developed as a mixed-use property. The units that are being utilized are previously identified as, there were 7 2-bedroom residential units, and they are utilizing that existing space. They are not expanding. And so staff found, and the Planning Commission found, that the intensity was not increasing beyond what the project was originally approved at.
Okay, thank you, Jessica.
Thank you. Ms. Rogers?
So, Alex, you said that instead of them staying at 3 properties, so you're going to use one of the properties for during the day, and then this property will be for nighttime use?
It'll be a mix of both, but we maintain an active license right now at one of our 6-bed facilities that has, like I said, a big yard. We have animals there where we can do animal therapy, a garden, the pool. So it's only 1.5 miles away. So it's a good opportunity for them to leave the facility at Mountain Hawk for additional services or treatment in a different environment. They'll be able to, everything they can do at one facility, they will be able to do at the other than, obviously, they can't all sleep at the 6-bed facility. So they'll be able to have group over there, individual sessions, all of that.
Okay. And then I just have to ask, is Massage Envy your tenant?
They are.
Okay. So when you told us that the businesses that support you, I mean, they can't really say they don't support you because they may not have a place to operate. They're your tenant.
I mean, they definitely could. They have 10-year leases in place securing their operation. And frankly, I've become friends with all the owners because we've been good neighbors with them. When they have issues, oftentimes our maintenance guy will help them out. Their letters of support speak for themselves. I don't think that they were coerced in any way or felt the need to answer a certain way.
You're the landlord. You have to think that way. Okay. Sounds good. I just wanted to clarify.
Well, additionally, the neighbor next door, who we are not affiliated with, he just owns the building next door, wrote us a letter of support, as well as several of his tenants who have no financial relationship with us. So,
perfect. That one sounds better.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Thank you. For staff, there was a slide that Esquire Carlstrom put up that had some questions and concerns on it that she wanted to, about the process. I was wondering if you could address those, as well as the further questions that she asked about the timeline of removing the location from the WUI.
So for the second question about the WUI, I would defer that to our Fire Marshal, Paul Lowenthal, who I think is still on, and then we will work on, I may need some help from our attorney and the others.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, for the question. So the initial analysis of evaluating the WUI stems back to the 2020 CWPP, the Community Wildfire Protection Plan. During that time, the only analysis that was done or requested to be done regarding the WUI was specific to Coffey Park. That was an action item that came out of the CWPP, and that was determined to not be within the WUI. After that, there was a determination that was made that we were going to wait for the state to come out with their recommendations for moderate, high, and very high in the state responsibility areas outside of the city. Those maps were initially rolled out in 2022. When we saw the new maps, we communicated with the state, and we were led to believe that there were likely going to be changes within the city of Santa Rosa's local responsibility area. Prior to that map change, the only areas within the city that the state mapped were the very high fire hazard severity zones, which did include the northern portions of Skyhawk. Based on the new maps that we saw in 2022, we knew that there was going to be changes to the city. Those maps were released to us last year, and as required by law, the high and very high fire hazard severity zones were approved by council. We then took the recommendations and the direction from the state that came out in early 2025 and made a decision that we were going to modify our existing wildland urban interface. Again, our wildland urban interface was established originally in 2009, and there's a lot of people that were included in a zone that stem back from that initial map. The goal was to take the moderate, high, and very high as recommended by the State Fire Marshal's Office and change the boundaries of our local wildland urban interface fire area. In some parts of the city, the wildland urban interface expanded into areas that we've never included in our WUI, primarily which you will see, which you've seen in the initial adoption of our maps, and you'll see that brought forth to council on April 21st. that has areas that are being recommended to be included in the WUI around Montgomery High School, into the Creekside area of the Bennett Valley neighborhoods and around the fairgrounds. There's also good information to request the withdrawal of our existing wildland and urban interface from certain parts of our community that are primarily in the Annandale Heights area, closer to the Summerfield Road portion of that neighborhood, as well as portions of the Rincon Valley neighborhoods around Skyhawk, where if there's no science, there's no data to support that risk, then there's no reason based on the history, the data to support those neighborhoods continuing to be in our local wildland interface if they're not even remotely close to the states. It should be noted that this project area is about a mile from the very high fire hazard severity zone. I did some quick calculations in the new proposed boundaries. The moderate risk will be within about 0.2 of a mile from this project area, and the high risk will be about 6 to 7/10 of a mile from this project area.
All right, so this process was well underway at the behest of the city and not at the request of the applicant, correct?
Yes, the short answer is yes. We started this project as a city back in 2020, and it has continued through today.
Thank you.
Okay, and then just wanted to clarify, so there were some specific questions towards the end of her presentation. Are those the ones you're asking us to respond to?
Yes, where she questioned the process.
Okay.
Yeah, if you can.
Yeah, so there were 5 bullet points that were identified as questions. The first was, and you can correct me if I'm not going the right direction here. The first was regarding zoning and what substantial evidence shows this 24-bed facility serves the daily needs of the Skyhawk neighborhood. The neighborhood commercial zoning district, there is, in the zoning code, there is a purpose that describes what the intent of the neighborhood commercial zoning district is. It does talk about serving daily needs, but there is no mandate for uses that are going into a neighborhood commercial zoning district to provide for the daily needs. The neighborhood commercial district is designed to be a mixed-use zoning district and encourages incorporation of both residential and commercial uses, and that is reflected in the land use table of the code that identifies a multitude of different uses that are allowed by right, as well as with various levels of conditional use permit. So the record reflects in the findings that the use is consistent with the neighborhood commercial zoning district. The next question was scale analysis, specifically where do findings analyze where quadrupling intensity is compatible with the neighborhood commercial zoning. So again, I mean, it is a 6-bed facility existing. It's going into 7 residential units. Those residential units were designed at 2 bedrooms, and the 24-bed facility, staff is not aware of it being incompatible with intensity. The building official has also looked at this and has not identified any issues with intensity of the number of residents that would be living on site, as well as the staff. Paul Lowenthal just talked about the wildfire safety. The next question was regarding public opposition and where do the findings reconcile overwhelming neighborhood opposition. So again, we've got findings that have to be made for approving a conditional use permit, and the record reflects how those findings could be made. And I think our attorney may have some other comments on that particular one.
Sure, thank you. Good evening. Ashley Crocker, Assistant City Attorney. Just to follow up on Jessica Jones, I wanted to note that public controversy itself does not require additional environmental review when there's no substantial evidence in the record that the project as designed will cause significant environmental impacts. Similarly, CEQA does not require an analysis of subjective psychological feelings or social impacts resulting from a project. So I wanted to add that. And then I think the next bullet is mine as well. The last bullet is fair hearing. Given the district council member's recusal, how has the city ensured heightened scrutiny of the record? And to that, I will point out that in the land use context, in the setting of the quasi-judicial appeal that we're in today, California courts apply the fair hearing standard, and that requires a fair hearing before an impartial tribunal to ensure administrative decisions are based on evidence and impartial judgment. Fair process standards require that council members cannot have personal conflicts of interest, cannot have prejudged the facts, and cannot be prejudiced against any party. Decisions must be based on evidence presented in the record and at the hearing. So in that framework, recusal of an individual council member does not undermine the fair process and does not require the council to apply any additional heightened scrutiny to its review. In fact, recusal of a council member that has identified a conflict of interest is required to ensure a fair hearing and fair process. So regardless of whether the council member recuses or if they're absent, which happens on a regular basis, the council is required to review the evidence in the record and to make findings supported by substantial evidence. And the substantial evidence in the record was detailed by Ms. Jones, is in the resolution, is in the staff report, and is in all of the supporting documents attached to your materials. And I also just want to note on, there was another suggestion that the split vote by the Planning Commission would somehow alter your review, and that 4-2 vote does not trigger any heightened standard of review of the council and does not compromise our fair hearing processes. And then, okay. I also wanted, just as a little off topic, but I wanted to circle back to Councilmember Alvarez's initial question as to whether or not there are any state laws that would govern or influence your decision. And I did want to just point out that the Americans with Disabilities Act does protect those who are in treatment programs and or those who are taking prescribed medicine to treat their addiction. So if the council were to base any denial on the fact that the residents are former or recovering addicts, that could be a violation of the ADA. And similarly, since this is a housing issue, if it were a decision based on a disability status, it could also violate the federal fair housing laws as well as state FEHA and the UNRU Act. So I thought I'd throw that out there in response. And that's all I have on the fair hearing.
And then if I could provide one additional point of clarification, it was mentioned earlier that the site was recently rezoned. And just for clarification, the site was not recently rezoned. The site was zoned neighborhood commercial in 2005. What happened with the council recently was a general plan land use amendment for this site. The prior general plan land use amendment was very low density residential. And so the council changed that land use designation to a combination of medium density residential and retail business services, which is consistent with most of the neighborhood commercial zoning districts that we have here in the city.
Thank you so much for all of your answers on that. Appreciate it.
Any further questions from council? Mr. Alvarez?
Definitely took the air out of my sail with all the questions that have already been asked. Smoking, do you actually take your members off of the property so they can smoke a cigarette?
It's a condition of approval.
Do you do that? Do you do that currently?
No.
Okay, because that sounded beyond words like a waste of gas. But are there elevators?
There are.
Okay.
Yeah, the building's elevator served. There's not a single step to get into any of our units.
And you said that you have 2 vehicles that provide, or 1 vehicle that can visit the property multiple times in 2 runs, vacate all the members that you have at one time?
We could do it in several different ways. We have one 12-passenger van now that we use, but as we increase capacity, we could buy another one or make multiple trips.
And I have all these notes, but I think, again, the questions haven't been asked, so appreciate your time.
I'll thank my colleagues as well. All of my questions were answered. Ms. Crocker, thank you for coming in with that ADA information. That was a good point of context for us to keep in mind. With that, let's throw a motion onto the table here. Vice Mayor, why don't you throw a motion out there, and then we can have any final discussion that's needed.
All right, I will move to adopt a resolution as presented by staff.
Do we have a second? All right, we have a motion and a second by Ms. Rogers. This would be to deny the appeal. Final discussion? Ms. Fleming?
Yeah, to my mind, this is really been an interesting discussion, and I don't look at this as about being pro or con about a rehab center. I look at this as being a land use decision, because at the end of the day, there's a roughly equal number of beds, whether it's 18 or 24, that are going to be permitted. It seems like it's about where you site the business rather than whether or not you provide the service, and that whether or not we allow this today, that this business could continue to operate at various locations around the city. And I find it actually a little bit logistically strange to site it here and then move people around for smoking breaks. I've been a social worker, and I think that smoking is pretty essential to people recovering from, and easily getting to smoke is probably pretty essential to people recovering. So to my mind, I look at this like, what does it actually make sense for this shopping center, not does it make sense to have people in recovery, because of course it makes sense to have people in recovery. But I have a hard time, and like, it doesn't really make sense to me to have it in this, just because of the intensity. I don't know that that's what was intended when the housing units were put in, to have that high of a residential count in these apartment units. And so that's kind of how I look at it. I'm really curious to hear what other people say. Like, I love the idea of having more services, and I think that the services can continue elsewhere, here and where they're also going on at other locations in the city.
Ms. Rogers?
So really want to thank the public for their input, regardless of what side that you feel you are on. I'm trying to say this very nicely, but if I hear these people one more time, when those people are us. I work in the ER, and those people are your mothers, your fathers, they're your attorneys, they're your doctors, they're your garbage collectors, they are us. None of us are exempt. And so that was very disheartening to hear that. I hope that if I'm ever one of these people, or let's just say, I hope that if I'm ever someone that has a challenge, that my journey has not gone the way that I wanted it to go, that there is somewhere for me to go. And being a licensed marriage and family therapist, I know far too many times when people are ready for the help and they're ready for the care, we do not always have beds or places for them to go to get that help and that care. So for that, thank you very much for having this business. Thank you for wanting to expand it however you want to expand it. It's a business. It's not my, I don't feel like I should be able to tell you can have 3 people there and 2 people there. If it fits criteria, which it sounds like it does, then by all means do what you want with your business. But thank you for having the services available for the people in our community that need it. I hope that the people that are here that are opposed to this, God forbid that any of your family members, your friends, the children that have to walk to school, one of their parents need this if we are to deny this business to provide this service to our community, because substance abuse does not discriminate. So I hope you have listened, but you walk out of here with an open heart. If this does come into your community and you know that, I'm not going to say these people, the people that would utilize this service, I hope you know that they deserve the services to get their lives together. So thank you.
Thank you. Other thoughts before, Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I agree with Councilmember Rogers. I try to stay in my lane, and that lane is to not tell other people how to do their business. If there's business decisions that need to be made about, is this a good location? Are the patients okay being near a place that serves alcohol, I mean, for lack of a better term, the market will dictate that. If it's a bad business decision for them to do this, then that's something they have to deal with. That's not for us to deal with. We don't want to get into the nitty-gritty of how businesses operate on a day-to-day basis. Should it be legal and should it comply with our zoning? I want to thank the residents for being out here and for asking us to scrutinize this project as part of this process. It's a process that we've had before all of us have been here. It's a process we're all going to have after we're all gone, is to scrutinize projects like this to make sure it's being done the right way. That being said, I have a real problem with people bringing up kids. I'm probably going to get a lot of crap for this when I get home. I was 6 years old sitting on the outside of a ring of people in recovery playing with Hot Wheels, and I turned out fine. At least I think I did. But I think it's incumbent on parents to explain what is going on, that there is an illness that these people cannot control and that they need help. So don't say it's best for the kids if you don't plan on educating them on what's going on. So I'm trying not to get emotional because it's a very personal subject for me, but I don't think it's appropriate to push people who are in recovery out of the eyesight because it makes you uncomfortable. We need people to be in a part of a community. And you can ask anybody that's successfully or even unsuccessfully gone through recovery and still trying, that community matters in that process. Putting them on an island to deal with it themselves is not going to be something that works for any of them. Hands down, there's no question. They need people of support. They need to feel normal. So with that being said, I'm going to vote to deny these appeals, both of them, because I think this is a legal and good use and morally the right thing to do.
Mr. Alvarez?
I was going to stay quiet for the rest of the meeting, but hearing that my colleague just poured his heart out, I cannot help but join that chorus. The reality is that drug use, alcoholism is a disease. It should not be correlated, it should not be associated with pedophilia. I can't even say the word correctly. Whatever, that nasty stuff. The reality is, as a young kid playing in the ditches looking for crawdads, I stabbed myself with needles that were discarded. As a man, just today, I forgot my laptop at home, and I find in my driveway a needle. I live off of Sebastopol Road. It was not there when I left. When I've lived next to recovery homes, I did not hear the noises of recovery. What I saw was people trying to recover and recuperate their life. So when you do think of a halfway home or a recovery house, you find people that are trying to better their lives, not use drugs. And I think that's a misperception that's produced by fear. And I hope that all of us can get over that fear together.
Ms. Banuelos?
Thank you. This has been a really interesting discussion, and I want to thank everyone for coming out. The Skyhawk United, and of course everyone with Pura Vida. It's no matter what, it's always good to see people engaged in their community and wanting to make their voices heard, and I really respect that. I have to say, yes, it is true. I don't live in Skyhawk. But in my district, I represent 6 different homeless facilities. Not 1, 6. And many of the things that I heard said tonight about folks in recovery are a lot of the things that I hear about, that people say about homeless folks over and over again. And I have to say, I have to commend my fellow council members, because they get it. They understand that any of us, if not our family members, we ourselves can become homeless, especially in this economy, can have substance abuse issues, mental health issues, you name it, across the board. And probably everyone in this room has either themselves or someone in their family or friends that have gone through any of those issues. I don't want to lecture people. I'm not doing that. I just want to say that I really respect the work that Pura Vida does, and I think it's a service that is sorely, sorely needed, especially when we hear about, you know, our children dying of fentanyl, things of that nature, or people in horrible situations and babies being killed because they're affected by drugs that are in the room. Any of that stuff that has all happened here in Santa Rosa. And we have to, I think Councilmember O'Krecki makes a good point. We have to be realistic about that. It's great that you live in Skyhawk. What a beautiful place, but is that reality if you don't allow people to understand that there are people with problems? That's what I'm concerned about. So I'm going to be voting for the denial of the appeals tonight. And I commend you all. I also commend Dr. Chen. You know, I think your heart's in the right place. But remember that we all are affected by this. And as a community, we have to all address it. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you for that. I commend my colleagues for the comments they've made, and I second them. I would build on what Ms. Banuelos just pointed out, which is that in, I think, all of our districts throughout the city, we have facilities like this that are doing good work, that are in our neighborhoods. I mentioned it earlier, but you know, Bennett Valley, Summerfield Road went through this exact discussion 15 years ago as they were looking to put, again, a larger facility serving people who were arguably even more at risk or more complicated in some ways to work with. And it's been a good thing for the guests at that facility then and in the new version, and it's been good for the community. So we have to find a way to support that as long as it's done in the right way in our various neighborhoods. And to that end, I want to thank staff because you answered all of the reasonable objections that were brought forward. We talked about concerns around planning. That seems clear that this project is in alignment with our code. We talked about the fire issues. It seems clear that we have addressed those. We've talked about the neighborhood nuisance issues. It seems clear that we've investigated those thoroughly. We've talked about the operator quality. It seems like we've addressed that issue. So good for the community for raising these concerns. It was good we had this conversation, but it does seem like the city and the applicant have answered the objections fairly thoroughly. And so as my colleagues have hinted, I will also be supporting this project. And to that end, we have a motion and we have a second on the floor. Madam City Clerk, are we ready to call a vote?
Yes, Mayor. Excuse me. Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers.
Proudly aye.
Councilmember McDonald has recused. Councilmember Fleming.
Yes.
Councilmember Banuelos.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor O'Krepke.
Aye.
Mayor Stapp.
Yes.
Let the record show this passes with 6 affirmative votes and Councilmember McDonald recusing.
All right. Everyone, thank you again for coming out tonight. Since we are moving on to hour 8 or through hour 8 of the meeting, we're going to take a 10-minute break. And then for those of you who are here for the immigration issue, we're going to come back and begin with that in 10 minutes. All right, thank you for your patience, everyone. The time is 9:05, and we will reconvene in open session. Madam City Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers. Councilmember McDonald.
Here.
Councilmember Fleming. Councilmember Banuelos.
Here.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Present.
Vice Mayor Okrepke.
Here.
Mayor Stepp.
Here.
Let the record show that all council members are present.
All right, we're moving on to another issue that is front and center for our community right now. We're going to start with item 15.3, which is our report on the ordinance introduction. This is pertaining to the ordinance of the Council of the City of Santa Rosa, adding Chapter 13-40 to the Santa Rosa City Code to establish that civil immigration enforcement is not a city purpose. And 2, to prohibit the use of city property that would disrupt city operations or discourage access to city services unless the use furthers a city purpose or is traditionally available to the public without city authorization. And Mr. Nutt, I believe that you're going to take the lead on this one, along with our city attorney.
Yes, good evening, and thank you, Mayor. I'm joined by City Attorney Stricker, and we are going to work our way through this presentation, talking about an ordinance and a city code revision to restrict use of city property. When it boils down to it, the city's mission is really to provide high-quality public services and cultivate vibrant and resilient, livable city. That is the City Council's mission for the city of Santa Rosa. And in doing so, there's a number of aspects of that we find ourselves needing to continue to adjust and make improvements along the way, given some of the new changes occurring at the federal level. Last year, City Council adopted a series of council goals, which turned into strategic priorities. Of the 5, which include fiscal sustainability and budget excellence, development and maintenance of city infrastructure, citywide economic development, the most important and relevant one for this is fostering a safe, healthy, and inclusive community, in addition to providing housing and, for all and homeless reduction. And the city invests substantial resources into ensure that we're following each of these council goals to try to deliver the mission of this city. And in doing so, we really look at the city being an access point for our community members to be able to have safe, accessible, and operational continuity with the practical necessity of fiscal responsibility. And that's really saying we are here to try to ensure that our community is part of a true community. In doing so, we established a series of we demonstrated our commitment. And in 2017, City Council adopted Resolution 2017-17, which is an indivisible cities resolution, and it demonstrated that we have a commitment to safeguarding the civil rights, safety, and dignity of all Santa Rosa residents, and acknowledging that Santa Rosa is a community of diverse individuals that prides itself on being a place that welcomes persons and families from all cultures, religions, backgrounds, orientations, abilities, and viewpoints. And it underscores the city's commitment to all community members, including our immigrant community, creating a safe and livable community for all through trust and cooperation. We further went back in 2018 and adopted a resolution specifically relating to policies that were in process of separating children from families at the border and in other instances where immigration services were taking action to develop or determine someone's residency within the United States. And this last year, or earlier this year, Council adopted Resolution 2026-014, which was a request to Congress to improve our training and our oversight of federal immigration enforcement agents, and in the hopes of trying to better address the types of atrocities we were seeing across the country in relation to the immigration tactics that were being made. It also tried to better separate the distinction between federal enforcement activities and local enforcement activities. And this is really the heart of the challenge that we're running into today. In doing so, the challenge we're seeing at the federal level is we're having federal enforcement agencies appear as local enforcement officers by utilizing the word police on their gear, on their dress, on their vehicles. We are identifying that the tactics that they're using don't conform with local police practices that are established across the country. And what that's resulting in is fear for immigrant families of going to places such as workforce centers, libraries, public events, and healthcare facilities because the lack of government trust is starting to embroil its way through our community members because of the lack of distinction. Additionally, reports show that immigration status and enforcement-related concerns have deterred many from accessing just basic need programs like Medicaid and SNAP programs. Effective public safety depends on residents feeling safe, accessing services, reporting crimes, and engaging with local government. And city participation with enforcement of federal immigration laws, including the use of city properties and assets, not only violates state law and demonstrably diminishes the public's participation in civic life and trust in local public safety efforts. There's substantial evidence from major cities around the country that show that failing to support immigrant adults and their children negatively impact their contributions to key industries in our communities, on leaving critical gaps in healthcare, technology, construction, and agriculture. Therefore, we've been asked by council to begin establishing or presenting an ordinance for your consideration that does a series of things. And this ordinance is based on an ordinance that the City and County of San Francisco recently adopted and represents the strongest example of an ordinance restricting immigration officials from using local government property aligned with the approach many California cities and counties have taken without challenge. This proposed ordinance has been developed to provide neutral, non-discriminatory approach to ensure that the city property serves a city purpose by focusing on the city's role in promoting and not disrupting citywide function and its ability to provide services to the public. In doing so, there will be 4 primary aspects of this. The ordinance will prohibit use of city property without city authorization, except for spaces generally open to the public without authorization. It will prohibit city officials or employees from authorizing uses that disrupt city operations or discourage access to city services unless the use furthers a city purpose. Authorize the city attorney to pursue an injunction or other legal civil action for unauthorized or unlawful use of city property in violation of the ordinance. And it reinforces the California Values Act and existing city policies that by prohibiting city property from being used to assist in civil immigration enforcement. This ordinance prohibits anyone, including the federal government, from commandeering city property for non-city purposes, such as civil immigration enforcement. For example, under the ordinance, ICE may not take over part of the City Hall parking lot or public parking spaces at a park to the exclusion of others to stage its civil immigration enforcement operations. There are several things this ordinance does not do. It does not prohibit constitutionally protected speech or assembly, amend any existing legally binding agreement, restrict lawful public access to facilities traditionally open to the public, interfere with any federal officer's independent authority under federal law, or limit enforcement of criminal laws unrelated to immigration status. To be clear, this ordinance does not prohibit ICE agents from enforcing immigration laws on city property that is open to the public in all circumstances. ICE agents may enforce similar immigration laws on city property where that access or use is on the same terms as members of the public and does not disrupt city operations. For example, ICE agents may park in a visitor space at City Hall to engage in civil immigration efforts in parts of the City Hall campus that are open to the public, providing doing so does not disrupt city operations. The specific language that we are proposing to amend into the city code under chapter 13-40, use of city property, is as follows. There are 6 subsections associated with this. I'm not going to read all of these, but The general information I just provided you is just written here in appropriate format so that we can move forward under a legally enforceable ordinance. And this is the second 3 components. By setting clear standards for how city property and resources may be used, including restrictions that keep local resources focused on city responsibilities rather than federal civil immigration enforcement, it is our recommendation that the council adopt this ordinance to ensure consistency in day-by-day operations, support public safety efforts that encourage public cooperation, and strengthen community trust in the city's commitment to comprehensive wellness services, fairness, and transparency. And I just want to say there was a lot of hands that helped put this together. I want to appreciate City Attorney Stricker and Chief Deputy Attorney Luna for the work that they've done on the legal side, as well as Lindsay Doherty and Luke Fazer within the city manager's office for the work that they did to get this together. This really was a team effort to ensure that this particular program and ordinance came together in an appropriate way. And so with that, the city attorney's office and city manager's office recommends that the council approve the reading and introduce an ordinance adding chapter 13-40 titled Use of City Property to the Santa Rosa City Code to 1, establish that civil immigration enforcement is not a city purpose, and 2, prohibit the use of city property that would disrupt city operations or discourage access to city services unless the use furthers a city purpose or is traditionally available to the public without city authorization. And we are here to answer any questions that you may have.
Assistant City Manager Nutt and City Attorney Stricker, thank you so much. There was a lot of work that went into this. Turning to council for questions. Ms. McDonald?
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. I have a quick question, and maybe you can help me to understand. Can you tell me the difference between the City Council adopting a resolution or adopting an ordinance, and what that does for us?
An ordinance is in your books. It's usually an ordinance is something that would apply to those outside of the city rather than an internal city policy that's really talking about what we do here. That said, there have been a number of jurisdictions that have done similar things by resolution. So one could do it either way. We did get feedback at the study session that you all preferred to see an ordinance, and so we are moving forward with an ordinance. An ordinance gets you there a little slower, but it also has very clear teeth in it. So again, this, as always, requires 2 readings. It takes effect on the 31st day after a reading. It's the usual pattern with your ordinances.
And I think this is an important point that we want to make tonight into the community, because to me, resolutions can be statements of belief or what we want to achieve, where an ordinance is actually directing how we do business. And while it takes longer to get there, it actually gives our staff better direction. It tells our community how we want to do the business. But I just want to make sure that I was understanding that right and why we're going through the 2-step process, because this is actually stronger language for the city to have in place to protect our community members. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Benuelos?
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Assistant City Manager and City Attorney and everyone that was involved in putting this together really fairly quickly, actually. I just had a few questions. Let's see. I know you did, but I just wanted, for the purposes of the public, to, if you could talk a little bit about the other ordinances that you looked at in the state of California.
Sure. We looked at many ordinances all across the city. Some of them were identified in the study session. We looked at, I'm going to just go through my list. We looked at Alameda County. We looked at Pinole. We looked at Berkeley. We looked at the city of Los Angeles, the county of Los Angeles. We looked at the city of San Diego. We looked at the city and county of San Francisco, which is the one that this one is modeled from. We looked at the city of San Jose. We looked at the city of Santa Clara, which was a resolution. We looked at San Mateo County, and there were some others that also were looked at outside of the state. We really wanted to stick with the approach taken in the state because we have some legislation that is already in place that protects our resources to some extent, that it makes California a little bit different.
And along that line, can you talk about, I think it's the, I believe it's the city of San Diego. They are talking about requiring a judicial warrant. And I just wondered if you could talk a little bit about the difference between a judicial warrant being required versus what we're looking at as possibly like a city permit.
What we're looking at here, this ordinance talks about city uses. If a judicial warrant is something that any law enforcement agency, our own police officers go through this process, get from a court, and they have to show that there's sufficient probable cause to get a warrant. And so basically you have a judge that's issuing that warrant. When you have a warrant, whether it's immigration officers that have a warrant or a local police department, then there is an obligation to comply. The warrant is very limited and narrow in what is supposed to happen. And I would invite the chief to come down if you want more questions about the specifics of a warrant. But essentially, it's gone through a process where a court has already determined that there is enough probable cause to move forward with a warrant. An administrative warrant is very different. It's done administratively in the case of immigration officers. It's essentially ICE itself has determined that it's going to issue a warrant, and the two are very different. ICE cannot come into a place that is not open to the public without a judicial warrant unless there is consent given. And so, for example, if ICE were to come to City Hall, we have places that are open to the public during normal business hours. An ICE agent could walk into those same places that are open to the business. But ICE can't demand to come into places that are closed to the public, that are really only open to city employees without a judicial warrant. That is the state of the law right now. And so this ordinance doesn't change the ability of ICE to come anywhere with an appropriate judicial warrant. And any ordinance that we would adopt that says you can't come here with a judicial warrant would probably not survive a legal challenge.
And I'll just add, and I'll let the city attorney chime in with this as well. I think the key aspect of this is not an isolate, it doesn't discriminate in essence of the particular individual or entity that's coming in to operate on a particular city property. It basically identifies that city has full control of the properties that it owns, operates, and maintains, and it's at our discretion that anybody shows up and takes over or commandeers that space for whatever activity it is. And I think that was a critical component of why City Attorney Stricker identified the San Francisco ordinance as being the primary aspect, because it doesn't come out and specifically say, this particular federal immigration agency cannot be here. And there are some ordinances out there that the city attorney read off that specifically state that. And there's concern about the ongoing aspect of that language.
And I guess my other question is in terms of process. So if we adopt this tonight, there's some time, of course, it's going to come back for a second reading. But if we adopt what's here without any changes or tweaks, the second reading, when it comes back, will be the same. I'm assuming. I'm just asking what the process is.
So this, whenever you adopt an ordinance with only a couple of exceptions to the rule, and this wouldn't be one of those,
okay.
If you introduce it tonight, that's your first reading. Typically, we will then bring it back at the next meeting. It is on your consent calendar.
Right.
If you approve it, you have now adopted it. under applicable state law, as well as our own charter, the ordinance doesn't go into effect until the 31st day after adoption. So if we bring this back on the 7th, you adopt it on the 7th, it would go into the effect on the 31st day after that, which I haven't done the math.
Okay, but that doesn't preclude us if we found the need to make any amendments down the line, if we wanted to do that later, like if something happened and we thought, well, we need to put something else in here.
We, there's nothing that would preclude you from bringing an amendment at any time, and that's true of any of your ordinances. So there's often a case, we just had one recently with our massage ordinance where you had adopted that program a number of months ago, and we found that there was some cleanup that needed to happen, and so we brought back what is essentially very surgical amendments to kind of clean that up, and that's part of your process. So you could make changes to this. In order to change it, you have to amend it, which is another two-step process.
Okay.
And then I will also add that in the event there were a situation where you had adopted this ordinance and we're still waiting for those 31 days to go by, let's say, for example, we're 5 days in and there is a situation in Santa Rosa where there's an urgent need to be able to enforce that ordinance that hasn't gone into effect. Depending on those circumstances, there would then be the option of doing what is effectively an urgency ordinance on shortened notice that does go into effect immediately. But there would have to be certain facts that would clearly establish the legal grounds for an urgency ordinance. And so you would not be in a situation where you had to wait 2 or 3 weeks before we could do anything.
Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Yeah, just one question, and I'm going to ask for the chief's help on this as well. But I think one thing that's going to stand out in this to some people is the part under setting clear boundaries where it says this does not interfere with federal officers' independent authority under federal law. So can you kind of address if the repercussions of interfering, what their independent authority is and what the repercussions for staff and specifically law enforcement are for interfering?
Okay, so under federal law, we cannot interfere with getting in the way with letting ICE do their job. And so that's different than whether or not we can allow them to use our property to assist them in doing their job. So we couldn't, for example, if we saw an arrest happening by an ICE official, we couldn't go over there and say, we don't like that happening in our city, and you can't do that here. And if we started to push doing that, we would then run into the risk of having an argument be made that we had committed a crime, the crime of interfering with a federal agent's immigration enforcement efforts. And so that would be something that we would not be able to do. This ordinance doesn't do that. What this ordinance does is this is talking about use of our property and establishing that in order for our property to be essentially used for any purpose, it has to be consistent with city policies. And so we're talking about exclusive use, using it as a staging ground, or using it in a way that completely precludes us from delivering our mission as a city. And there are exceptions for First Amendment and for the other situations that our Assistant City Attorney just outlined.
Yes, and Vice Mayor, what I would add to that, I mean, our city attorney has the strong legal knowledge on this, and we brought this up in our original when we talked about the resolution about 2 key areas of concern, is that our Santa Rosa police officers by policy and by state law will never assist federal agents in immigration enforcement with it. You're never going to see us on any co-response. You're never going to see a police officer asking about anyone's immigration status, certainly not detaining anyone for their immigration status. But then the question comes in, so what if we do see an ICE agent on city property? What is our action going to do? And those are some of the concerns that we brought up. The safety concerns of sending armed police officers against armed federal agents, but the real threat, and especially in the world that we live in today, of an officer impeding a federal officer and then getting federally indicted, something that we've obviously never seen here in the city of Santa Rosa. So that's why we really worked carefully as a team to navigate how do we focus on the desire of our community, of our elected officials, to make sure that we're sending the message not here in Santa Rosa, but at the same time not creating safety or legal concerns for our team here. And I think that the team was able to thread that needle successfully here, that we can send the message, we're not going to allow this behavior on our city property, but do it without exposing our office to safety risk or legal risk.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? All right, let's open it up to public comment. I know we have a number of people who are interested in commenting. We're going to make sure that we can hear everyone, especially at this late hour, we're going to limit public comment to 2 minutes. I know that we know that people feel passionately about this issue and have things to say. I always make this offer when we have lots of commenters. It is perfectly appropriate if you are going to say essentially the same thing as the person in front of you, to simply go and say, I agree with the person who just spoke. Nevertheless, you do have your full 2 minutes if you're interested. And having said that, let's start it off. We'll use both podiums. We'll start off with Susan Lamont, Chad Bola, and Diane. If you could be waiting by the podiums, because we're going to click through this pretty fast. We have a number of speakers. But Susan, Chad, and Diane.
My comments are particularly directed to those who consider immigrants to be the other. My ancestors came to the territory that's now the United States. They arrived in Jamestown in 1619 and lived on stolen Powhatan land. When the first ship of enslaved people arrived that same year, they bought some of them. In 1634, the displaced Powhatans justifiably rebelled and killed John Woodson. And in return, his wife and a neighbor killed several Powhatans, and the gun they used is still in existence in a museum. The U.S. government and the vast majority of U.S. residents consider me to be a legitimate citizen of this country. That is despite being here with such an origin story. That prejudice against those who are of color, who don't have the same privileges that I have. It's primarily because of their color. It is a white supremacist policy. It's very common to hear U.S. citizens say, well, my ancestors came here legally. But did they? The federal government did not begin regulating immigration until 1891. And many were not allowed to come here legally anyway, based upon their color. So how many understand that we're just lucky, not that we deserve this, that we're more deserving? It's you, the members of the City Council, have limited options for opposing this very, very cruel system. And we are asking you to even consider defying the law at some point. At some point, I think that will be necessary, and you must be brave.
Thank you, Susan. Chad, Diane, and then Scott Johnson. Chad, are you still here? All right, Diane, Scott, and then Marianne Michaels. And again, let's use both podiums. Is Diane here? All right, Scott, are you here? So Scott, Marianne, and then Michael.
Scott Johnson, Mr. Mayor, members of the council, really appreciate the spirit of urgency that I'm sensing both from the council to bring forward and adopt the ordinance, as well as from staff, legal counsel, city manager's office, police department. Kudos. In reading the ordinance, and thank you for doing the comparative analysis with other jurisdictions around the Bay Area. There's some good examples to follow. So great. I'm affirming my support for the focus on ice-free zone, no use of city property for any ice activity that goes above and beyond, judicial warrant authority. However, what in my mind seems to be missing, or perhaps might be considered for greater emphasis, is within the ordinance a very prescriptive, firm, direct language restricting the sharing of information and data with ICE. Because ICE, as far as many of us view it, are really starting to rely on municipal governments and the sharing of that data to assist in their enforcement, repressive enforcement activities. So, as a community member here in Sonoma County, I failed to say that I'm a Sebastopol resident. Look to include a language on non-sharing, non-collaborating.
Thank you, Scott. Marianne, then Michael, then Gloria.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council, and staff. My name is Mary Ann Michaels. I've been a resident of Santa Rosa for 45 years. I currently live in Rincon Valley, and I am a member of the Sonoma County Sanctuary Coalition. When I filled out that yellow card, I checked the box that I support the ordinance that you're considering. I support first clause where you establish that civil immigration enforcement is not a city purpose, because I believe that that is a statement of non-collaboration with ICE. I support the second part of prohibiting use of city property that would disrupt city operations or discourage access to city services, because I believe that any ICE arrests that occur on any property in Sonoma County are by nature disruptive and create trauma not only for those encountering ICE in the form of being arrested, but for anyone who has to witness this. Finally, I want to add a clause designating schools, hospitals, and places of worship as ICE-free zones. That would be a new addition, and I think it's a very important one to create the healthy community support system and safety that we all seek to provide. Thank you.
Thank you, Marianne. Michael, Gloria, and Elena.
Hey everyone, my name's Michael. I live in District 2. I strongly support the city banning ICE officers from public property. This current ordinance as written, I don't think is strong enough. I think that what's lacking is it needs more language around addressing non-cooperation with ICE. That includes not sharing any information, and among other types of non-cooperation. I think that that's super important. In addition, I think that it really needs to be direct, and it needs to ban federal agents, ICE, DHS, CBP from public property. I don't think it should ban everybody, because if it's going to be selectively enforced, it should be really clear. so it's not misenforced so that it affects the wrong people or the people who weren't intended to be targeted. So I strongly support a more direct ordinance that's stronger and that would, maybe have a little bit more broad reach and not necessarily just kind of a general policy that that people can't be on city property without like a city permit. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Gloria, Elena, and then Linda. Thank you very much, Gloria. Elena, Linda, and Renee.
Hi, my name is Ilana, member of the Sonoma County Sanctuary Coalition. I guess in hearing all this, the thing that I have to say is I want a hard, strong no. No cooperation with ICE. No collaboration. No cooperation. We're seeing the death tolls like we've not seen before in decades. I think we saw 32 deaths in 2025. There's already 23 deaths this year. It's very hard for me to hear we have to let ICE do their job. Is this doing their job? So I feel that this city, we are a moral city, we're better than that. So I would like to say a very hard no to any cooperation. And more than I even care about property, I care about the beautiful people they're destroying, and I'd like to give the rest of my time to my colleague.
Thank you, Ilana. Linda, Renee, and then Socorro.
Good evening. Thank you for still being here with us. My name is Linda Evans, and I've been a resident of Santa Rosa for over 25 years. I very much appreciate the ordinance that you have before you today prohibiting immigration enforcement operations from using any city property or utilizing city resources. Thank you for listening to the community and our needs. But we want you to go further with your policy. We need you to be bold and to take whatever actions you can to stop ICE and its terrorism. We need you to protect immigrant people in our community. In addition to today's ordinance, we need an ordinance that will, number one, strongly state that Santa Rosa will not cooperate in any form with ICE or other immigration enforcement. Number two, provide training and guidelines for city employees in case they encounter ICE at their city job or in the community. Number three, prohibit any city employee from sharing information with ICE or other immigration enforcement. Number four, require clear signage that makes private or employee-only areas on all city-owned property. And number five, very important, to provide clear guidelines for the role of city police during immigration enforcement operations. We don't want something to happen here like just happened in the San Francisco airport. We have submitted an ordinance, a model ordinance to the city attorney, and the Sanctuary Coalition looks forward to working with you in creating additional ordinances that will take these needs into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Renee, Socorro, and Isabel.
This is Renee Saucedo with the Sonoma County Sanctuary Coalition. At your previous meeting, I was very happy because you all unanimously supported two pieces to this new ordinance. One, prohibiting ICE from using city property, and two, no collaboration or information sharing between city employees and ICE. As written now, this ordinance does not address the no collaboration aspect that you supported in your last meeting. You must be clear and use direct language. If you do not pass the non-collaboration portion, then immigrant parents, families will continue to fear in accessing certain services because it could lead to being reported to ICE. Fear of police, fear of reporting crimes, fear of taking their kids to school or the doctor when they hear reports that ICE may be present in the city or nearby. The message that you are sending, if you don't include the clear and direct language, is we don't care if you don't feel safe in our city. In these times of anti-immigrant hate and repression, ICE at our airports, people need a clear commitment. Establishing that civil immigration enforcement is not a city purpose is not clear. Santa Rosa still having discretion on whether to prohibit the use of city property.
Por todo lo que está pasando hoy.
I want you to consider this petition. I want you to touch your heart. If some of you are people whose ancestors were immigrants, and if they had to go through what we're going through this day.
Muchas gracias por su atención.
Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Socorro. Isabel, Paige, and Tiffany.
Gracias, Socorro.
Hello, this is Isabel Lopez with the Sanctuary Coalition of Sonoma County from District 3. I'm here to also, in agreement with my colleagues, requesting no collaboration with ICE be added onto the ordinance. This is that time, right? It's also, just like the last issue, this is also a morals issue, and it is time for you guys to stand up to protect our immigrant community. Thank you.
Thank you, Isabel. Paige, Tiffany, and Dallas.
Good evening. My name is Paige, and I am a resident of Santa Rosa, here representing myself. I want to acknowledge that there were many more neighbors here at the start of the meeting who weren't able to physically stay for 5 hours. And I urge the city to adopt the strongest possible ordinance to keep ICE out of Santa Rosa. The legal risks that individuals in our community are currently carrying are very great, and I hope that you can do so here tonight to help with the lift. Thank you.
Thank you, Paige. Tiffany, and then Dallas.
Hello? Okay. Yeah, hi. I don't know why we're even humoring this. ICE has no place here, and ICE isn't even playing by the rules, and they have been shown to have lethal consequences throughout the country. This policy, honestly, or this ordinance rather, feels like too little too late. People feel unsafe now, and police shouldn't even be humoring, collaborating, or trying to intervene and worrying about their own legal status. Thank you.
Thank you, Tiffany. Dallas?
Good evening, Council. My name is Dallas. I am an incident detection engineer. I work at a cybersecurity firm that takes care of councils like yourselves, different companies around the United States. And one of the things that we most oftentimes identify threat actors finding their way into companies, into councils, into cities, and doing damage is footholds that are based on policy and procedures that fail to hold up. Data is one of the most important things that we have available to us out in the world now. It changes our lives, and it has the impact to change the lives of the folks that are in Santa Rosa. We need to adopt this ordinance, and we need to make it in the strongest way possible. Being able to limit exposure of the residents of Santa Rosa through non-collaboration, through non-data sharing, and the strongest policies possible, limit the footholds, limit the threat, and limit the exposure of our residents. I agree with Michael that this ordinance is just frankly not worded strongly enough. We need to adopt as much protection as we can to protect the residents that are within Santa Rosa. I also agree with Scott that the data sharing and collaboration, and we need to limit as much as we can with working with ICE. We've seen that there is lethal consequences. We've seen that wherever ICE has a strong presence, that things tend to go poorly. ICE has reported that young women and girls are, quote, testing positive for pregnancy in the ICE detention facilities. That sounds like some soft wording for they are abusing the women and girls that find their way in there. And we do not want to have exposed the folks of Santa Rosa to that either. This is about building a foundation of trust and safety. Everyone here in Santa Rosa deserves to live a life of dignity. And while ICE is present, we do not have that for all residents, and everyone deserves that. Thank you.
Dallas, thank you very much. Are there any other members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll close public comment. All right, please make your way to the podium. And if you are interested in speaking, please be waiting by the podium. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Bree Perkins, and I've been coming before this council for over a year now, just cautioning this council on the increasing violence that we're seeing in our communities, not just locally, but also globally. And I just want to echo a lot of the sentiments that you're hearing today from my other comrades. I won't double down and add too much to that, other than I will say that Santa Rosa is the local municipality that all other local municipalities will be looking towards. So like you referred to San Francisco and other agencies and other municipalities in California, other cities around in Sonoma County are going to be looking to Santa Rosa to lead the charge in this. And so we want to see stronger language and stronger restrictions and less cooperation, and an assurance for our community members that they won't see cooperation between anyone in Sonoma County working alongside ICE. Sonoma County doesn't just need to be non-cooperative, but it needs to be a place that is inhospitable for ICE and any ICE activity. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there other members of the public? Please go ahead.
Hello, I'm Avery Rising-Scholl, and I'm a member of the Hoopa Valley Tribe, the Karuk and the Yurok. And forgive me, I have ADHD, and my medication has long since worn off since I first got here. So I'm going to be a little bit scatterbrained. I'm not coming here to ask you to do something. I'm not coming here to demand. I am here to remind you, council members, mayor, we are in a very desperate time, and we've been headed towards a desperate time. And you are in a very difficult but extremely fortunate position to stand up against horrible things that are coming. You are very lucky to be in this position. Please do everything you can. Thank you.
Thank you. Next podium.
Hello, my name is Nick. I'm a newer resident of Santa Rosa, but a longer resident of Sonoma County. I wanted to thank the staff and the council for putting together this ordinance so quick. I just also wanted to, call back to, I think about a month ago when this was initially being discussed. Both community input, as has been echoed today, and even council members saying, morality does not always equal legality, and yeah, I don't know, it'd be interesting to take that into account as much as possible for this. I think this ordinance should be adopted, but I think it's just a first step in terms of what we can do to help combat ICE. Thank you.
Thank you. Next podium.
Hi, good evening, Jason Sweeney. I guess I just wanted to say I want to also lend my support to this ordinance, and that you find ways to strengthen it in the ways that have already been suggested. And I'm happy that you're doing something. And I've heard some great commentary this evening about community and the importance and the role of community and not excluding. And I just want to say yes, more of that, please, and for everyone, because some of us have felt excluded by this body from your previous silence and indifference. And so thank you for doing something, and let's keep it going. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred.
Yeah, Fred Allbach. I'd like to support the comments of Scott Johnson in Dallas. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred. Are there other members of the public? All right, go ahead.
Am I uncomfortably close enough? Yes. My name is Una Risling-Scholl, also a member of the Hupa tribe. That's my brother. I just very quickly wanted to say my husband and I run VoteSonomaStrong.com, and it's it went way beyond what we ever thought it was going to. People are reaching out to us, and they're looking for suggestions for people who are going to do something. And that's growing massively. People are desperate for leaders that are actually making real change. They're desperate for somebody to take care of the people who need to be taken care of here, which is a number that's growing. So just putting that out there for you. Thanks.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public wish to speak? Seeing none, we'll close public comment, and let's throw a motion on the table and have further discussion. Ms. Banuelos, if you wouldn't mind.
Mayor, with respect, I do want to point out that there is a small clerical correction on section 7. That is just one word that needs to be amended. It was use of implantation when it should have been implementation. And so I just wanted to note that for the record and as the motion is put on the floor.
Thank you for that clarification.
And I will further clarify that is in section 7 of the ordinance. It's the environmental determination, and it's in the second to last line.
Okay. Let's see. I move to introduce the ordinance as amended with the clerical correction as specified by staff in section 7.
Second.
So we have was that a second I heard, Ms. McDonald? All right, we have a motion and a second by Ms. McDonald. Further discussion. Vice Mayor.
Clarifying question. In regards to the non-cooperation, correct me if I'm wrong, and I could be, it's been a long night, but doesn't the indivisible city resolution as well as the state, SB 54, thank you, dictate that?
Yes, that's an important matter to make sure it's clear for the record that there's actually 3 foundational pieces. So first is the indivisible city that we passed, or the city council did in 2017. Second is Senate Bill 54, and Senate Bill 54 specifically prohibits law enforcement cooperation and sharing information with ICE under a very narrow window, and that narrow window is being arrested or convicted of serious or violent felonies, and those specifically are listed out in the penal code section, including murder, rape, child molestation, kidnapping, and those are the only ones that under the state law. And then third is our department policy that we have, and that's our immigration policy. It's policy 420. It's listed both on our website, both in English and in Spanish, with outlines us following that law and limiting our cooperation in any type of sharing of information with ICE that are outside of that very narrow window allowed in state law.
So I guess for me, if it already exists, I see no problem in making it, putting in stronger words within this ordinance. Well, maybe not this ordinance, pass this ordinance because I don't want to wait on this ordinance, but work on one of those surgical amendments to it going forward so that we can get this implemented, just to codify it within this.
My suggestion would be if you want to make either put it in a different format or update it, that it actually would be in a different place. I wouldn't amend this ordinance, and it doesn't slow it down because either way you have to do it through 2 steps. So I think if there is a desire to beef that up, I mean, we do already have it. That is, it is a resolution that governs what we will do. it is appropriate to be a resolution, and you do already have that resolution in place. And again, we don't do that cooperation at all, except in those very narrow circumstances involving violent crimes.
I'm just thinking of being very clear what our intention is at this point in time by codifying it, by compressing those three into one action for our body to consider. If my colleagues would agree with that going forward, I would be interested in that. What I would not be interested in is, I understand the difference that sometimes what's moral isn't always legal, but we've seen ICE kill unarmed individuals. I am not willing to request or ask or expect any of our staff, or especially our armed police officers, to interfere in any way, shape, or form, because I don't think there would be any further discretion from ICE than we've seen already, which is almost none. So I'm not willing to go beyond that. That's already been discussed, and ask our staff, whether it be parks staff stepping in if they're staged at a park, or police officers, to interfere and put themselves, their family, and their livelihoods at risk.
Ms. McDonald?
So just for a couple more points of clarification, couldn't we amend the ordinance tonight or give clear direction to include the language of SB 54, what our current 420 policy says under law enforcement, and also that some of the language from the indivisible city resolution, if we were trying to actually get it through in 2 steps versus coming back and doing a whole elongated process. And some of my concern, along with the community members, is this is the thing that's giving us some teeth on how we're doing business. The thing that I'm hearing is that law enforcement doesn't comply unless there's those very specific narrow areas. But potentially, I think there's concern that maybe other departments could give information or share information if they were approached. So I think for me, it's not just about what law enforcement's very clear in what SB 54 says and what we're able to do during policy and police, but what do we have in place to make sure none of our departments are ever sharing information? And I want to make sure that information goes, or that goes into this ordinance.
So your indivisible city resolution that was passed in 2017 applies to all city employees.
Okay.
It includes the police officers, but it's all city employees. It's not just the police department.
And the resolution is clear to employees. That's how we'll do business in the city.
Correct.
Okay. I think that's a good point of clarification for the community as well.
Circumstances, yeah.
Okay, but I do see where Councilmember Okrepke was saying it's not a bad idea to even cite that we do have these other things. Like at the end of a term paper, you're citing some of the things we already have in place, so that when a community member reads this ordinance, they can go back and say, these things are already in place in the city, and this is where you find that information for the protection of the community. But just to make it cleaner, we could just add that into the ordinance now. And who cares if it's twice? It makes people feel safer and better and easier for us to understand. Then why don't we just make, it's our own policy. We do what we want, actually. So I think some of the questions, Chief, that I've heard too is, what if somebody's actually committing a crime? We've heard about ICE agents using children as bait to get people to come out of their buildings. And I think that's where some of the fear comes to, or parents not wanting to send their children to school for fear that someone will intervene and grab that child. So if that's, to me, that's, you're kidnapping a child for bait. What would we do in that instance if that came about? Because that's not an instance where you're, going toe to toe, but I mean, just for our community to know.
Yeah, this is an important question. It comes up a lot in community conversations as well. The law that's the most specific is Assembly Bill 26, and that was passed in 2021, and that talks about a law enforcement duty to intercede. The thing, though, to be very clear is the duty to intercede is a narrow window of when you see the law says clearly unlawful or excessive force. So that's what it's, and it's contained if that you're a police officer, and even if you see one of your peer police officers doing what's clearly unlawful or excessive force, you have two actions that you're, by policy and by law, you have to take. Your duty to stop that, to intercede in it, and second, to report it. Both of those are required by our policy. We build that into our training with it. It becomes more complex when you're talking about an ICE operation and doing federal agents, and then because our officers are never going to be working side by side, so we'll be getting a call after the fact of like that, hey, we saw some type of suspicious behavior. We get those now of like a kidnapping in Santa Rosa with the two and go out there. That's where it becomes more difficult. But officers are able to, each one of those, evaluate on a case-by-case basis. If our officers were able to see unlawful behavior, that it's occurring here in our jurisdiction, then our officers would take action with it. But the one that's the most specific is the Assembly Bill 26 on the duty to intercede. And we talked about that at the previous council session, that if an officer were to see that and be able to see clearly that it was unlawful behavior, that by our policy, by our training, they would act.
I think that's also another nice piece of legislation that we can cite, that we have these rules in place and so that the community is aware. Because I know you've said it, I've asked it several times, but it feels like it's living in so many different places. I think the more information we can put together for communications and on our website so that our community, obviously translated in both English and in Spanish and other languages, would also, I think, be beneficial when it comes to this. And while the language on, not allowing ICE specific on our sites is more powerful, I think this is a clever way of actually making sure that there's not some sort of target we're putting on our community, that this, we're excluding an ICE agent. We're saying if you don't meet our purposes, then you can't be on our property. And that gives us that opportunity to actually stay a little more stealth, in my opinion, as opposed to making a loud noise. And that's not a bad thing when we're looking at dealing with ICE agents. We're saying you can't come there, we're not gonna allow it. But instead of saying straight out on the language, I see why you did it that way for lots of different reasons. And some of it's just to protect the city, maybe legally, but also to see how we can actually, I think it is an unintended consequence the more we call people out versus if we can stay under the wire on that, we still get the result that we want, but it doesn't put a target on us as much. And I don't know if that was the justification of why you did it that way, or if we should just straight call it out and say, no ICE on our properties. Can you give me a reasoning behind that?
Well, certainly, as we talked about before, ICE does have some ability to come on our property, and making sure that we are complying with legal standards so that this is an enforceable ordinance is, I'm understanding, a goal. We want an ordinance that will stick and that we can actually use if we are in the situation where we need to enforce, that we would be able to go and under the facts that presented, be able to get an injunction against the use that violates the ordinance. So making sure we are following those standards and complying with the legal requirements was certainly a goal in how we crafted this. And so making sure that really we're focusing on any use here that would disrupt city property, that the city purposes and the city's mission. We want to make sure that anyone who comes, that their use of our property, and again, we're talking about not just use as any member of the public may, but use that really takes over a piece of our property. It's only done when it really furthers a city use and there's authority to do that. And so That's a neutral standard, and it's a standard that would apply to really any use. And it specifically applies to ICE because we are declaring, for all of the reasons that the assistant city manager said at the earlier of this presentation, that ICE use of city property runs afoul to our mission. And so that's why it's crafted in this way. I think we could add really reaffirming what we do in our indivisible city resolution as part of the latter parts of the ordinance. We could add that piece. I think it may be a good idea to create a website where we have all of these, a page on our website where we have links to all of the things that we've done so community members can understand that there are things that live in other places. But I think as to the non-cooperation, we could make reference to our indivisible city resolution and what that means.
I think it's worth noting, City Attorney, that you helpfully included that in the existing ordinance. So for the people who are watching the presentation tonight, you saw snippets that were cut out to make it digestible in this format. But if you take the time to go and read the 3-page ordinance or so, it clarifies where this new ordinance actually fits within the ecosystem of the anti-ICE or protective city ordinances. So there may be ways to strengthen that language. But before we talk about that further, I wanted to throw it over to City Manager Farrell, who might have thoughts on this subject.
Thank you, Mayor. This question is for the city attorney and staff. In terms of strengthening this ordinance, if the council wants to go in that direction, would it be possible for us to add a 1341, I'll call it, use of city data? Would that help to, I mean, we'd have to explore what categories of data for, if there's information that the city has that we want to restrict from collaboration unless it is consistent with the penal code for the most violent crimes. I know that there was concern about flock cameras and things like that have come up. And then also clarify use of local law enforcement. That's a way to make it clear that with SB 54 and our indivisible city ordinance, we have a non-collaboration stance, and then it's all contained in one ordinance. I don't know if that's clean, if that would be the way to do it. You know, I defer to you. You know the ordinance and the codes much better, but it could be a way to encapsulate it all by saying no use of city property, no collaboration with local law enforcement unless it's for violent crimes, and no use of city data, if those are the categories that the council wants to consider. I'm not sure if that's all of the items that you want us to look at, but perhaps that's one way to do it.
We, I think, would need to look, and I'm looking back to Chief Assistant City Attorney Autumn Luna, who, among others that I'm going to thank at the end of this presentation, because there was quite a collaboration of folks jumping in on this in the City Attorney's office. But we would definitely want to look at whether it would live at that particular chapter. We'd have to look at your code to figure out where it makes the most sense. We could bake it into this ordinance. I think the question is, can we get all of that to the finish line for you on the 7th, or whether you want us to come back? It is to come back with a subsequent piece of legislation and let this one go as it is. It may make some sense to let this one go and do a quick amendment after.
A question on that point, because I think it was covered earlier. With SB 54, the city's individual ordinance, are we already implicitly covering data? I mean, I'm trying to discern what changes that we're talking about here are substantive changes as opposed to just sort of rhetorical strengthenings.
Yeah, I think I could answer that question. I mean, it is specifically covered in the Indivisible Sonoma, our Indivisible city ordinance, and then also with the Senate Bill 54 and with our department policy. So those three things cover this very specifically and limit only under those serious or violent felonies as prescribed in Senate Bill 54.
So is my understanding correct that we effectively have now what many of our public commenters were interested in, what we discussed on the dais in terms of non-cooperation, non-data sharing. It is spread out in a way that sometimes can be confusing for the public, but it's there. And we're discussing how to make it clear to the public that we already have these things in place, as well as what the addition of this new ordinance, what this new ordinance brings to the table.
Mayor, if I could chime in, I think City Attorney Stricker mentioned the potential of being able to collate all of this into one place on a city website. I believe our current website actually has done that, and it has already incorporated all of the resolutions and ordinances and actions the city has taken in an effort to be present in this discussion. So we are doing that right now, and we have the ability to continue to post in those spaces and provide additional information as we start bringing them forward.
All right, so looking to council then, we've got an ordinance on the table now which provides just a clear path for, a clear statement of how the city is going to protect its property, and importantly, a clear enforcement mechanism. That's an important addition. There's future wordsmithing and education that can be done. The question is, do we want to do it on the dais right now, or do we? I'm seeing head shaking.
Nobody wants to make the sausage on the dais. I mean, I understand that. We just don't want to do that. But I think for me, it's that we might know what we have in place. We know what we're adopting tonight. What I'm hearing from the community is it's not clear all the things we have in place. If we could put it on the website and do it more clear, or cite it in the ordinance, or make something easy. I don't want to delay the adoption of the ordinance tonight, because it still is giving us the teeth that we want to have in place for the use of our properties. But I just want to make sure that there's a way that it's accumulated in a space so that everybody knows what we have in place. I think that's important.
Ms. Penuelos?
I kind of really like what the city manager suggested. I'm hearing from the community that the ordinance is not strong enough. I've heard that actually before the meeting and now. And I agree. I think I said this to the city attorney earlier today. It's not strong enough. And I understand that we have bits and pieces here, indivisible and SB 54 and, all of that. I think it needs to be all in one place. And so I really like her idea of just adding those things and strengthening it and being more clear about what we're trying to convey. Because here's the thing that bothers me about this whole thing is that I know we're trying to keep from being anything happening with the Justice Department and all those things, because if we break the law, we are held accountable. But when they break the law, they are not. And that's the reality that we're dealing with. And so with that in mind, I just think we need to be as clear as we can and put it all in one place, not just for us, but for the public.
So I'm re-reviewing the indivisible city resolution, and it actually doesn't have that provision in there. So I do think there is room to think about how to apply that to other agencies. I'm going to recommend that, so when we bring something back, it's thought out, that we do it in 2 steps, that you move this one forward. We don't have to wait for this to go into effect to amend it, because the second one won't go until it will come into effect later. So we could then bring you another ordinance that addresses this, whether it's an amendment to this code or housed in a different place that makes more sense. We will look at that internally as staff to make sure that your code is making some sense. But my recommendation is, because I don't think it's just adding a line here, we want to make sure that we capture it in a way that it is workable for and meeting all of our obligations everywhere. And so my recommendation is to go ahead. If it's the non-collaboration piece that feels like is missing, we'll bring that one back to you, and we'll do it as quickly as we reasonably can.
Ms. Benuelos, you amenable to that? Okay. So we've got a plan for the future, and right now we feel comfortable moving this one forward. We've got a motion on the table and a second. Unless there's further discussion, are we ready for the vote? Madam City Clerk, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Councilmember Rogers? Councilmember McDonald?
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming?
Yes.
Councilmember Banuelos?
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez?
Aye.
Vice Mayor Okrepke?
Aye.
Mayor Stapp?
Yes.
Let the record show this passes unanimously.
Thank you all, and thanks to the community for coming out tonight. Thank you for your patience. But the fun is not over yet. If you've stuck around this long, we've got water price increases to discuss and an inclusionary housing review. And as always, there are seats open in the front if you want to move closer. Otherwise, I'm looking at staff right now. The number of staff in water versus planning, whichever one has more, has the distinction of going next. Who is it? Is this the planning department over here? That's Sonoma Water, another agency. Oh my! I'm tempted to make county jokes, but I don't know if I can. All right, wait. Who's going to be faster? How fast are you going to be? Is the county going to drag its heels? You had like 26 slides in that deck. Are you going to go through every one? All right, fine. All right. Water wins the day, but this had better be quick. Yeah, that's what I thought.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Please.
So I want to thank Assistant City Manager Jason Nutt for extending appreciation to all of those who worked on this. There were a couple of people I wanted to add to the list. We had 3 assistant city attorneys that also contributed in one shape or form to this. And I just want to extend gratitude to assistant city attorneys Ashley Crocker, Jenica Hepler, and Hannah Ford-Stile, who actually is, as of this week, newly promoted to assistant city attorney.
Outstanding. We know it was a team effort. Yes, thank you, Jason. Thanks to the entire attorney's office. All right, and with that, we are. Let's see. This is 15.1, right? Our Sonoma County Water Agency proposed fiscal year 2026-2027 water transmission budget and rate increase. Given the multi-year history of these rate increases, it is only right that the city of Santa Rosa makes you wait until this late in the evening. Bit of poetic justice. But welcome back. No, we have to have at least a cursory presentation to show that we're doing our jobs. All right, who would like to kick us off?
Thank you, Mayor Stapp and members of council. Nick Harvey, Deputy Director of Administration with Santa Rosa Water. We're here tonight to talk to you about the proposed fiscal year 26-27 water transmission budget and rate increase. So every year, as you know, Santa Rosa Water, in conjunction with the other contracting agencies that purchase wholesale water from Sonoma Water, undergo a multi-step collaborative process to approve the proposed rate increase each year. That process started this year with the TAC, the Technical Advisory Committee from Sonoma Water's Finance Subcommittee, approved the proposal, recommended it to the full Technical Advisory Committee, who then subsequently approved it. Then went to the Board of Public Utilities at the March 5th meeting, where they formally recommended the proposal for council's consideration. And at the end of this item, our hope is that council is ready to give instruction to its WAC representative, Council Member Rogers, to suggest how the council would like her to vote at the WAC vote on April 6th. It'll then be considered by the County Board of Directors on April 28th. I apologize, a little tired and trying to keep my thoughts together here.
And in full disclosure, I think Ms. Rogers has delegated me to be at that meeting, so council has to twist my arm for that vote. Is that am I remembering correctly, Natalie? All right, there we go. Thank you.
I just wanted to point out, before I hand it over to Mr. Spalding, I just wanted to point out there is one difference this year with the rate proposal that we haven't had in several years past, and that's that we have returned with our 24-25 rate study. We have returned to the pass-through rate aspect because we started to see several years of unpredictable rate increases. So we returned to the pass-through. There's a slide later in the presentation in which I'll explain the estimated net impact to Santa Rosa ratepayers. And with that, I will hand it to Mr. Spalding.
All right. Thank you, Nick. So I'm Jake Spalding. I'm the Financial Services Division Manager with Sonoma Water. And in the sake of time, I'm going to give you a very brief, very high-level overview of our 26-27 proposed budget and rates. And then at the end of the presentation, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. So real quick, a little bit about Sonoma Water. We're not just the wholesale water provider. We also do flood control and wastewater services. We have a very robust water transmission system. It includes all kinds of infrastructure that you can see on the slide here. Of note, we have 3 different aqueducts, and the contractors are located on one of these 3 aqueducts, and they pay the rate associated with that. And I'm just saying that to say not everyone pays the same rate. So this city is obviously served by the Santa Rosa Aqueduct, which I'll get into the rates in a minute. Nick did pretty much cover our transparent, our collaborative process that we have every year, so I won't really go into too much detail here other than to say, we do start in mid-January. It is a collaboration with all the water contractors. We really do appreciate that collaboration and wanted to thank Nick, Jennifer, and Peter as well for all their help in the process. And that does allow us to then come to all the cities and councils and districts, give the presentation, and then get to our board before the end of April. A little more about the system. It's multiple funds. They all have their own budget and rates. So then there's a composite rate that everyone pays. And I'll show you those rates in a minute. Challenges, nothing new here. We've talked about this in prior years. We have aging infrastructure. We have O&M costs have been increasing on that. We also have the need to replace a lot of this infrastructure. We also have, the fact that we have a fully volumetric rate, which puts pressure on rate increases when deliveries aren't increasing. Also, we're vulnerable to natural hazards, which we've talked about before, particularly earthquakes. So those are some of the challenges that we're dealing with. There also are a lot of achievements and collaborations that we've been going through. And I know you guys recently had a presentation by our chief engineer on our CIP program, so I won't go into these, but we're always seeking offsetting funding to help reduce the rate increases to the community. And we're focused on resiliency, whether it be to drought, to earthquakes, and also things like education for our local youth on water. So the slide everyone's actually interested in, what are our proposed rates for 26-27? They range from 8.21 to 8.97 for the contractors served off the 3 main aqueducts. Santa Rosa Aqueduct is the cheapest of those 3. It's proposed at 8.21%. And just wanted to point out, that a gallon of water delivered through the system costs about 1/2 cent.
Thanks, Jake. And I'll just jump in real quick to explain the estimated customer impacts for Santa Rosa Water ratepayers. It gets a little complicated to explain how the rate's affected when we have two pieces of a rate being affected. We have the piece of our rate that's affected by Sonoma Water's wholesale increasing by 8.21%. The part not affected by the Sonoma Water wholesale rates increasing by 6% per the rates that were passed last year. So it becomes kind of a weighted average. And so for the average customer in Santa Rosa, the average household of 4 based on average summer water use uses about 8,700 gallons a month. 4.4 thousand gallons is the sewer cap, or what we refer to as indoor water use. We differentiate between our tiers as tier 1, we refer to as indoor, tier 2, outdoor, just because of how we use sewer caps. But basically, if we do the math, it comes out to an estimated about $5.33 impact, or 6.4% net effective rate impact for the Santa Rosa customers. That's obviously only on the water side, not the sewer side of the bill.
So real quick, I've listed on some of these slides some of the projects that are in the budget. We've got $3.55 million for hazard mitigation projects, about $7.4 million for other resiliency projects. So our total capital projects budget is about $10.9 million. On the O&M side, we're proposing roughly $49 million in projects. I've listed some of the higher priority ones on this slide. And, you know, of note on some of these, you know, we're trying to get a better understanding of the needs of the system so that we can better plan for the future and what those needs are and what rate increases in the future will be with our long-term financial plan. Some of the projects you see here are really going to aid in that process. You know, we have things like the asset management program, as well as the comprehensive master plan, which is going to better inform those future decisions. We also have the 4 main sub-funds that have budgets associated with them. These fund things like the biological opinion, the urban water management plan, and water conservation. The total budget for those funds this year is about $10.1 million, which is an increase, which you'll see on this next slide. And that's really due to the fact that we got issued the new 2025 biological opinion in April of last year. So we are complying with the requirements of the last biological opinion and some new requirements. So the cost for the BO compliance has gone up this year. You know, of note, on this slide, which shows you that our total budget is going to be $78.4 million, is, you know, it is actually a reduction of the budget from the prior year, about $3.6 million less than the prior year's budget. You'll also see on this slide that the capital program shows a big decrease. That's not actually a decrease in the amount of work we're doing. It's really a reflection of the fact that most of our capital programs are multi-year projects. And last year, we budgeted for a lot of very large projects that are going to get awarded in March and also in June of this year. So the team is really busy, but we didn't need as much additional appropriations for capital projects in this budget season. This slide just shows you, you know, kind of the breakdown of where our costs hit. Nothing too big here. You can see operations and maintenance is our biggest category, followed by capital projects, and then the sub-funds and debt service. And we show this slide every year, and I'm going to breeze through it real quick, but basically what the agreement that we have with the water contractors says is that our rate is fully volumetric. We divide the cost of operating the system by the amount of water sold, either the last 36 months or the last 12 months actuals or 36 months annual average, and that gives us our rate. And this is just a, you know, an example. It's a simplified version. The amount of deliveries used this year is the 12-month actuals, and that is actually 1.5% less than the amount we used last year, so that's putting some pressure on the rates. And this slide just shows you more of a breakdown of how the rate is calculated. You can see the different sub-funds in there, the O&M charge and the capital charges. One thing we do point out on this slide is that there is this discretionary charge that each one of the contractors elects to put on themselves, and it acts as a rate stabilization tool and also allows them to build up fund balance for future capital projects on the different aqueducts. Santa Rosa and the others served by the Santa Rosa Aqueduct elected to keep that charge the same as it was the previous year, so that $11 charge has not changed. And then, you know, looking into the future, we are required to budget annually, but we do long-range financial planning. What I put up here is an example of what we think the next 5 years may look like. We do plan out for the next 20 years. But what we're showing you here is we're estimating that the next 5 years are going to average about 7.6% annually. There are assumptions going into this. There's not a lot of growth there. So, you know, if we had more growth than we're anticipating here, rates would come down. There are also 2 very large bonds in this 5-year window to fund some of the capital projects that we have in the out years. So that is putting some pressure on the rates. Of note, you know, when we showed you this slide last year, everything was about 1% higher than it is in this slide. So in doing some more planning and pushing out some projects with sequencing, we have been able to bring that rate down. And then, you know, every water system is different, so this isn't meant to be an apples to apples comparison, but just on a purely, you know, dollar per acre foot perspective, you know, we're just showing you here that Sonoma Water still does have relatively affordable water to the other wholesalers in the area. And key dates, I think we've mentioned these before. The WAC is planning on voting on April 6th, and then we'll take it to our board for adoption on April 28th. And with that, I'll pass it back to Nick.
And with that, it is recommended by the Board of Public Utilities and Santa Rosa Water that the City Council by motion consider Sonoma Water's proposed fiscal year 2026-27 water transmission budget and proposed rate increase, and provide direction to its Water Advisory Committee representative for the April 6, 2026 WAC vote on Sonoma Water's proposed 26-27 water transmission system budget and rate increase. And happy to take any questions.
Jake and Nick, thank you for that. A smooth and persuasive presentation in spite of all the headwinds. Bringing it back to council for any questions. Seeing none, I will, Ms. Rogers, go for it.
Really quickly, I'm sorry, I know we all want to go home. So $5.33 is not a lot to me. But there are some people, many more nowadays, that are struggling to survive. I specifically am thinking about some of our seniors that are out there. Are there programs that are available to help support them with this rate increase?
Yes, council member. We currently have the Help to Others program, or the H2O program, in Santa Rosa Water. Unfortunately, it's pretty fully spoken for at this point in terms of the revenues that we're allowed to use. It's tricky providing financial assistance because of the restrictions of Proposition 218, but we are working behind the scenes with our team and advocacy team doing a lot of work, especially at the state level, working on proposed legislation, and hopefully the legislation, something comes through that's more workable and remains compliant with those legal requirements. And we're also looking for opportunities to enhance non-ratepayer revenue that we could use to fund that program and help more people out. But unfortunately, just from a legal perspective, we are somewhat hamstrung, but we're always looking for opportunities.
Thank you.
I'd just also add, we do have the Sonoma Marin Water Saving Partnership. They do offer, water efficiency things, so things like new toilets, more efficient toilets and stuff. So there could be savings there by implementing something to reduce their water use.
Thank you both. Any other questions? Then we'll open up to the public comment, or open it up to public comment. Are there any members of the public that would like to comment on this item? Whoops, seeing none. Boy, I am tired right now. All right, bringing it back to council for a motion. Ms. Rogers?
I would like to make a motion to approve the Sonoma Water's proposed 2026-27 water transmission system budget and rate increase, and direct Mayor Stapp or myself that's going to attend the city's Water Advisory Committee WAC to vote yes at the WAC meeting on April 6, 2026. I kind of said everything.
All right.
But,
We have a motion and we have a second. Any final discussion? All right, Madam City Clerk.
Mayor, I did not hear who made the second.
The Vice Mayor.
Thank you. All right. Councilmember Rogers.
Aye.
Councilmember McDonald.
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming. Councilmember Banuelos.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Okrepke.
Aye.
Mayor Stapp.
Yes.
Let the record show this passes with 6 affirmative votes and Councilmember Fleming absent.
Thank you very much. Jake, thanks for sticking around as long as you did, and Nick and Jen, thanks to the whole team. And we did notice the decrease in the rate, in the projected rate increases over the next few years. Thank you for that. All right, planning, can you improve on that? All right, let's see it. Item 15.2, this is our general plan and inclusionary housing annual review report for 2025. Take it away. You also have 23 slides, so we can do a direct time comparison. This is not an auspicious start.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Stapp and members of the council. The item before you tonight is the General Plan and Inclusionary Housing Annual Review for 2025. The annual review report informs the public and decision makers about progress in implementing the general plan and achieving city goals, and it also includes the annual review of the Inclusionary Housing Ordinance. This is a requirement by the State Office of Land Use and Climate Innovation, as well as the Department of Housing and Community Development, that we present this report to you as well as Planning Commission and submit it to them by April 1st of each year. Council Policy 200-01 requires that the Council and Planning Commission hold a special joint study session for this. So we are also requesting today to waive this council policy and allow Council and the Planning Commission to review them separately. Last June, the Council adopted the new General Plan 2050, which describes the city's aspirations and identifies strategies for managing growth, preservation, and change. This general plan provides policy framework to guide decision-making and funding of public improvement projects, including parks and streets. This updated, the new General Plan 2050 now contains 7 chapters which span numerous elements and cover several goals, policies, and actions. And for the housing element, I will hand it off to Amy Nicholson.
Okay. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and council members. Just a quick note that we saw a slight population increase January of last year compared to the previous year. And so there's been sort of an upward trend the last 2 calendar years for Santa Rosa's population, following several years of decrease right around the time of the Tubbs fire. In 2025, a total of 847 residential units had building permits issued. The majority of those were for multifamily housing units, and a smaller percentage were comprised of detached single-family dwellings as well as accessory dwelling units. This chart here reflects the city's progress toward achieving its regional housing needs allocation, otherwise known as RHNA. And the RHNA objectives are shown in the lower green bar. Last calendar year, there was some pretty steady progress made toward the very low and low income categories. Moderate income units continued to be a challenge for the city to produce, and the above moderate category saw really the bulk of the units. Just to kind of put a percentage on where we're at in the 3rd year of this RHNA cycle, we're at about 31% of achieving our very low income category, 60% of our low income category, which is very positive, at 12% of moderate and 98% of above moderate. So keep in mind, we still have 5 years left in the housing element cycle. Just a quick note on the city's inclusionary housing ordinance. So this ordinance requires that we report out on an annual basis on its implementation. A summary for last year is that there were a total of 23 on-site affordable units that were provided by way of this ordinance. And that is not inclusive of all the affordable units that you saw on the previous slide, and that's because projects that are entirely affordable are not subject to the inclusionary housing ordinance. So we saw much more than 23 units last year. About $1.4 million in fees were collected as required by the inclusionary housing ordinance. And so this is money that the city's housing authority can leverage to pay for new affordable developments as well as the rehabilitation or preservation of existing developments. Pass it back over to Noor.
The report highlights several residential projects that are either under construction or in the building permit stage or in the planning review stage. And so here we've highlighted projects that are currently under construction right now. One of those is phase 1 of Lance Drive, which has some very low income units, and the other is Casa Roseland, which is a part of the Tierra de Rosas master plan, and that is 100% affordable. There are also non-residential new developments, as well as policy projects that are either completing or are currently underway. One of those is the South Santa Rosa specific plan, which you all saw earlier today. The Stonehouse Inn is currently in planning review. It's an addition of 70-room hotel building to the existing historic Stonehouse site. Dave & Buster's, a new arcade restaurant bar at the Santa Rosa Plaza, finished construction and opened its doors this January, as well as the Series Community Project, which provides medically tailored meals to those in need. Construction took place throughout 2025, and they just opened in February. There were several economic development initiatives that took place throughout 2025. One of those is the completion of the United Soccer League USL Market Opportunity Report, a step in a direction to make Santa Rosa into more of a sports tourism destination. 2025, staff also began exploring options for entertainment zones in downtown to further strengthen the economic vitality of downtown. Additionally, staff began a process of developing a conditional use permit streamlining ordinance, which would reduce permitting requirements for several uses in order to encourage business growth throughout the city. And the economic development team has undergone or created several business service programs that support various types of small businesses and entrepreneurs and micro-entrepreneurs. The economic development team also implemented ongoing surveys and quarterly economic reporting to monitor district-level trends, business challenges, and service gaps. They established the Downtown Enhanced Infrastructure Financing District as a long-term tool to fund infrastructure investments to catalyze private development and enhance walkability and sustainability. And they further formed partnerships with the Small Business Development Center and Go Local. The circulation element covers both topics such as the transit network and the active transportation plan. So last year there was the pilot transit maps and signs installed to improve wayfinding between the transit mall and the downtown smart station. Transit also saw the continuation of the successful Youth Unlimited Rides and Unlimited Ridership programs. And in July of 2025, the council adopted the active transportation plan. And since then, the Transportation Public Works Department has already taken on several transportation safety projects throughout the city. And in 2025, the Redwood Bike Share program also launched and has increased its number of hubs throughout the city since its launch.
Okay, moving into our open space and conservation elements. Last year, the construction started on the final phase of the Colgan Creek Restoration Project, and the city's creek team continued to partner on the Creek Stewardship Program, and this is a program that helps to clean up and enhance the miles of creeks within the city's urban growth boundary. Greenhouse gas emissions are really woven throughout the general plan, but they're very focused in the open space and conservation chapter of the general plan. As the council recalls, the greenhouse gas reduction strategy was part of the general plan, which was adopted just last June. And since that time, staff has been working diligently to implement that strategy by way of programs or policies. Last year, planning and water staff worked together to set up a process for displaying all of the work that's happening behind the scenes to the public and to decision makers, with a goal of launching that this summer. The general plan also includes several optional elements, including historic, cultural, and tribal cultural resources. Some examples of how these topics were furthered or implemented last year include the Cannery Railroad Square project. This development was able to retain the historic cannery walls and is a great feature of that project in our downtown. In addition, staff was able to partner with the Historical Society of Santa Rosa to relaunch some walking tours within 4 of the city's 8 preservation districts. And these are now in Google Maps format, so it makes it a bit easier for people to move about the area. And then finally, although it's not always publicized, staff works very closely with both local tribes for both capital improvement projects as well as private development projects before they come to our city's review authorities. And so that ongoing collaboration and consultation continued throughout last year. The general plan also includes an art and culture element. Last year, we saw the installation of some temporary public art projects, as well as a temporary art walk in the downtown, and the launching of an arts roundtable to encourage further dialogue. Safety is a mandatory element of the general plan, and it has a lot of overlapping content with climate resilience. So when we're talking about climate resilience, we mean how prepared is the city to respond in the event of a lot of natural disasters that are exacerbated by climate change. As you heard earlier this evening from our fire marshal, the fire department has been doing a lot of work related to climate resilience and safety and updating the wildland-urban interface boundary, as well as an update to the community wildfire protection plan. Staff also completed a public draft of the hazard mitigation plan, so this ensures the city is eligible for as much reimbursement money as possible following a disaster, and continued to work closely with FEMA on flood mapping and strengthened emergency preparedness.
The public services element of the general plan lays out several goals, policies, and actions related to police protection and fire services. In 2025, the new downtown substation opened at the Santa Rosa Plaza to enhance presence in the area. This was in coordination with Simon. It benefits both the mall and the general downtown area. The SRPD also continued to oversee the In Response Mental Health Support Team program, and SRPD's response time to Priority 1 incidents in 2025 represented a 5% improvement since 2024. The Santa Rosa Fire Department did experience an increasing volume of calls for service, approximately a 12% increase over the last 3 years. And the fire department currently has a standards of cover and community risk assessment underway. And in 2025, Fire Station 5 that completed its construction. Water use efficiency programs and state and local requirements have resulted in a 50% decrease in demand for potable water over the past 35 years, which represents a change from 177 gallons per capita per day to 88 per day from 1990 to 2025. And the Laguna Treatment Plant is undergoing upgrades to the disinfection system, which will bring the peak flow to about 70 million gallons per day once completed. There are also goals, policies, and actions related to health equity and environmental justice. The city now requires health impact assessments for large non-residential projects that are located in equity priority areas in order to address potential health impacts to those areas. The city also has now implemented a tobacco retail license program, which caps the number of tobacco retailers. So we are currently not giving out any more of those licenses. And the conditional use permit streamlining proposed changes that I discussed earlier also include reduced permitting requirements for grocery stores, further meeting the general plan's goals in regards to public health. The city partnered with regional childcare agencies in order to identify barriers and created a guide to help residents launch their own licensed home-based childcare businesses, which supports both families and workforce stability. And the Violence Prevention Partnership developed and launched the Street Outreach and Crises Response Team in January of 2025, as well as the Teen Culinary Job Training Pilot Program in June of 2025. The Parks Department had several renovation projects, such as the Dutch Floor Neighborhood Park in Northwest Santa Rosa, and renovations to the courts at Howarth and Galvin Community Parks. The Martin Luther King Jr. Neighborhood Park Master Plan was approved by Council in February 2026. And the initial segment of the Roseland Creek Trail pathway was installed, which improved bike and pedestrian connection across the future Roseland Community Park site to access nearby schools. The Planning and Economic Development Department recommends that the council, by motion, 1, waive the council policy 200-01 requirement for a joint study session with the Planning Commission to review the status and implementation of the general plan. And I do want to add, I forgot to mention this, we do have Planning Commission scheduled for this Thursday, so we will be doing this same report item with them. And 2, review and accept the general plan and inclusionary housing annual review report for 2025. If there are any questions, last time I checked, we had other staff available on Zoom. I'm not sure.
Tempting. You are tempting me to test that. But thank you both for the presentation. And in all seriousness, this is a succinct walkthrough of how much the city has going on. Thanks in particular to planning for aggregating all this data, but just to the city in general for having this many interesting, complicated projects underway at once. So bring it back to council for any questions. If it were 2 hours earlier, I'd be tempted. I don't think I can work up the energy right now. Having said that, and any members of the public here wish to make comment on this item? Seeing no members of the public wishing to make public comment, I'm going to bring this back to Mr. Okrepke for a motion.
I'll move a motion to 1, waive the council policy 200-01 requirement for a joint study session with the Planning Commission to review the status and implementation of the general plan, and 2, review and accept the general plan and inclusionary housing annual review report for 2025.
We have a motion and a second by Ms. Rogers. Madam City Clerk, you can call the vote whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Rogers.
You didn't ask for our comments, but I'm going to give you mine anyway. I would really like to thank staff for the hard work and collaboration that you guys continue to do to make our city a great place to live, work, and play. It is definitely appreciated. I know we all want to go to sleep, but I couldn't pass up the opportunity to say thank you. Aye.
Councilmember McDonald.
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming. Councilmember Banuelos.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Okrepke.
Aye.
Mayor Stapp.
Yes.
Let the record show this passes with 6 affirmative votes and Councilmember Fleming absent.
All right, and a sincere thanks again for the presentation, for sticking around as long as you did, to the whole team. And with that, we are not done yet. We have more. Who wants to stick around for the minutes?
I do.
Let's pop back so that the fun never ends. Let's pop back to item 12, approval of minutes. Were there any, looking at my colleagues, any edits to the minutes? All right, any members of the public wish to comment on the minutes? Then we will adopt the minutes as submitted, seeing no members of the public wishing to comment. On to item 13, consent. We had two recusals, if I'm recalling correctly. I think we had Ms. McDonald from item 13.1 and Mr. Okrepke from 13.5. Was that accurate? Oh, I'm sorry, Madam City Clerk.
I do have one minor clerical correction that was identified on the item from water. There was language that was incorrectly, a dollar amount on the item that was incorrect on the agenda, but it was accurate in the resolution. Upon review, it was a difference of $303.50. So,
do we just pull that from Jennifer's budget? How do we resolve that?
no, it was correct on the resolution, so there's no need to correct Santa Rosa Water's budget, and this is substantially compliant with the Brown Act. We just wanted to bring it to council's attention that the adopted resolution does have a different dollar amount cited.
Thank you for that clarification. All right, so back to consent. We have the two items where we have recusals. I'm looking for a motion, and let's see, was that Mr. Alvarez?
Yes, Mayor, if I may.
Please.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt consent items 13.1 through 13.3 with Vice Mayor Okrepke recusing himself from item 13.5 and Council Member McDonald recusing herself from item 13.1 and with the correction stated by Madam City Clerk on 13.1 and waive further reading of the text.
Does that motion work, Madam City Attorney? All right, perfect. And do we have a second? All right, we have a second by, we have a motion and a second by Ms. Rogers. Oh, yes. And do any members of the public wish to comment on consent? Apologies for forgetting that. All right, seeing no members of the public wishing to comment, I think we're good for the vote. Whenever you're ready, Madam City Clerk.
I do want to correct that the item that had the minor clerical correction was item
13.9.
It was 13.9. I believe Councilmember Alvarez said 13.1.
I did, and I correct myself and stating that it should have been 13.9.
Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Rogers. Councilmember McDonald.
Aye.
Councilmember Fleming is absent. Councilmember Benuelos.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Aye.
Vice Mayor Okrepke.
Aye.
Mayor Stapp.
Aye.
Let the record show this passes 6 affirmative votes and Councilmember Fleming absent.
Thank you. All right, we will pop ahead to item 18, our last public comment on non-agenda matters for the evening. Are there any members of the public that wish to make comment on items not listed on the agenda? Please, the floor is yours.
Mayor, how much time is being allotted for the speaker?
3 minutes is fine.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lindsay Krajewski. I came out here, I think it was late August, but I think it was more like September, October, discussing the fact that I was a risk factor for children, that I believe I did it at the end of the meeting, and it was silence. Afterwards, as I said, I was a victim, now I am a pedophile, and thank you, I might add, for you guys absolutely saying nothing. Because now I've got a problem. Some months later, I need to go to rehab. I'm not promising to be sober, but hey, I can't go with women and children because I admitted that I had a problem because I was a victim, and now I'm asking you guys what you would like me to do, or would you like me to return to a cage where I could not move on with my life and not have to worry about it? I don't mean any disrespect, but I am going to talk to the risk management office tomorrow, also the city attorney. Because at this point, I'm unable to function, and I don't mean any due respect, but quite frankly, no one said a word. And I've asked almost multiple police officers and booking and did some minor research in the library, but I'm a homeless drug addict that's now prostituting myself out for dope because I don't have any desire to become clean. Now, that doesn't make me a bad person. It just makes me a drug addict. Right now, I'm not thinking that's the worst idea, considering I'm the drug addict that was worried about it. So I'm gonna excuse myself because I get a little nervous, but I will come back probably tomorrow or sometime within this week to ask, what would you like me to do? I mean, I would like a tattoo or some kind of marking that's like announced, so I don't have to make this, hi, I'm Lindsay. I don't even say my name, but said, hi, I belong on a list. Keep your family safe. I avoid parks, I avoid schools, especially during school hours. And if I'm around children, I generally try to say it. It's been months now. I know what else to do, but I'm not gonna not say it. But the minute I don't, is probably the minute I'll get in trouble. And is that really what you want? You need to help me protect me by protecting your kids, because that would hurt me if I hurt them. I'm gonna excuse myself. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no other members of the public here, we are adjourned. Thank you, everyone.